streaming, and let's see if it synchronizes. So we're going to start streaming. Let's see if this synchronizes. It says excellent connection. So, and
it appears to be on.
Okay. Oh my fucking god. Now I'll answer Namir Zizitsky and are you favorite?
I'm confirming it on the other side here. It looks, it is active. It is active.
Yes. Okay. Dedicated denial of service attack is what we suffered from, and God knows, talking about the shape of the earth, I guess, does that. And like Brendan said, it's because I'm asking for money, trying to raise funds. So I should be adding, exactly what I've got, in funds, so we know how much we're raising money for. Acid Kick says, Three Dragons, what happened? They knocked us off. What do you think happened? And Brendan, tell them how you confirmed. You basically did your research on Comcast, and Comcast said everything was fucking copacetic in my neighborhood, which confirms this as a dedicated denial of service attack. That it's just 1242 Green Street that got knocked, So
yeah, I put in Douglas's address, and it said the service is working great.
Yeah.
So obviously it's something not related to hardware or anything Douglas did. I mean, clearly.
Yes. No, it's just what it is. Now, okay, so YouTube says I'm live on channel here, and so I want to thank Dennis Marshall again and everybody who has helped contribute. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, Dennis Marshall, and T Tank Berry all contributed $100 at around the same time. And so T Tank Berry did so by dropping by and sliding it through the door slot while I was going on the holidays. And these were recent Armenian and American holidays. Really, the Boston Tea Party and the Bill of Rights Day, in which I was teaching the Blood Boys about civics. Of course, I teach civics in a very different way from anybody else, but it's the best education. You got essentially what they heard with my latest episode, which a lot of people found too much to take. So everybody hopefully will catch up with that and review that when they're done hearing what we do tonight, which means that I have... So our dear young lady, she says... Jennifer Hawkins says, I am going to have to go in to bake off baklava in the morning for a special order and make a soup on my day off. Usually Thursday is my day off. I also have been struggling with this cold that makes it difficult because I am nasally and have a slight croup, C-R-O-U-P. I am going to take some medicine and lay down, but I wanted to reach out and I'm glad that I did. I'm going to listen if it is back up. Thank you. I have never disappointed in your accounts, and so I look forward to hearing a bit more before I fall asleep. Okay, so let me hand her the hearts and kisses. Here we are. Okay, and leave it at that for now. All right. Oh my God, that was exhausting. And so I had to turn everything I have is jalopy shit. Everything is slow, really fucking slow. Now it says YouTube too. It's weird. It's like sending me two. I guess it's sending me twice because what it's doing is it's resending the fact that I'm now live on my channel. So it's interesting. YouTube is doing this. It's resending me the same email. So it's sending me the same email twice because they'll send me an email every time I'm start a stream, and so they sent it on the same e-letter, so to speak. And Acid Kick 96 says, crap, glad we're back. Yeah, with all four people. All four current viewers. They succeeded in knocking everybody off, trying to demotivate me from going into monologue about Israel and shit. That's another major factor. Would you gentlemen not agree? And they may yet succeed in doing that. If I don't have enough listeners, I may not have the motivation. Granted, people hear it by replaying it later, and they would investigate. We'd get a few hundred or so, but it's not the same as if you have it on a continuous stream. But hopefully everybody comes back. Oh my God. but tell you what, after I finish just venting or catharting, guys, take over. I mean, I'm going to be here, but both of you, do me a favor, converse with each other for several minutes, and then, but while I remotivate myself, drag my head out of my ass.
Yeah.
Is that what the kids call it these days?
Oh God, yeah. Eddie, Jesus, you should hear the terms they use. I mean, I don't. They're speaking a separate language as far as I'm fucking concerned.
Right.
All this, tech shit. At any rate, not to mention the gay subculture has its own shit, and it's like, when they really get into conversations about. Like I said before, people may think that I go back to this out of some morbid fascination, but it's not the case. This is like a normal conversation among them will involve things like anal douching. And it's like, I can't, even begin to relate. I mean, they look at me as if I am the undead or the Walking Dead, because I'll bring up, I've never anally douched in my entire life. And it's like, I will probably die without ever having anally douched. I guess I did the equivalent with that colonoscopy. But it's right. So these people maintain hygiene in that area because, they're all over that area, right? It's like, it is what it is. I don't know. It's a different world. It's not my world. But it's my world in a sense only in that their blood is sweet, and certainly fucking sweeter than, appearance is everything. At least they fucking look good when you're taking your blood from them, as opposed to most people, you don't want their blood, really. I mean, I hope you guys don't take offense, but I wouldn't take yours, either one of you, unless it was like, we were on a lifeboat or something.
That's very reassuring. With that.
And, you're trying to get back listeners here, so let's maybe move on from the douching. Yeah.
Aristides, you don't get it. You don't get it, dude. This is what brings them on. You're in a... See, this... Aristides is in a different world, anachronistic.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it. People are attracted by the most lurid shit. It's
I get that. But what kind of people?
The baseline. The baseline. That's the numbers, dude. Anyhow.
Most people that are listening to Doug, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're not open about it, they at least get tingles about it.
Yeah, some kind of vicarious thrill. It's that they're here. Half of them are here for the horror. Just the vicarious horror of complaining about how they don't understand me. I think these are mostly the ones that Pete brings in, but it's like. So how come they weren't complaining about Preston Nichols? The guess is as good as mine. I'd like to hear your speculations on that, but
right.
you do.
Because he's an old white guy.
Thank you. I hate to say it. There's got to be an element of that. Though in a sense he never really grew up, and he never really had that aura of having grown up, so he's more like an overgrown baby Huey, kind of like a baby Huey character with no hygiene, but at any rate, so let me try and gather myself here.
Preston,
totally. Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, well, Preston didn't run a popular radio program.
You're very good. You're very good. I like that.
He ran a lot of radios.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't. Yeah, he wasn't good at communicating. That's true.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to
say. So he wasn't
very good at. But...
Yeah, he wasn't threatening. Because he was he couldn't express himself. So he was kind of always in the background. I guess people just didn't really know him. In that sense.
There's a number of old video interviews of him, but. There's nothing you would hear, but it'd be very live. It would be, maybe one host interviewing him. That's it.
Well, he'd be talking technical shit, right? He's not going to be saying. Yeah. He's not going to be talking about his proclivities, right?
No, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
maybe mentioning, deprogramming the Montauk Boys. But
did he ever bring that up, actually?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure it didn't get very graphic.
Yeah, if it did, he'd be in jail. Yo, guys, did you hear? You heard? Who was it? It was Nemo the other day. He was bitching about who was he bitching about that? He said, "Yeah, look at Clinton. Look at these guys. They're all going after young girls. Look at this." Yeah, he was bitching about how he was lusting after Ariana Grande and shit. Yeah, and he was like, yeah, and who else was he bitching about going after young girls? And it was like, it's like, okay, did you forget my narrative? Or
Right. What's your narrative?
Yeah. Is this a blanket condemnation or?
Yeah.
Oh well, such is life. So, at any rate, so I got another can of Coke here. I'm going to I one good thing to come of this, I was able to finish my sandwich because it takes forever to start these cell phones, to start the computer. People have no idea. These are jalopies. I have fucking jalopies. I am practically cranking these things. And when they start up, they take forever. At first I was like, oh, I should have had this cell phone on. But then there's no point because it takes forever for the computer to restart anyway. So by the time the cell phone starts and I'm talking to... The first, it was frustrating because Brendan was calling me. And I had to call him back because it just, by the time I responded to him, it just didn't go through or something. The button showed up, do you want to reply or deny? And I pressed reply, but at that time Brendan's ring was over or something. And so then of course Aristides wrote me, but yes, both of you do me a favor and share phone numbers. That way the next time this happens, there will be a cross. Yeah. Oh, good. Excellent. And as for yes, so with that in mind, just so everybody knows, it took forever for everything to get started again, so I had time to finish my sandwich. And I love Jennifer dearly, but, we get into this, like, I said, I'd like to finish my sandwich. And then I was trying to encourage her to talk to, Bren and Ari, right? The guys. But then she asks questions that demand a volume of literature to respond to, and so of course I couldn't get to the sandwich while I'm tending to that. So I finally was able to do that when they knocked me offline. But she's like asking basically like voluminous questions that require voluminous answers, and but that being said, so okay. Guys, do me a favor. I'm finished with the sandwich. I'm just drinking this Coke. I'm going to try and get my head together and then go into monologue. Do me a favor, start talking to each other for a bit. Buy me some time.
Okay.
I'll just be here, sucking caffeine and sugar and shit. So for anybody who was curious about the contents of the sandwich, okay, I got an email about the sandwich. I want to know what's in the sandwich. Okay.
Oh,
so
it's nothing healthy, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, not to Brendan Zoget. Brendan Zoget, come on, Brendan.
I hope it's not Bologna and Levervest or something.
No. Give me some credit.
When I worked at the deli, recently. I'm sure I spoke of it before, but these people would come in and ask for head cheese. Do you know what head cheese is?
Oh, it's hog gut. It's like hog guts and shit. Go on, tell us.
Disgusting.
Tell us. It's mixed with cheese, right? Hog guts and stuff, and it's all mixed. Tell us.
It's like hog, like pig ears and snouts and tails put into a block of Jell-O. It's like, put into a block of gelatin, and then these old ass fuckers would come in and be like, "Oh, I love head cheese. Give me 2 pounds of head cheese," and I'd have to like cut through, and like you can hear it cutting through like the cartilage and the bone, like the slicer going through this shit. Apparently, it's like a big deal on the East Coast, but this is just the most foul form of lunch meat, quote unquote, ever.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but it's not my cup of tea exactly. But but for Brendan Zoget, he was working in hell. He was working in a Buddhist version of hell, where he
it was like not
yeah, he's a fucking vegan. He's vegan, and he's working with greasy fried chicken and just all of this meat and cheese shit. Cheese and meat, these are all toxic substances to him. It's like he's working in a sewer. It's like but he's watching people eat it. It would be like he was working in a sewer and people kept crawling in, opening the manhole grates and sticking straws into the liquid shit and sucking it up and demanding more. Saying, Brendan, why isn't there more shit? Brendan, give us more shit. And tell us, Brendan.
That's what it was like. It was like a purgatory where they would get the roast beef that was all bloody, and they'd literally Hannibal Lecter suck on it and shit in front of me, and be like, "Oh yeah, it's so good," and I'm like, "Oh," and I'm just trying not to say anything. Yeah.
Try not to vomit. You're trying not to puke.
Yeah, as I'm cutting through pig snouts and ears and shit. It was pretty horrifying. No, yeah, I can't sugarcoat it. It was bad. And it was and of course, for a normal person, you would just get some, right, someone that just wants a turkey or something, something not smelly and not gross. But every time I was working, I would get these nasty ass people that were in wheelchairs with one leg.
Because of what their food, because of their diet, because they had diabetes and their legs got sawed off, right?
Exactly, those kind of people, and then they would come up and be extremely rude, and be like, "I need a pound of roast beef, the bloodiest." They would literally make me open a brand new one. They're like, "I want the bloodiest one, the most raw."
Why? What is that? What is that about?
They're just crazy. They're just insane. And anyone who would say, "Oh, that would make fun of vegans or something," I mean, that reinforced the whole thing for me by leaps and bounds. I'll never eat meat again after that. It just reinforced I guess this prejudice I have against meat eaters. I guess there's no other way to put it. I'm pretty much I'm an elitist to the point where, I hate to reference Adolf Hitler like this, but I mean, he's one of my favorite people as far as vegetarians go.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So anyone who's like, "How could you like Hitler? How could you?" I'd be like, "He was vegetarian, you fucking meat-eating filth."
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm sure,
so
I would back up Hitler just on that alone. I knew nothing else about him. Yeah. But I don't want to go on a diatribe, so it doesn't get so they don't start making clips of me saying
this. Oh my God. This is because I do want everyone to understand. Obviously, I say a lot of things when I'm speaking of Israel and I'm sympathetic to the Palestinians. Then what happens is I obviously come off sounding as if I'm Islamophiliac. But I do want people to understand there is a lot to be reckoned with in terms of Islam and the cultures, these cultures that they're a disgrace to Islam. Now I've just entered something into the chat. Yes, please take a look, both you gentlemen, and respond to that. I'd like you two gentlemen to discuss that. I'm going to put that into the chat room as well, just so people understand that this.
What are you chatting?
I'm sorry.
Wait. Oh, I see. An honor killing. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. No. Disgusting. It's so horrible. I mean, this dear young lady in Italy,
Right.
and her stupid parents participate.
So the parents get a life sentence? Why don't they just kill them? Like, just,
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Oh my fucking god.
Like, what did she do exactly?
It's basically she had a boyfriend and it was out of marriage, so they killed her. That's my impression. I might be wrong, but that's my assumption thus far.
Oh, they were Pakistani. Yeah, the worst of the
Thank
Islamic
you.
world.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not finding the link yet here.
What? It's in
Not
the.
only that, they
It's
like hit her body to the point where they needed dental records.
Oh shit. Oh my god. How can anyone do that to their own flesh and blood?
And their cousin helped them.
Oh,
And
of course.
The cousin is like this dude with a unibrow that's like never had a chick ever.
Yeah, the Neanderthal. Yeah, he probably was fucking her on the side and wanted to hide evidence of that. That's what was going
that
on.
probably didn't help.
Yeah, he was probably raping her, or he raped the body first. He necrophiliaced it, I'm sure, before he, helped to destroy it. Got his yayas off on it. Honestly, these people, I wouldn't put anything past them.
Damn, the Italians are the Italians are OG. They went straight up to Pakistan to get him. Good for them.
Holy shit! So they technically they abducted him by international law. Cool.
Good.
Good. Yes. Good. Thank you. Cool. Oh fuck. I love it. Cool. Yeah.
Right.
Fuck that shit. And Aristides, you can't find it in the text box. It's in the text box. You can't find it?
I don't see it.
Okay, let me send it to you privately then. I'll send it to you in the.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so they were gonna send her back to Pakistan for an arranged marriage, and so she went into the custody of social services in Italy, protected, because she wanted, not to do that, obviously.
Right.
And then the parents had her killed, and the mom is still on the run, hiding in Pakistan, apparently.
What a cunt. Yeah.
I know. Fucking disgusting.
Yes.
Three of her relatives.
They got her picture, and she looks like shit. I can't believe they're blood related. This kid must have been adopted.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't look like she has any
why-
genes from that mother. Go on.
Yeah, true. Who knows? Yeah, who knows what happened?
Yeah.
But like, this is why I'm like, in a way, I support like the Hindu parties in India, because they keep these fuckers in check. Like, they don't let that shit go down where they're at. That's why they just let them do whatever they want in Pakistan, and that place is a total shit show.
Yeah. I mean,
and this isn't like bigotry or ridiculous. This is just like observation. If you just like see, like, even that one chick was telling us how bad Pakistan was.
Yeah, of course she was so crazy to be wandering around, and
she was still going there for lamb curry because she couldn't just handle the fucking lentils in South India. What an idiot. I wanted lamb curry. Well, then you fucking deserved it.
No, there was something else. I'm certain there's something else going on with that. There had to be something. Yeah. There's something she's not telling us. But like you said about that East German slime ball that was he like brain fucked her. He like brain fucked her in some way that left her fucked for life. He was some communist who programmed her into self-hatred. What's your impression of that? What do you think it was he did? He put her through a program, probably. They probably would put her through some kind of program. She seemed like a product of a program, basically.
Or there's like a lot of these, believe it or not, in Germany, because of, sure, the American influence or whatever Eastern Euro influence. There are a lot of these like underground, I don't know if cult is a good word, but these like groups of people that are dealing in young women, trafficking young women.
Yeah, it had to be that.
Many Dutch people and many German, like East German people have gotten caught up doing these things. So there's some kind of like, just like here, there's this undercurrent of whatever that is, child trafficking type situation. So they basically spotted her through some kind of connection to the American connection.
Right.
And hooked her up through that. That's my guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And then they brainwashed her into the self-hatred, and the mother with the notional strand of Jewish DNA was just like some kind of program. Yeah. That was a program. That was some kind of program bullshit. It has nothing.
That was bizarre.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with anything reality based. It was just nuts. So let me try and get myself together here and work my way up towards monologue. But yes, now, Aristides, have you ever heard me discuss this before?
This girl,
this
Italian girl was only 18.
Jesus.
Like, they didn't waste any time to like, oh, you don't want to get married? We're just gonna kill you.
Yeah, no, they're fiends, fucking fiends. Yeah. Okay. So I finished this liquid Coke. I'll be back in a second, and then I'll go into the conversation. So before I go, kind of refresh myself. Have you ever heard me talk about this, Aristides, about the movie Halloween, the whole Halloween franchise?
You guys had brought it up before you with what is this? Maybe when Jennifer was on.
But what do you remember about it?
I don't know.
Well, basically, the guy who wrote it was Levantine descent. He was just basically the same ethnos as Brendan Zoget. And so he was this Lebanese guy, really. And his name was Mustafa Akkad. And he wrote the Halloween screenplay. And what he really wrote about was an honor killing. And he wrote about a Muslim honor killing. And about this brother who sees his sister go into a shed or some place with a boy, and the young brother is so indoctrinated that he kills her, even though there was no time whatsoever for any sexual act to be consummated. He basically, having seen her do this, murders her. And so he couldn't sell that anywhere in the Middle East. So he left for America. And nobody would buy it because everybody said, what's this? Fucking Muslim honor killing. Who gives a shit? Nobody knows what the... So he rewrote it for an American audience. And so he just wrote it as some kid who puts on a inside-out William Shatner mask, who sees his sister go into the shed with a boyfriend. There's no time for any sex to be consummated, but the kid is so sexually reactionary because he has a Christian puritanical background, is the insinuation originally, that he goes in and murders her. So it's just an honor killing, but he's transposed the fundamentalism. And when he presented it and it sold, then he made...
I mean, I wouldn't put it past some of those Puritans, but that's another matter.
Oh, yeah, it's puritanical as hell. And that's why everybody related in America and why it became the father, the granddaddy of all slasher flicks. And so he then earned enough money where he tried to make movies to educate people about the Middle East, and he made a movie with Sean Connery called The Wind and the Lion, and people can look this up. So The Wind and the Lion with Sean Connery, but nobody really went for it. They're all like, who gives a shit about the Middle East and and all that shit, Arabs and all that. But what happened was that he basically got it all started, and he's the guy who wrote the script. He was the producer. This is an important point. The reason I get emphatic about this, or it's basically because I called the actress who played the babysitter. She's like the first kill as the babysitter, and after the sister, of course. I called her on air when she was on air on Coast to Coast AM and brought this up, and she went into a total fucking denial mode and said, "Oh, you fucking crazy! You live in your own little world." But listen to what I'm saying here. So the guy Mustafa Akkad wrote this, produced it. Anybody can look this up. And he wound up targeted by Muslim fundamentalists because of what he did, because they knew he was talking about an honor killing. And so at his daughter's wedding in Lebanon, suicide bomber team came in, a man and wife couple. The woman pulled her suicide bomb cord. It didn't blow. The man was so disgusted with her, he pushed her to the ground, pulled his own cord, and he blew up, and it killed everybody at the wedding, including Mustafa Akkad and his daughter. So this is how the guy who wrote Halloween died, was in a suicide bombing.
Holy shit.
And so when I called her up and said...
2000, yeah, he died in 2005.
Yeah. And so when I called her up and said, how come...
Oh, he was Syrian. He was Syrian.
Syrian, okay, thank you. And so I asked...
From
Aleppo,
yeah.
thank you. And so I asked her... Yeah, I'm sorry, what was that?
Holmes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. And geographic location. He's named a geographic city.
Yeah, that's like it's the province or like the region.
Yeah, thank you. And so when I asked her, how do you feel about John Carpenter stealing all this shit? And then she went into, oh, you're making all this up. You live in your own little world. And I said, honey, I know for a fact you were raised in Morocco. You speak Arabic. Why are you pulling this shit? And then they cut me off. And but she must have been sleeping with John Carpenter. And that's probably how she got the role in the first place. But John Carpenter stole it all. And so whenever you see Halloween, John Carpenter's Halloween, it's not John Carpenter's. Okay, John Carpenter, all he produced was maybe the sound or some shit, but he sure as fuck did not produce that movie.
On Wiki, it says he helped produce most of Halloween.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. He
so
came...
this is Akkad.
Yeah, it's Mustafa Akkad. Thank you. They're saying Mustafa Akkad did that. Thank you.
Yeah, it says Tariq and Malik, his sons, both of his sons, who helped produce most of the Halloween movies.
Yeah.
But they don't say anything about this guy making the storyline.
Yeah. And then that fucker John Carpenter stole the credit for it all, and now it's whenever they re-release DVD packs or something, they'll say...
the original one, he was the executive producer, and the second one.
Yes.
So at least they gave him producer cred.
Yes, that's right. And but now when they release it on DVD sets and shit, they'll say John Carpenter's Halloween and shit.
Right.
And it's all bullshit. Yeah, it's all crap. So okay,
Isn't that the same guy that made They Live? That's the same guy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, he would know, right? He's one of the aliens. Yeah.
And what's that one? Little China. There's like another.
No. Is that him? I keep forgetting. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe it's him. I try not to think so, because I actually have an affection for that. But Aristides, are you there? He went mute on us again.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yes. So do me a favor. I'm going to.
Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's so disappointing. That's him. Yes, I know. I actually have a fondness for that. But yeah, John Carpenter is just a predatory piece of shit. Yeah, and so I'm going to refresh myself. I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk for several minutes. I'll be back, okay? And then I'll, try and work my way towards motivation. If we build.
Oh yeah, I remember this film. It's like based in Chinatown. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And so I'm going to try and work my way up towards motivation, depending on how many numbers we get. But essentially, yeah, they succeeded in pretty much killing a lot of motivation by what they did. But hey, we'll see. In the meantime, you guys do me a favor, hold the stage. You guys got this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay,
What?
I'll be back. What?
What am I doing?
You're holding the stage with Aristides while I refresh myself. Yeah.
Okay.
You got to talk about things like what we just brought up, plus, other things that come to mind. Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, okay. All right. Okay.
Maybe.
All right. I'm not great at horror movies, so. So what else is going on?
I mean, many things.
Right.
I'm just looking into a little bit into that movie, Big Trouble in Little China. It's a good film.
Yeah. Yeah. So I needed refreshment too. So I just slammed my vitamin C.
Yeah.
Some orange juice here.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to take some vitamin C and magnesium
Yeah.
here in a bit when I get off
Yeah.
the air. That's what. Yeah.
What do you
I
do
would
for the?
suggest anyone? Yep.
Yeah. What do you do for the magnesium?
There's like magnesium comes in many forms. There's
Yep.
like some more active than others, but
Right.
some of the best ones would be like magnesium chloride.
Yeah.
That's a very good like ionic form.
Yeah.
You also have magnesium carbonate, which when you mix it with citric acid, it breaks the bonds open, or any kind of acid really. It breaks the bonds open, and it becomes more bioavailable. So you get
Mhm.
these like, they make like drink mixes with it,
Mhm.
where it fizzes up, creates like a Alka-Seltzer
Oh.
type
Okay.
scenario. And then that is a good way to take it. That would be carbonate, magnesium carbonate.
Yeah.
That's actually the active form that's in most mineral waters. So when you get mineral water, it's
Yeah.
like it's an Mg2+ ion that comes from that carbonate reaction.
Yeah, it's similar, maybe kind of different method, but same end. I do the what is it? The with the carbonated water, and I guess what does it start as? It starts as hydroxide, but it ends up as like bicarbonate. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When you just
Yeah.
when you just mix it with carbonated water and it reacts.
Yeah, but sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To make the so it's similar to what you're saying. It ends up as a solution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the good forms. There's also like you have like newer forms that have come out, like 3 and 8.
Yeah.
They're like the amino acid bonded magnesium chelates. Like you have glycinate and taurate and these different bisglycinates.
Yeah.
Each one of those has their own thing going.
Yeah.
You can also get it just from eating a lot of greens, because the chlorophyll molecule, the thing that gives plants energy from the sun, the center of it is based off of magnesium as the main molecule or atom, atomic, the main metal, whereas our blood, which has the same structure, so the hemoglobin has the same structure in our blood as chlorophyll,
right?
But instead of magnesium as the centerpiece, it is iron.
Yeah.
So we actually have this connection, even biologically, to plants.
Yeah.
Whereas their blood is the chlorophyll that's based off of magnesium. Our blood is iron based off of the same, the hemoglobin, which is the same structure, but with a different metal. So you go,
Yep.
you
I've heard that.
check that out.
I've heard that. Yeah, I have another magnesium here too. It's or capsules. It's the bisglycinate and the taurate.
Yeah, those are really
one.
Good.
Yeah.
So if you do capsules,
yeah, kind of trade off between.
Yeah, it's best to get a wide variety.
Yeah.
And when it comes to minerals, you need like a variety, because magnesium works with calcium in your body. It works with zinc. It works with the vitamin D hormonal aspect. So it's being used in over 300 enzymatic reactions in the blood.
Yep.
In the hormonal system, the endocrine system, many things. So it's magnesium is the most important mineral.
Yes. Super. I mean, when I first started doing it, man, I felt it like.
Oh yeah, big time. Because what happens is in the recent times, like the way the factory farming and the kind of, I don't know what to call it, the way the modern agriculture is structured, it totally depletes the soil of this magnesium.
Oh yeah.
And even though they do, some of those phosphate companies that make the fertilizer, they'll try and sell magnesium to the farmers, but that's not like a long-term solution.
Yeah.
You know, like, and you know, some of them use like magnesium sulfate, which is Epsom salt, to like remineralize, but
Yeah.
it's not sustainable because you have to keep buying it every year, and that's why
Yeah.
the cost of agriculture is going up. The quality of the food is been degraded. There's been evidence that's come out that like produce from the 1900s, like 1901, 1920, those kind of early 20th century periods, when they first started testing nutrition content, and then now they're testing the same fruit from like the same orchard, the same region. The mineral content has dropped literally 90+%.
Mm-hmm.
So the amount of minerals you were getting from one apple in 1900 is now dwindled to 10% of its original value. So that's catastrophic, and that's why, you know, it's nearly impossible to get enough minerals from food at this point.
Yeah.
Because like everything in the biosphere is lacking this mineralization.
Well, I saw one possible reason for that, which is kind of interesting. Like way back in the day, shit would flood a lot, you know, and a lot of the farmlands were near, it's somewhere between, the mountain and the river, and it would so it would get the wash of all these natural like soils that contain all this shit. And now, flooding is more contained or staved off somehow, and it's they're irrigating with whatever tap water or whatnot, or so it's not getting that natural cycle of the washing all this stuff out of the from moving it around with the flooding in the soils and stuff.
Yes,
that's where it would come from.
Yeah, that's huge, because that's where the magnesium's coming from, like the bicarbonate, like the magnesium carbonates, which is locked in rocks.
Yep.
Minerals that are locked in earth.
Right.
Itself, like Wdy122023, the earth goddess has all these minerals.
Right.
But that's why nature has its processes to bring these out and to incorporate them, and all of that. And even the bacteria that used to be in the soil would help unlock, like there were certain bacteria that would produce nitrogen, like active forms of nitrate and active forms of these things. Now those bacteria have been depleted because this kind of agriculture is not sustainable. This modern agriculture is not sustainable, and it's becoming more clear.
Right.
The petrochemical fertilizers are doing more damage than good.
For sure.
Like your yield increases, but at what cost? It's not sustainable. At all.
So,
shit, man.
So I've returned. I think both of you are doing excellent. Aristides is expressing his disappointed outrage at modern agribusiness.
We're on the same page with that.
Yes, of course. And dear Brendan, of course, is speaking of Mother Earth and what she has to give us through these natural cycles that people should, of course, work with, not against. And so that being ascertained, please continue. I did try to contact George Knight in case he wanted to join us, but God knows what's happening with him. We are going to do our best as we keep checking on the numbers, which are good considering what went down. And Troy Bellamy says, Big Trouble in Little China is a great movie. Kurt Russell classic. Love the new Monarch series in Apple. The Monsterverse is going to be huge next year. Foxhole, Godzilla, Kong. Cool. Then our man, Acid Kick 96 says, citrate. Bulletproof brand magnesium citrate. He says, best take it in the form of calcium, magnesium, zinc combo. Citrate form has the highest bioavailability, or one of the highest, he says. So your response to that, Brendan?
Yes, it does have high bioavailability, and it is a good, citrate is a good version. I find it to be less useful, but it depends. Like, everyone's biochemistry is different, so you can kind of try different forms. And then what he said about the combo, that combination is extremely important. So I would say I agree.
Okay, excellent. Both of you continue while I do my best to, like I said, look around for some things to help inspire me. Bullet points I'm putting together for conversations. As a matter of fact, what I really need to do while I'm doing that is add up what I've got in the bank and everything else, so I know what funds to raise tonight. So at least people hearing this will know what to aim for. Though I don't think any contributors are really listening right now. Anybody who is a potential contributor may have dropped off. Again, my thanks to Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall, if you're out there, I did thank you, and you're a wonderful human being. Love you dearly. And thank you so much for sending the $100 bill in the card. Ali Kaditis Kiefer sent a money order. Our dear T-Tank Berry dropped over 5 $20 bills, because that's how the ATM feeds it to him. He dropped that over in the mail slot while I was out on the holidays, and 3 wonderful people contributed $300 lately. So let's while these 2 gentlemen speak, I'll be taking a look at what I have otherwise, so that I can add that together and see how much more I need to make rent after all of the recent supply runs that I did. Holy shit, I'm pleasantly surprised to find 25 United States dollars on my what I call my fun account, which is the one that is linked on screen. So everyone out there, I did emphasize paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich, and our dear contributors, KP said, thanks for everything you do, kindest regards. So that's $250 United States dollars there. And let me check some of the other places. In the meantime, I'll shut my mouth and let these 2 gentlemen speak. They're speaking of deep, important subjects. And these are subjects that are impacting us all. And climate change. As climate change makes things worse, how is Asian India going to sustain its population, or will there be significant decline in population in a catastrophic sense? Brandon?
Well, they always have been able to sustain population, but the point is, can that sustenance be sustained? I don't know if that makes sense, but can it last longer than it has? Because right now, the situation is, the more people go against nature and divine, then the more things are going to happen against people themselves. We are in this kind of judgment era after 2020, which the judgment was revealed. This is this is the time to make choice, whether you want to go for nature and divine and like that way of living, or you want to go against it, because it seems the more people go against it, the more natural disasters are happening, and these kind of huge events, as far as nature's retribution, Divine Mother, she has her own cleansing ability, and no one should forget that at any time these cataclysms can happen on Earth, and it's not in anyone's hands. There's no HARP, there's no satellite, there's no computer that can protect beings here from the wrath of the rage of the Earth itself, if we go too far. So that is that is clear. There's no amount of technology that can protect us from the Earth changes that are potential, that have the potential of happening because of our mistreatment of the Earth itself. So the cataclysms that happened to all of the great empires of the past. Just look at Egypt. Egypt was one of the greatest empires in the last 3,000 years, and now it's just like a river surrounded by desert. There's nothing, left of its former glory. Like the entire Sahara Desert was once a forest, a thriving forest with water, entire rivers and lakes and streams, and now it's just a giant desert, the biggest desert in the world.
Yeah.
So nature has its way of balancing humans and the damage we've done, the misuse of it. Just like the story of Atlantis, if you believe like Edgar Cayce and these people, that the Atlanteans overused their technology, their crystal technology, and the Earth itself struck back. And now we, like most people, don't even consider Atlantis to even be real. So we, our civilization could easily be that, and it's heading that direction if we don't begin to respect nature and respect the 5 elements that make up, the Earth itself and make up all our food. Everything that we use is made up of nature's elements. Fire, earth, air, water, and akash, like the ether. They all come out of the ether. So that's what I would say about that.
Good point. Yeah. Well, I mean, some things like, an area that was fertile turning to a desert over a long period of time, that could happen anyway. But, never underestimate the ability of humans to fuck things up very fast.
Well, but the thing is that those are natural processes, but at the same time, if humans were stewards of the earth, proper stewards, then the earth would be more abundant in it.
Right.
It would be more gracious. It would be a lot less harsh for beings that are living here. It's always going to be a plane of good and bad, positive and negative, but there are levels to it. It could become more refined. It could become more pleasurable. But that's a choice that beings have to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
People are going to have to start making some choices.
So that being said, now that we've done our Jeremiad of, kind of like biblical.
But it's not supposed to be apocalyptic. It's supposed to be encouraging that, we have a chance, to go the right way.
Yes.
Like, there's always a chance to do better. There's always a chance to evolve. Like, nature's super gracious. Divine Mother's gracious in that way. She gives us the ability to, have humility and evolve.
Yes. Excellent.
The real journey only begins after one has attained proper humility.
Yes.
That's when things get better.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. What about with how long before these people are properly humiliated? How much is it going to take to bump it into their thick heads?
It's already happening. The people always harp on, MSM covers this up, mainstream media does this, and everyone's convoluted, listening to all these stupid people on TV, the talking heads.
Yes.
But in reality, what they're covering up is the rage of the earth itself. There's so many. In the last at least the last 5 years, there have been extreme weather patterns happening, which I know you've spoken of.
Yes.
But all of it's being totally covered up. Like, hardly ever does it get reported, very rarely. And even then, they're not reporting the full spectrum of, for the last 2 seasons, there's been floods in the desert in Syria, the peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula. There's been huge flooding. There's been snow in Saudi Arabia. Things that, are totally unheard of that have been happening. And floods in Pakistan, floods in northern India, wiping away entire villages. And this is all the earth responding to the lack of, humility and just in general, humans aren't grateful for anything.
No, they're not.
They don't consider the earth to be giving them anything. They just want to exploit it and worse. So.
No, it's
that's
horrific.
What they get in return.
Yes.
They get that what they put out.
Thank you. No, it's so true. That reminds me of a horribly funny experience I had, while I was taking care of my dad with my gang brother Beaver, who I employed to help with that. Long story about that, but there was a perfect example of getting out what you put in. There was these two guys who worked at the VA, and they were in the back. The VA is just a labyrinth in San Francisco. It's called Fort Miley, and it's just a fucking labyrinth. And they were in the back where they could hide doing nothing, and they were in charge of prosthetics. Prosthetics is, wooden legs and shit. And so the guy himself who worked there had a prosthetic leg, which he had lost in Vietnam. And he and the other guy, they would spend the majority of the day sleeping. And they had this, they covered each other. They would cover each other. And so when they were just, when we would go back there with my dad to get shoes made for him, prosthetic shoes, then a Filipino guy would come in to do the work. And these white guys would just sit around and they did nothing, but they had all these certificates on the wall. And they said, this is for all our accomplishments. And then that's my gang brother Beaver was whispering in my ear like marathon sleep sessions and shit. And, it was, then what happened was one of the poor guys died. I mean, you get to kind of know these guys after years because you're working with them for years, and because they'd make a new pair of shoes for my dad every year, or rather the Filipino would, and they'd sit back and do nothing. But, then what happened was that when one of them died, then we came there, and then the guy's like grieving. He's in mourning because this is like in a sense, his life partner and shit. Because they were literally sleeping together. Get it? And so then he says he never even lived to collect his first retirement check, and that's when my gang brother Beaver whispered into my ear, "Guess he got out. What he put in."
Yeah.
Oh shit! I had to bite. Go on. I had to bite my cheeks till they were bloody to keep from bursting out in laughter. Anyhow, so go on.
Yeah. You can't hide from Saturn. Like Saturn is that time testing. I mentioned it before. It's like you can't take shortcuts. You'll always get what you put into it.
Thank you.
And
So
that's
life.
That's just an example of it. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, I want people to know.
Humorous.
Yeah. What is that? Say that again.
There's truth in it. I said it's humorous, but there's truth in it.
Yes. There's lessons to be learned. It has lessons to offer. So I want everyone to know I'm trying to raise $80. Hopefully, basically beyond that, simply to help pay for water. I mean, people, it's an outrage that I live in San Francisco, which, in case people don't know, San Francisco is supposed to have the best water quality, some of the best water quality in the world. We stole everything from the Native Americans through the Hetchy Hetchy River Reservoir, which was dammed, and then they basically are utilizing that to, feed the white masses or the colored masses. Now it's multicultural here in San Francisco. But just the fact that I live on top of a cemetery, and I basically have the same situation as the Bronte sisters, where all that cadaver water has polluted these ancient decrepit pipes running through multiple layers of buried bodies, which are historically recognized by the city and county of California. So don't think you can go reporting anything and get me into any trouble here. It's not bodies I produced. These are produced during the gold rush era, and they're dead Russians from back when this was truly Russian Hill, an ethnic enclave, and they're just ancient. And the city and county of San Francisco not only knows about them, but they're mentioned on tours. So tours that are taken by my home bring this fact up, that our home is built on top of a Russian cemetery. So I'm a victim of cadaver water leakage. I have no potable water. So just understand, of course, that I'm living off of fucking bottled water. And it shouldn't be the case in San Francisco. It's an outrage. And eventually, of course, I'm going to have to move. Hopefully I can convince some young lady to move to someplace in San Francisco who has the ability to pair up with what a few resources I have, and rather than my moving out to somewhere else, which it's going to be hard for me to adapt to any place other than a place like San Francisco, because, you know, to me, all these other places sound like, you know, damn, they're like, I don't know why, but everybody seems to be living out and bumfuck off the grid these days. I don't know, maybe everybody's preparing for the apocalypse or some shit, but Jesus Christ. At any rate, it's not like they have corner stores available or something you just run out to. Yeah.
I personally think you would be fine if you moved to Honolulu.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Well, you know, I don't know about that because
it's like
you feel it.
It's like a San Francisco.
Yeah, but you feel the island. You feel the limits of the geography. You feel, you know, you're on an island. You know, so
True.
yeah. And so I would have liked to have tried it with that Judith Ager character, but she was such a crazy cunt, and she was.
Kauai is even smaller than Oahu, and it's like much more rural.
Yeah, it's bumfuck people with their, like, you know,
They're like farming taro root.
oh yeah, well, that's her son was doing that. Yeah, her son was doing that, farming the taro root and shit, and he was basically what he was. You know, I mean, without insulting her, I mean, she was drinking at the time he was born. I think he seems to definitely be a product of fetal alcohol syndrome. I have nothing against him, but she was like indoctrinating him to kill me. I mean, by the way, I'm not saying that this is not paranoia. She brought this up on air. In case nobody's ever, it is on record.
Yeah.
She like said, you know, and it's not like she was just saying that in a moment of what would you call angst, or it's like
Right.
She rendezvoused with my cosmetologist, where they basically plotted out my murder, since she was the person that my insurance was made out to at that time. So it's like, you know, there you go. I mean, and they were like,
And all these chicks always try to do that.
yeah, yeah,
Lena, and then Brooke.
yeah.
But they always want you dead for some reason, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know why.
I
It's
mean,
like the same trip.
yeah. I mean, but don't be afraid to say it. I mean, you know, I mean, you can go ahead and say it. I mean, you know, they all want to kill me because they get on some trip. Yeah, but what's the trip?
They just want the money. Though.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the trip. I don't think any of them had enough brain power to understand what you're saying half the time.
You wonder. I mean, oh my God. You know, in all fairness, it's I think.
I mean, Judith had enough.
Yeah.
She was very astute, and she knew about like cultural things, and
Yeah, she was semi-spiritual. Yeah, go on.
yeah, and she was like a Baha'i and stuff, and then she just went off the deep end, which was strange.
Yeah. Well, she wasn't practicing her Baha'i.
Right.
That was the problem. I think that was an issue, and
sure.
but I think that she you know,
Man, I'd go Baha'i too to get to Kauai.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, yeah. I mean, it was when I was ready to surrender to her completely, was when she just totally went batshit and, you know, I want to kill you shit, and it was just like, what a world we fucking live in. I can't. At any rate, so. How about you, Aristides? You ever have some lady like that just really just go off on you? And is this something that I should read out? You put in a link. Should I read this link out?
Yeah, sure.
120 millimeter penetration cum blast. What is this?
It's legitimately the name of a new weapon designed by the India.
Oh fuck! Look at this, Brendan. What do you think of this?
I mean, they're obviously just trolling.
Yeah.
This was some engineer that they hired that was just some fucking graduate. PCB.
Yeah. How can this be real? Like, this is legit.
The fact that cum isn't like you know, in like an acronym is just tells you all you need to know.
Right.
PCB, so stupid.
I just thought it was funny.
It is funny. And yeah, thank you for sharing it. It's
Increase the capacity of the Arjun main battle tank to neutralize a wide range of targets. I mean, this is just crazy. Where did you find this exactly? You were trying to look for something else, and this came up, or?
It's that somebody else posted it.
Oh, okay.
Just random.
But Aristides, you're an engineer, and you're telling us this is legit. From what you can see, this is legit, though.
It appears to be a legit site of the Indian government. I can't.
It's the Indian government site already.
Yeah, but that's all I mean by legit. I can't speak to the effectiveness of the cum blast. I should. I don't know. Is that even worth putting in the main chat? So at least people know what we're talking about, and they're not like they tune in and be like, "What are they talking about? A cum blast?"
Well, think of everything else we've talked about in the past,
right.
For God's sake.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and in all fairness to Brooke Gibson, I think her personality is changed quite a bit.
The fact that they say that the way it's described is just ridiculous. I mean, it says defeating hard concrete targets and effective against soft skin targets.
But nevertheless, they do use terms like that. Like that.
Yeah, it's like they're actual military terms, but it's like in context, they're just like
okay.
like a literature porn.
Okay, there we are. Get it? Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
But the fact that it passed like the command that doesn't speak English.
Yeah.
Like obviously, like the generals who like approve the webpage like don't speak enough English. They just said, "Oh yes." Very good. And it was like some kid that just graduated like the engineer school, and he was just writing this.
That is pretty funny. That's something they would do too. That's something that
Right, good for him.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
Well, there's that whole trope of thirsty Indian guys on the internet.
Yeah.
So.
This is one of them.
Yep. He got a good job finally. It's still thirsty.
Okay, so just
so you got the book. Backtracking, it was the what was it? The bonus.
No, the bonus one. Yeah. Do me a favor and put that in my private messages too. Oh.
I think I did.
Okay.
Also, I found along with it there were like a few other books dealing with the topic. I don't know how interested you are to get them, but I would email them, but they were kind of big for email. I actually kind of hate sending stuff.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean,
I could. I'm just saying I'll do it if you're interested. If not,
no. Just the titles will be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's all I need. You can put those in the private messages. So, while I breathe and get myself into a state of mind towards monologuing, the problem is now... Go on.
Just a side note.
Take your time.
120 millimeters is 4.7 inches. So it's at least true to type.
Okay.
We're slowly regaining some number of listeners. It's of course, when they knock me off a line like that, they really do a number. They really fuck us over with listeners, and it may truly be counterproductive to go into a monologue. And the other challenge is we now have like potentially I could go on for another 11 hours because since we started all over again, we have another potential 12-hour cycle. Obviously, I'm not going to do 12 hours. It's as our man Andrei Nemezhinsky said in United Germany. He said that we already covered about 4.5 hours, so I would subtract that from 12 and just make it last about that amount minus another hour, approximately. So if I take a look at that, 4 hours, mostly like about 5 hours and a half, that would leave us with maybe still a lot of time, 4, 5, 6.5 hours. So I'll try and aim for a general 6 hours tonight, a monologue. And Aristides, of course, is going way out of his way. He's up really late. About this time, it's like 3 a.m. in the morning where you're at, right, Aristides?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So you'd probably best go to bed, right? And I think
Soon would be good.
okay. And but we certainly thank you for helping us, and you did a great job. And of course, Brendan. So tell us a bit about you've got this. What about you're definitely not spending Christmas with biological family. I mean, basically, none of your biological family. You pretty much did everything that you were required to do or obligated to do with the seniors, right? I mean, are you visiting them at all, or
I will do some family visiting, but the Orthodox Christmas is actually on the Julian calendar, so it's going to be a different day. So I basically just have some time off work, and I'll be dealing with some things like my at home, dealing with my domicile and things like that. So.
And your home has kind of changed, right? I'm forgetting. You were in a kind of sketchy environment, and then kind of changed. And you, for security reasons, you're not going to say too much about that. Oh, that reminds me. Let me see if I can dredge this up for you. And here's something I'm going to do. And our dear Aristides put the book on the first swastika into my private messages. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Let me see if I can find this for our dear man. Brendan, and I don't want to traumatize him, but I found something that I think really hit it that in terms of some of his recent experiences. So let me dig that up here. And in the interim, what is it that have you ever tried drinking much tea? Are you much of a tea drinker, Aristides?
Oh yeah.
Well, Brendan, obviously.
Brendan, obviously. There's no point in asking him.
Have I tried? Yeah. Do I do it enough? Should I do it more? Probably. Too easy to keep hitting up the coffee, but that gets, get kind of burn out on that. I'd like to do more.
Yeah. Okay.
There's so many different kinds, things you can do.
So what do you recommend to him, Brendan?
Matcha. Japanese matcha. Start with that, and then you can go from there. Or a really good, an organic assam. Something that's heavily caffeinated will get you. If you drink coffee, then you'll like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Definitely.
start with an assam tea.
Yeah. A lot of caffeine. Yeah.
Wow.
Not proud.
Yeah. Well, the caffeine is just necessary to keep you through the day, right? Keep you going through the day?
Yeah, I do use it,
Brendan, give him some hints as to how to have energy in option to caffeine.
Well, he's pointing out teas that have caffeine.
Well, I mean, there's got to be other stuff besides teas with caffeine. Brendan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, ginseng. Ginseng's good.
Have you tried that, Aristides?
I have, not recently.
Mm-hmm.
But
You gotta get some good red Korean or Chinese tincture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That'll get you going.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
many things you could try.
Yeah. And
the world is vast and great.
Uh-huh.
Divine Mother gives so much great herbs.
Yeah. Ginseng. What else? What do you think about ashwagandha?
Yeah, ashwagandha is like, yeah, it's good. That would be Indian ginseng. That is for more stressful situations, but it can give you energy for sure.
So
There's no doubt.
yeah, V was saying she looks on that as some kind of stress suppressant, or like a distressor, some kind of, to de-stress. Yeah, she was like saying that when I asked her about the Foti, and I told her what you had told me, she said no, it's to. She was saying her intention of giving that to me so that my hair would not grow out white. That supposedly if you take it, it can, in some people at least, make your hair dark, like from the roots, like grow out dark.
Yeah, it can increase the color, yeah.
Okay. So she was saying that's why she was giving it to me. Then I told her that you told me it was, useful for sexual performance, and she said, "Oh, he's just trying to make fun of you." he's just trying to make fun of you. Is what she said.
Okay.
I don't presume that to be the case, but
no, because I wouldn't be that oblique about it. I would just make fun of you.
Yes, that's right. So like when it comes to Jesus, I can't seem to find it. You know what? For some reason, did I not? Oh, I get it. I probably put them in some weird different file, so to speak. So let me look for that file, and in the interim, so go on with the Foti. So it does.
I mean, Foti in like the literal English translation from Chinese would be a vine that passes through the night.
Interesting.
It has like red stems, heart-shaped leaves. It's very, it helps with weakness, generalized weakness, soreness, pain, fatigue. So I mean, it's used for many things, and the sexual aspect is always there in traditional Chinese medicine. Like that's, you already know that.
Right.
That's like one of their main objectives is this kind of increasing of the qi, the orgone qi.
Okay. Thank you. Now that makes so much more sense. And so.
But of course, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, it does. It is known to bring back color from graying hair. That is true, but it's literally means the nickname for the herb ho wo shu wu, which is a Chinese I just butchered, but it means Mr. He's black hair, meaning he's being a man of Chinese legend. This Mr. He is a man of Chinese legend who restored his youth and sexual potency by taking Foti in tincture form. Chinese tradition teaches that this herb should be used by itself or cured in water and used to cook black beans for this purpose. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
So there's a whole tradition of it, but it's basically this guy that, increased his potency in his youth.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all right. And
sexual potency, you say, huh?
Yeah. So tell our man Aristides where he can find this.
Yeah.
Well, I personally would recommend. How old are you, Aristides? Just like a ballpark, like 40s.
Yes.
40s.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I would personally start with like a ginseng, or even asafoetida. I mean, not asafoetida. Excuse me. That's a cooking spice, but that's also healthy. But ashwagandha is good for someone that's middle aged to start with. You seem pretty low key, like you're not very stressed. But then you have like ginseng if you want a little more like of this yang increase. Like the ginseng's always yang, like very sharp yang, Chinese ginseng, and that will that'll get you going. So
okay.
It just depends on your objective and how much energy you need. I find it gives me more strength, in general. And there are a ton of Ayurvedic herbs that I don't really want to reveal at the moment, but there's many things that can help. Yeah.
So the ginseng, which one to look for?
So typically, red Chinese ginseng is the most bioavailable, and what I get is actually a tincture. It's like an alcohol extract, and that to me is the most effective. You can also find it in tea, but those are more mild. You can find it in capsules, but as per Ayurvedic, herbal regimen goes, it's like to get the full effect of an herb, it has to touch your tongue and your body has to taste it.
Yeah.
So the capsules don't do the capsules, like, it's not like Western medicine or allopathic. It's not allopathic where the capsule, you just take an extract and it works. It's like in the traditional methods, you have to taste the herb. Even if it's bitter or whatever, your body has to register it. That's its first. That's how the enzymes get created to break it down.
So this is what I do to our listeners. I want you all to know what I do is I take the drops of Foti, and they recommend like something like up to 92 drops 3 times a day. V was telling me only like 20 drops or 30 drops twice a week. I basically do 2 or 3 times a week is when I take these things, and so I put 100 drops into the fish oil. I put like little 10 millimeters of the fish oil as the base. The fish oil I put just 10 milliliters or whatever milligrams in the cup, and then a little bit of the vitamin C Lipitor. What do we call that? That lipospheric vitamin C. I put that in there, and then I put the drops of some other vitamin C that is also easily absorbed, and then the Foti. I put 100 drops in there, and then I keep them under my tongue sublingually for at least a full 60 seconds. So you count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, all the way up to 60. You just do at least a full 60 seconds while sublingually that absorbs through the bottom of your tongue. Then you swallow it, of course. But that has to be done. So yes. Yeah. So go on. That being said, go on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, and now recommend to our man Aristides what to look for with the Korean or whatever ginseng. Yes.
Well, he basically told me, but what and the other this Foti, what is that? Like what?
It's a Chinese herb.
So how's it spelled?
But Aristides is wondering FO-TI. He's wondering how that might be useful to him. Do you think that would be helpful?
How would I look it up? I was just even wondering like how's it spelled or
Polygonium multiflorium.
You might as well just tell him, alphabet or something. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Ho Shou Wu is also a way that they reference it. But just FO-TI.
Okay.
Yes.
That's like the general name. I put it in the chat. I don't know if you guys saw that.
All right. Okay. Just how would I search it? That was my question.
Yeah. Well, you got
it there in the chat.
You have
got it.
In TCM, in traditional Chinese medicine, it is known as a Jing tonic, which loosely translates as vital essence, and refers to the primordial energy that fuels all life, and by extension, sexuality and drive.
All right. Yeah. Cool. So this, I want everyone to know, I'm doing a screen share. Okay, can you see the screen share thus far, both of you gentlemen? Okay. Now, I want you to know, not this, but what will come up is what I saw attacking Brendan Zoget, and it was this. This is what I saw attacking Brendan Zoget. This.
God.
They got it. They caught it.
That's exactly it.
That's there we are. Look
uncanny.
at that. That's it. That's what I saw attacking Brendan Zoget. Yeah. And notice how little they show it. And this is, I never saw an illustration this detailed, but this is what they were trying to breed at Letterman Army Medical Center. And I saw the carapaces that they shed. They would shed their carapaces, and this is what Michael Aquino showed me. And these were the ancient, they're much larger than a man, these ancient prehistoric sea scorpions. So yeah, it's of course this is just primitive reconstructions. This was like their computer rendition, and when they were working on the genetics of this beast. So yeah, hideous. So there you go. So I don't, there you go. I mean, I want people to know how real this attack on Brendan was, and this was Peter.
Yeah, the minute I saw that, I felt the wound.
Yeah.
Like it was like Frodo in the Nazgul, like you're saying.
Yes.
Like I felt it. I can feel it now. It's really uncanny.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to do that, but it goes to show how real the experience is, and it was how real occult teaches. Yeah, and Jennifer says I use ashwagandha for anxiety. Thank you, Jennifer. And
yes.
And I use it for sexual performance, which helps me with my anxiety. Maybe someday you can help me with that.
Yeah, ashwagandha is very beneficial in the cortisol system of the body.
Yes.
So it can reduce cortisol and make one more relaxed.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And ashwagandha actually in Sanskrit means smells like a horse.
Interesting.
So it refers to like the strength of a horse.
Okay. Interesting.
That's where they get that name from. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And yes, and
horses by nature are like, baseline are very calm.
Yes.
And they have this kind of demeanor that's very slow and careful in general.
Uh-huh.
But they can also, become like stallions at the same time, or whatever that's called, the Mustang, the Mustang kind of thing.
Yes. Yes. Virile. And
Virile, yeah.
Yes. And that's important. In
Sanskrit, the word for horse is ash.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to try and do is put this into the chat so people can see what attacked you, and I'll timestamp it for them. So, did you see that, Aristides? What was
now,
your...
how did you discern this?
I just psychically saw what was attacking him. Our man Brendan can testify that when he called me, I told him what was attacking him before he even brought it up, right, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I basically called and I said, hey, I found out what attacked me. And he said,
okay.
Does it look like this?
Right.
And they described it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you both knew at the same time, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because I had seen what I had seen at the Presidio, that they were trying to breed these creatures and weaponize them, breed them and weaponize them. So basically, this is at essentially 1:16 is when it starts to about, and I wonder why they show it for only a few moments. It's almost like they can't show it for too long. They're afraid that it's like 1:16 to 1:22 really is the timestamp. So let me write that down after getting the share.
I couldn't even look at it for 2 seconds.
No wonder. And what did she say? Laugh out loud. Wonderful conversation as always. Just love you all. Thank you again for having me here and for everything you all do. Have to go, but have to get my butt to sleep. Douglas Dietrich. Night night. Kiss. Okay. And kisses in turn, young lady. And both of you gentlemen say good night to Jennifer, of course.
Good night, Jennifer.
Yes, good night and get well soon. And the ascorbic, the vitamin C aspect of the Withania somnicera, the ashwagandha, it actually increases your body's ability to recycle ascorbic acid.
Mm.
So there's another layer of why it's such a good rejuvenating tonic. This ashwagandha potentiates vitamin C. Yeah.
Thank you. And very important. And the body, of course, we're the only animal that doesn't, humans are the only animal that doesn't produce vitamin C because we're all fucked up. How did that happen where we wound up fucked up like that?
That's just the fallen angels deliberately, adjusted our DNA, if you want to believe those kind of theories. Yeah. It's the only real explanation because it's biologically unlikely that mutation would have succeeded in nature.
Yes.
Right.
It's an unnatural mutation. It's it would not survive in nature. Yes, that's right. So but
Anyway.
Jen responds to both of you. She says, good night, fellows. So yes, and gives you hugs and hearts. Yes. Okay.
See, the real reason they cut us off, they wanted to keep Jen away from us.
Yes, it's true. It's true. So
it's a form of demoralization. That's true.
Yeah.
it is. They are fiends. They're fiends, and they are just disgusting. They never stop. They're relentless. But of course they realize they failed in a very large way. And truth be told, one of their greatest failures was Brooke Gibson. They tried to turn her, but she's an independent agent of chaos, and so I'll put C would attack Brit. Let me see. Okay, here we are. What was dispatched to attack Brendan? What was dispatched? Dispatched to attack Brendan on the astrally. Is that a proper way of saying it? Attack.
Yeah, I mean, it was straight up offensive, spellcasting. I mean, straight up.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, go on. Yeah.
The explanation I used for like layman or like common people is like if you look into the Harry Potter series, they have one of the forbidden curses is called the Cruciatus curse.
Yes.
Where like the worst pain possible is like flung at you.
Yes.
And that's what it was like, but it was like extended, like for days, for weeks, to the point where I almost died, like nearly. Yeah.
Just horrific.
Like, this is how the Harry Potter beings. This is how J.K. Rowling described it. The pain was so intense, all-consuming. They no longer knew where they were. White-hot knives were piercing every inch of their skin. The head felt as if it was going to burst in pain. They were screaming loudly, more than they'd ever screamed in their lives. This was known as the Cruciatus Curse, the torture curse, a tool of the dark arts and one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It inflicts intense, excruciating pain on the victim. Eventually, it will result in insanity if the victim was subjected to it for a prolonged time. And the penalty for the use was a life sentence in Azkaban, which is their version of like, what's that place in the bay?
Oh,
Alcatraz. Like
okay.
Wizard Alcatraz.
Okay.
So there you go.
Is that kind of like Superman comics Phantom Zone, where it's like you're ethereal, or is it physical prison?
No, Azkaban's like Arkham. It's like where all the baddies go.
Okay, so it's like Arkham Asylum, you mean to say?
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
right.
But magic version.
Yeah.
Where there's a bunch of Dementors like floating around, like keeping you all fucked up.
Yes.
But the point is that description was obviously J.K. Rowling got that information from one of.
She was an acolyte of Michael Aquino's. For those who don't know, J.K. Rowling was an acolyte of Michael Aquino's. Still is, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. As a matter of fact, she's probably conducting regular rituals to help keep him earthbound, which is, I'm sure she helps participate in that. She might even be one of the actual vessels in which a fragment of himself is retained, as is Lavinda. That would make sense. 2 of them would be Peter, Lavinda, and herself, among a few others. And probably he dumped the part of himself that was infected with the intestinal cancer onto Jambo, the Reese monkey. So Jameson Reese gets all the bloody turds that he was complaining about. I mean, the guy actually pinned that up on his Facebook timeline. Oh, there's blood in my stool. I actually pinned that up and got all these girls to heart that. All the weirdos like Selena Khan and all the dumb shits that went with him to his own timeline and that of Salman Sheikh when they were trying to do their bit to, I guess, start up their own fan club. They were trying to do what, these other guys like Clyde Lewis with Ground Zero and John B. Wells with Caravan to Midnight did by using my ratings that I brought to start their own little like fan clubs, and but they got no channels, or rather the channels aren't worth shit, and so nobody goes to view them. But they were trying to use this base to start their own little club of that, and the way they would promote themselves is Salman would film himself passing out candy to the kids in playgrounds, and Jameson would write about having bloody stool and saying that Douglas did this to me and it's killing my cats, and as if all the entities he's raising weren't doing that for him. This is like
and then that one dude, what's his name, Ondahar, was saying, oh, Douglas turned against salmon. He called him salmon sheep.
Yeah, like a fish, like a fish.
Yeah,
and the shake like
sheep.
Yeah, sheik like a milkshake, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It was like bizarrely spelled, like completely wrong. Yeah.
They deserve
And
each
then
other.
he said,
Go on.
oh, he gave Douglas so much money, and Douglas still turned on it.
By the way, if George Knight were here, he could testify that Salman Sheikh never gave me anything above the absolute minimum, which was the $25 I asked for on the push button. He would always push the lowest button, and George Knight was witness to that. He would explain to people how he was witness to that, but George Knight saw him every month. He would only give the $25. And by the way, I would let him have time on my show.
He was saying he gave you $100 a month for years, like 2
Oh,
years.
oh yeah.
Which is still like not that much.
Even if he was doing that, which he did not, he was getting time on my show to bring attention to his chicken shit little channel. So he was doing just what Benestenius was doing. Benestenius was paying me $100 a month just to say, to read out a commercial that really no one responded to. And poor guy. And so it's like it is what it is. I mean, it's not like he was on my show I had to tolerate his being on my show and his slimy, sleazy, bullshit. It was always the same shit. Where the white woman at? Yeah, him and Daniel Rolla would have that little thing with each other, and Salman Sheikh's not even into woman. So it's like just stupid shit from these stupid people. The funniest thing was while we're on the gang stalkers, and we'll move from that, numbers are coming back up because people are checking in, but still we'll figure out if I'm motivated enough to go into monologue anyway. But
basically, the Cruciatus Curse in the Harry Potter series, the main objective is to get you to go insane.
Yes,
basically,
that's what it is.
Yeah. So that was their goal. It was like, either I killed myself from the pain, or just straight up I went insane and stopped, to the point where they were hoping I would just completely forget that you existed. That's that was their ultimate goal.
Yes.
Why else would they use such a powerful creature?
Yes. Thank you. And this is the so obviously they foresee something very important with you, and they foresee that somehow you're just being involved with me, however affiliated, that empowers myself in turn. So they definitely see that much. They understand that much. And they went all out, and of course,
Well, because their first attempt failed with that Nicole Froelich, she hexed me as well.
Yes. No, it's true. It's true.
So they had to go groveling to the big guns, like you said. Like Lavinda and these people.
Yes. No, it was, and including potentially even J.K. Rowling's. Now that I think about it, because she was a member of one of the British pylons. Michael Aquino would open these Temple of Set branch churches, if you will. He called them pylons, and they were in England mostly. So that was how J.K. Rowling became involved, and that was her first steps on the way to stardom and fame. And I've exposed before just how sick and demented she is. But when it comes to her affiliation with Michael Aquino, she's no slouch when it comes to the occult. Anyone who truly reads her works, who's trained in the occult, understands that she may be putting together a plot line that is adding certain elements to it, but is definitely, she knows her magic. So it would be her and Lavinda that would have been operating in tandem. I mean, this was heavy-duty, powerful magics. Nicole Froelich was more like one of these junior witches, so to speak. And but she definitely
that was like candle magic, where like my wallet flipped out of my pocket, and I mean that was like nothing compared to the second attempt.
Yes. No, the second attempt was literally potentially lethal if you hadn't gotten your act together. This required.
Or it was. I mean, it was like, for all intents and purposes, I was dead.
Yeah.
Like, I was at work, like slouched over in a chair, with my BPM was like less than 50, and I spoke to a doctor about it, and they said there's no way. They said there's no way you're still alive. That's like hospitalization level if your BPMs drop that low.
Explain to people the BPM. Explain to people the BPM acronym.
Beats per minute. Beats per minute.
Yeah.
So unless you're like an athlete, like an Ironman level athlete, if your BPMs drop that low and you're not doing anything, that means your heart was about to shut off. Like, that's the position I was in. Yes. And the pain and the toxicity was so bad that it was literally like a toxin. Like I was not exposed to any toxin, like there was no open wound, there was no infection, but it was as if I was being attacked by a toxin, like a neurotoxin, because my thyroid was shutting down, and it literally, like felt like I was walking through quicksand at times.
Yeah.
Like normal walking was like dragging my feet through like layers of sand, like you're at a beach or something. So I was like within seconds of dropping dead. Like that's how severe at the height of it.
Now, is my memory serve me correct on this? That there was an older woman who spotted you and said there's something wrong with your thyroid during this time?
That was initially, that was years before this.
Okay.
But that was more like therapeutic, like, oh, you have a goiter, you need to watch your thyroid, etc.
Okay.
But the pain, like whatever that attack was, the pain and all the stress of it, like it put me back into this, like it basically shut down it basically put the nail in the coffin of that scenario. Like it was like a cumulative effect from the Cruciatus attack,
Yes.
Where my thyroid basically couldn't fight it at that point.
Okay. Yeah.
So perhaps they were even that. What I first originally thought is what I told you is that my original thought was it was like some kind of what a poppet is,
Yeah.
Like a voodoo doll. It would be called like a voodoo doll.
Yes.
Where they were just like targeting my quote-unquote weak spots that they had knew of. So one of them was, of course, the thyroid, because I had mentioned it on your show.
Yeah, that's right.
And then I don't know what the purpose of targeting the foot was, but it must have been. My guess is that they had knowledge of my astrological chart, because the feet is like Pisces.
Yes.
So there was some kind of knowledge to that, where they were using that to their advantage.
Yes.
So who knows?
No, it makes perfect sense. It's the feet are a vulnerable area, and they are.
Yeah, it was like Achilles. It's like like when Peter Moon talks about like putting a violet bubble around yourself.
Yeah.
It's like they targeted like the one part of your body that like you wouldn't even think about like protecting.
Yes.
It's like kind of like the whole Achilles heel, where like every part of his body was protected except where his mother was holding him.
Yes.
By the feet. So it was like that. It was the one part I never thought was vulnerable.
Yes.
Like So when I was doing my protection and my oils and different things,
Yes.
it's like that was the only piece that I never even thought of, and they exploited it, of course. So it takes an advanced magician to even think like that, basically, in other words.
Yes. That's right. That's right. And so important that you say that. And it goes to show what does not destroy you, as Nietzsche said. Now, there's plenty of things that if they don't destroy you, they don't make you stronger. They just leave you weaker. But in this case, what does not destroy you makes you stronger. You are the stronger for having survived this incredible occult assault. And I believe it was a combined occult assault. There was a team working on this, and
when there's people, and now when there's people that doubt that magic is real, it's like I have no doubt. Like it completely eliminated my doubt.
Thank you.
You know.
Oh, I mean,
There's no way.
Thank you. Well, anyone who listens to my program should understand that there would be like. You'd have to be like just completely in some kind of rational materialist denial. And really, rational materialist to me, it's like these are the same people who will then go read comic books about parallel universes with how many Batmans can you fucking have? I mean, these are the same people who read shit like that and talk about quantum mechanics, and somehow that to them, they can't understand how, well, you're basically talking magic, motherfucker. I mean,
that's more scientific than actual magic, right?
Thank you. By the way, for those who don't know, that's Brendan being facetious. I hope you understand that. Too many people, they just don't get it. They're kind of like stuck at any rate. So what I'm gonna do is I'll start launching into monologue soon, but you gentlemen have been so incredibly helpful. I'm going to assume that Aristides has gone to sleep, but if he hasn't, do check in with us.
Yes, I have to go myself. I didn't realize it was this late, but we get carried away sometimes.
Well, I don't blame you, and I thank you. So is it like, are you going to be kind of like off the map to starting tomorrow, or what?
Yeah, relatively soon. I mean, if you need a contact, I'll be around, sort of. And then later on, I will be departing.
Well, do me a favor, and
sailing the seas.
Right, when you're really ready to kind of go incommunicado, just send me a text message in that regard. I'll try and contact you before then, of course. And just for a final private chat before you go on vacation. And for God's sake, stay safe, be well, and make certain you return. Both of you gentlemen say good morning to our listeners. Both of you say good morning to our listeners, okay? And before I go into any form of monologue. Aristides, say good morning.
Yeah. I'm still here, but I'm going to start drifting off. So thank you everyone who came back after that event, and we'll see you next time. And please donate to Douglas, and I'll probably send you a little something myself. So
God bless you, good sir. And of course, you're always a brother from another mother, and Brendan is like a son to me. Brendan, you're definitely the man who can also testify to many experiences, and we know how these people work, how the enemy work, and honestly, you stand as witness to all of this because you're a survivor. You really are, and but
Truth
never let
truth is stranger than fiction, as they say.
Yes, and never let your guard down. But I hope you know that.
Yeah.
That it was just when we were talking about the strange name. You cast a spell every time you say it, given to Elon Musk's son when your swastika bracelet fell off, and you had to put that back on. Holy shit.
Yeah. So,
Yes, these things do work in the mysterious ways. They're always trying to leave a person unprotected. Whatever advice you can think to give to people in a general sense, go ahead, dear Brendan, while you retreat into the gentle morning.
Yeah. Well, always be vigilant, of course, and you want to acknowledge the elements. The 5 elements will protect you more than any other force. because that is what everything's made up of. So if you're humble to them, they will protect you. There's no physical harm could come to you if you are humble to the elements. So, and appreciate them for what they give you, and touch your feet to the earth and tell, Divine Mother, the earth itself, that you're grateful for all the food, all the abundance, everything, your house, everything comes from the earth. Like, humans fashion it, yeah, but it ultimately comes from the earth. The petrol in your car, everything, the metals in your phone, that all comes from the earth. So once you're in that mode of reverence and gratitude, then nothing can harm you. So that's the ultimate truth.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I'll count on Aristides to stay on the phone even as he drifts off, and our dear Brendan will probably check out. Hugs, love you dearly, and we'll be speaking again soon enough, hopefully before you take off.
Yeah, I can actually leave off on some bit of poetry here.
Please, by all means.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah, people's definition of divinity doesn't carry connection with the elements. Yet, when divinity has always been, and always will be, all about connection and manifestation through the elements. There is a reason why the elementals are the devas, the demigods, the good guys, the real good fellas in Vedic wisdom. Agni, fire deity. Vayu, water deity. Varun, water. Vayu was wind. And their head being Indra, wielder of the thunderbolt. Their mother being Aditi, the sky deity, the fifth element. And their support being Prithvi, the earth deity. The body is made up of these elements only, and the soul ascends to higher realms only after purification of these elements. Element is elementary. The devas are always in heaven only because they always bow to the source, divine. It's elementary, my dear, as they say, as Sir Conan Doyle said.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
So
and
reverence to the elements and nature is the only true remedy. So grateful for that.
Great. Thank you. Beautiful.
I shall set sail.
Okay. And yes, our favorite pirate from One Piece, Brendan Sogit. Very well then. Okay. So let's start off with some news items. I'll bring to everyone's attention what they're already aware of, but they help to put things in context. Thank God for these gentlemen, honestly, and the ladies, of course. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to carry through the night. Thank you all for reappearing or checking in. A lot less than I would have otherwise, but take a look at this is why they do what they do. They knock off the listeners, and they do so by knocking me off of the bandwidth. And then what happens is most people leave and they do not return. And this is, of course, intentional, and it's done to sabotage the program, deprive me of motivation for going on or continuing. But hopefully people will check in and review this second part. And again, everybody leave your upvotes. If you can't support myself, we're going to try and raise 80 United States dollars at the absolute minimum. 100 US dollars to give it some safe leeway. But that'll help me make it towards rent, because even though so many people have been contributing, and the lovely lady who was contributing 200 United States dollars, Brooke Hagberg, she usually contributes a certain amount each month regularly anyway, but she contributed an extra $200 this month. All of this does add up residually towards the ability to make rent on the first, but otherwise, of course, with all the supply runs I do for water, etc., it just it takes a toll on money being saved up towards rent. With that, let's try and basically go over a few points you're all aware of. The Colorado Supreme Court made history the day before yesterday, Tuesday, with an unprecedented decision that removed former President Donald John Trump from the state's 2024 ballot. The court ruled that Trump is not an eligible presidential candidate because the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban covers his conduct during the Capitol riot on January 6th of 2021. The 14th Amendment states officials who take an oath to support the Constitution are banned from future office if they, quote unquote, engaged in insurrection. Now, I'm certain Trump will take advantage of this. He will basically turn it towards his own advantageous purposes, and we're faced with the same threat as ever. But it is legally, historically important. This is not to be dismissed. So it's going to have profound effects. And it's something that we'll see it play out. The United Nations Security Council voted today. It just turned 12:52 a.m. We're in the witching hour, the midnight hour here in the Pacific Coast. But it was today. Effectively yesterday by now, technically. The United Nations Security Council voted on a Gaza, and I'll try and pronounce these with the correct Philistine or Palestinian dialect. The Gaza resolution, as diplomats work to finalize language that would gain a yes vote, or at least an abstention, from the United States. The Biden administration has rejected all calls for a ceasefire, saying that it would not achieve peace. So he is on the side of the enemy. He's just a Jew fuck who wants to kill as many people as possible. And remember, Palestinians are people too, no matter what the Jews tell you. Now, the draft resolution is said to have originally included a call for a cessation of hostilities, to allow much-needed aid to enter the Gaza. The diplomats were hopeful that changing the language to suspension of hostilities could gain American support. If the United States allows the resolution to pass, it would amount to an important signal to Israel, including from its top ally, of the growing international outcry over the humanitarian crises in region. In terms of a Ukraine update, the war in Ukraine, Russia, or rather the revisionist Russian Empire under Putin, has experienced the highest single-day losses since the invasion began. Russia is throwing waves of men against Ukrainian defenses, attempting to break through as Republicans in Congress lend Vladimir Putin a helping hand. It is disgusting. Okay, so with that, we are going to go into tonight's narrative, which itself can be exhausting, and this is something that is kind of still up in the air for me as to which direction to go in with this. That there's different directions to take, and which one seems the most immediate needs to be balanced out about the fact that we have far less people listening than I normally would, or at least a little less people listening than I normally would have. So I have to decide exactly what stands out to me as the most important thing to emphasize on a day like this. Because once I go in a direction, of course I'm going to follow that until, I reach a exhaustion point where I can't go on any further. and I'll just keep going and going. So I guess we're just going to take this as far as we can take it. And all right, maybe I should think a little bit about that. Is there going to be a talk about, like I said, kind of a continuity of where the Israelis were with this, where Congress is going with this, and I guess we'll just go with answering some of the questions that were brought up by Peter Moon and Aristides. Peter Moon was bringing up, why don't we get something from the Ukrainians? And of course, Aristides was asking about, why don't we hear much in the media anymore about this? So maybe we should go with that. So let's start off with this really sad candidacy of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. As I said while Peter was on with us, were it not for his illustrious name, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would be just another crackpot in the growing list of bottom-feeding, right-wing, fringe politicians seeking high office. But the Robert F. Kennedy brand is political gold. RFK Jr. is now polling in the double digits against Joe Biden. The latest CNN poll, taken less than 3 weeks ago, has him at 20%. He just won a surprise endorsement from Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey, which shows you what a piece of shit that guy is. Now, on Monday, opening this work week, he spent 12 hours on Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk, along with fellow crackpots, former representatives Tulsi Gabbard, and vaccine skeptic Kelly Slater, where he pushed baseless claims, such as the coronavirus being a bioweapon. Instagram announced Sunday it had lifted its ban on him 12 years after it shut down Kennedy's account for breaking its rules related to COVID-19 because, quote unquote, he is now an active candidate for President of the United States. Well, if that's the case, I should just fucking run for president and maybe they'll let me back on all these social media venues. Somehow I don't think my name would have the same brand power until people knew my actual background. And then maybe I'd get all kinds of bans and blockades all over again. RFK Jr.'s rise poses no direct threat to Biden's nomination, although it may be an indication of Biden's vulnerabilities among Democrats who continue to worry about his age. Our more pressing concern is that all the attention coming his way may convince RFK Jr. to launch a third-party candidacy that could hurt Biden in the general election. Never underestimate the distorted reality of an engorged political ego. It's necessary to expose RFK Jr. for who and what he is. Make no mistake, Jr. has nothing whatever to do with his father, who stood up for economic and social justice, and, in a poetic sense, under whose influence I was born in the late 1960s. The younger RFK can best be described as a right-wing nutcase. He plans to travel to the Mexican border this week to try to formulate policies that will seal the border permanently. He wants the federal government to consider the war in Ukraine from the perspective of the Russians. He blames the rise of mass shootings in America on pharmaceutical drugs. He attacks Biden as a warmonger. He charged on Musk's broadcast earlier this week that Biden has always been in favor of very bellicose, pugnacious, and aggressive foreign policy, and he believes that violence is a legitimate political tool for achieving America's objectives abroad. He claims that a 2019 tabletop exercise about a mass pandemic, a mock pandemic, mind you, archived on YouTube, revealed a secret plan involving American spy masters to enrich drug companies and suppress free speech. Really? I'm not quite sure I see the connection, because it's connection only a madman could see. For years, he's promoted the baseless claim linking vaccines to autism. He's been a leading proponent of COVID-19 vaccine misinformation, insisting the vaccine has killed more people than it has saved. Whereas, of course, he's killed many people. I've given the crime of what he did in Samoa. I've articulated that in depth before, just how guilty this son of a bitch is of killing children in Samoa because he was telling everybody not to take vaccines. This is the kind of shit this bastard is. So when it comes to what he did down there, I can look that up later. It's something that I spoke of before, and basically have articulated his crime in that regard. And I'll, of course, happily do it again. Didn't look it up, of course, before starting into tonight, but if I remember, it was about the fact that he was killing people with disinformation. You see, I would like to think that voters' distaste for this dangerous nut job, RFK Jr., is growing, because RFK Jr. had everything to do with this measles outbreak in American Samoa. Hours after this anti-vax Democratic presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., testified before the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government, as he called it, one of the nation's foremost experts on vaccinations, reminded PBS NewsHour's audience that Kennedy was at least partially responsible, at least partially, indeed fully, in the overview analysis for a 2018 measles outbreak in American Samoa that left two infants dead, and I'll tell you about all the other ones he killed in a moment. Host Geoff Bennett kicked off the Senate by introducing his guest, Dr. Paul Offit, the director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and a member of the Food and Drug Administration's Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, and giving a brief synopsis of Kennedy's fringe beliefs, Bennett began by saying, "So RFK Jr. is widely known as an anti-vaccine activist. He has a much larger platform now as he runs for president. He says that many of his views are misunderstood. They're taken out of context. Help us understand what he's been promoting and what the science tells us about it." And that's when Offit elaborated on why Kennedy's contrarianism is so dangerous. Now, here I found a quote from him. I'm going to have a few quotes to source here. Basically, Offit said, well, he's been promoting false information about vaccines. He's been promoting the notion that vaccines cause autism, which is clearly not true, or cause a variety of other chronic diseases like diabetes or multiple sclerosis or attention deficit disorder, and that's all not true. So what he does is, by putting misinformation out there, he causes people to make bad decisions that put themselves and their family at risk. That's when Bennett asked, "You also point to one episode where he spoke out against the measles vaccine. What was the impact of that?" So, highlighting how Kennedy's conspiracy theories led to a precipitous plummet in the percentage of the Samoan population receiving inoculations to the highly contagious measles virus. Offit recalled, and here I quote as he at length and verbatim, in Samoa, there were 2 children that died immediately following receipt of a measles vaccine. And the way it works in Samoa is they have an MMR, mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine, in powdered form. It needs to be diluted in water. 2 nurses made a mistake. Instead of diluting it in water, they diluted it in a muscle relaxant. Those children stopped breathing and died immediately. Now, very quickly, within 2 weeks, it was realized what that mistake was. It was a nursing error, but nonetheless, RFK Jr. seized on that. He flooded Facebook with the misinformation that the measles vaccine is killing children in Samoa. He even personally went to Samoa. He met with anti-vaccine activists. He met with senior officials in Samoa and kept the drumbeat alive that the measles vaccine was killing children in Samoa as a consequence. Vaccine rates fell from 70% to 30%. And between September and December of 2019, there was a massive measles epidemic in this island nation of 200,000 people. There were 57,000 unnecessary cases of measles and 83 deaths. All of those deaths were in children less than 4 years of age. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had everything to do with that. And that shows you how disinformation can kill. This is all a quote from Offit, and it goes to prove Kennedy not only had, measles will deform you for life. It can do that. So 50,000 people got it who didn't need it. 83 people died, all of them under 4 years of age. All because of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That was his sacrifice to the anti-gods. Understand, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is an Edomite. He is someone who wants to kill children and has killed children. He killed those children as if he choked them to death with his own hands. He personally went there and told everyone not to get shots. He resulted in these kids getting killed. Kennedy's connection to the Samoan measles crisis was previously chronicled in a 2019 article published by the Washington Post. I am going to read therefrom for a few paragraphs. Kennedy visited the country in June, appearing next to officials at Samoan independence celebrations. His visit was for a program that is not government related, an official in the Prime Minister's department told Samoan news media at the time. Kennedy has asserted that vaccines cause autism, a claim disproved by extensive research. Members of the Kennedy family have publicly criticized him for helping spread dangerous misinformation. The World Health Organization estimated that in 2018, only 31% of infants in Samoa received the measles vaccine, a drop from 60 to 70% in previous years. The World Health Organization, WHO, attributed the extremely low rate in part to a public health scandal. Last year, 2 infants in Samoa died within hours of receiving the MMR vaccine. The country temporarily halted its vaccine program, but the vaccine did not cause the deaths. 2 nurses improperly mixed the vaccines with a liquid muscle relaxant instead of water. The pair were sentenced to 5 years in prison for manslaughter. And what happened in Samoa was not a unique case, not a unique occurrence either. A measles outbreak there in April of 2023 forced Governor Limanu, I think he's got this weird acronym PS initial, MAUG, M-A-U-G. So this Governor MAUG he issued an emergency declaration that lasted through the end of May of that year. ABC News reported at the time that more than 12 people had been infected. The outlet referenced the deaths of 2019 when, in American Samoa, there were 12 measles cases and no deaths reported. However, in the nation of Samoa, there were more than 5,700 cases and 83 deaths reported, all occurring in children under 4 years old. Thanks to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. For those of you who don't know, Samoa is a divided nation. American Samoa and the nation of Samoa, which was formerly British Samoa. So what happened was that this motherfucker went over and fucked over the British Samoans, the formerly British subjects of the crown who are now theoretically independent. So you're talking about a crazed son of a bitch who is evil to the core, wants to kill kids. He's happy to do so, and he makes certain all his own kids get vaccinated. That is a fact. He's been confronted by colored people because he specifically tells colored people not to get vaccinated. He's always encouraging coloreds not to get vaccinated. But he certainly makes certain his kids get vaccinated. It's like Ayn Rand saying we shouldn't give welfare programs that support the ne'er-do-wells, and she was on social handouts the remainder of her life, throughout her elder years. Fucking cunt. All these people are hypocritical bastards. They're just incredibly awful people. So just checking the live stream. At any rate, in his 2021 book, yes, RFK Jr. wrote a fucking book. He actually had someone else write it for him, I'm sure. It's titled The Real Anthony Fauci, subtitled Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. And in this incredible sewer of, how do I describe this? This amalgam of toilet paper and print, RFK alleged, without any plausible evidence, that Fauci sabotaged treatments for AIDS, violated federal laws, and conspired with Bill Gates and social media companies to suppress information about COVID-19 cures in order to leave vaccines as the only options to fight the pandemic. Now, RFK Jr.'s misinformation about vaccines continues to endanger public health. The United States is now in the midst of, well, certainly was at the time that I was speaking of this in, around 2022? Just yesteryear, that the United States was in the midst of the largest measles outbreak in 250 years. But not nearly enough young people were vaccinated against the disease. And ironically, in 1962, RFK Jr.'s uncle, President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, signed the Vaccination Assistance Act in order to, in the words of a CDC, a Center for Disease Control report, achieve as quickly as possible the protection of the population, especially of all preschool children, through intensive immunization activity. Now, RFK Jr.'s candidacy essentially saddens me. Well, it disgusts me more than anything else, but it also saddens me. He could have done something meaningful with his life and his name. Earlier on, he showed promise as a staunch environmentalist before veering into gonzo conspiracy theories. He has correctly identified widening inequality and corporate power as threats to American democracy. I remember footage of him at the age of 13 running around the pool at RFK's family compound at Hickory Hill amid whooping and hollering of the vast Kennedy clan, full of energy and laughter. Mostly, of course, I remember his dad and all the promise RFK represented for America. And, of course, the heartbreaking assassination on June 6th, the 6th day of the 6th month of 1968, the very evening RFK won the California primary in my own Golden State. That Robert F. Kennedy's namesake would attract 20% of Democratic voters 55 years later is testament to the continuing power of that memory. It's also a tragic reminder of how far America has veered therefrom. This brings us to the problem with the United States media's coverage of the Gaza. So, again, using the actual Philistine or Palestinian dialect for the pronunciation of the Gaza. And we're about 2 hours in. I'll go for as long as I can stand. Anyhow, what a world. For 8 weeks now, events in Israel and Gaza have been the story of the hour, day, week. And what exactly are we to make of that? This is where Aristides came in and said, well, we're not really hearing anything. It's all noise, but no substance. So let's start with the obvious. American media coverage of the horrors there has been nonstop since the Hamas slaughter of October 7th. In fact, it's knocked Russia's war in Ukraine, the one I've been emphasizing is so essential to the future of democracy, off front pages and their media equivalents everywhere. And the coverage of recent protests has strikingly outpaced those of any other anti-war protests in this century. What the American news media do is, of course, only part of any story, but their recent protest focus contrasts vividly with how they've typically covered anti-war and peace actions, and so reveals something about how we Americans are thinking about war and peace right now. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, American journalists did report on the outrage over that country's actions and the outpouring of support for Ukraine. But in the endless months of conflict since then, they've paid almost no attention to the, shall I say, ongoing Ukrainian victories against the Russian war machine. Instead, emphasizing some kind of stalemate, which is not the case. I've just emphasized how many Russians are consistently being wiped out by the Ukrainians. They've wiped out the goddamn Russian war machine. When Peter Moon basically, in a sense, misquoted me, brought up, you said that the Russians could then still raise up to strike against NATO. I said, yeah, given 10 fucking years, if everything went right for Putin, which almost certainly it wouldn't. Always remember, my job is that if I'm advising anyone, you think of a worst case scenario, you always assume the enemy will have everything working on their side. You assume the worst, hope for the best, and do the best you can to deal with the situation as it stands. So, assuming the worst for humanity, the Russians would be able to do something against NATO in 10 years, but the hard reality is it's going to take 100 years before Russia is back on its feet, if at all, ever again. They are self-immolating. They are auto-destructing. They are self-destructing en masse, the Russians. And I'm sorry, good riddance to them. They will stabilize at some point in a much smaller baseline population, at which point they will be a pale shadow of a pale shadow of They always were a bluff and bluster, a straw giant. They will be a pale shadow of a straw giant. As I said, fit only as the new British Raj. There will be a renaissance at that time, probably based on a neo-pagan cosmism that will be healthy in its own right for them. But it will be their reclamation of their culture as their sole treasure to export to the world, as opposed to what they're exporting now, which is nothing but fucking war. And again, I do recall that there was never much coverage of anti-war protests against Washington's endless conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan after February 15th of 2003, when, depending on whom you read, 6 to 15 million people took to the streets of 600 to 800 cities around the world in the largest one-day anti-war protest in human history that I'm aware of. There too, even though anti-war veterans and peace groups continued to stage actions, the interest of American news outlets soon evaporated. Admittedly, Camp Casey, a sprawling encampment of relatives and supporters of soldiers and veterans who wanted to stop the war in Iraq, which sprang up near a vacationing President George W. Bush in August of 2005, temporarily caught the attention of a bored press corps idling in the heat. By spring of 2008, however, the year of the great stock market crash, when I was trying to finish reading the book titled Winter Soldier, subtitled Iraq and Afghanistan, no, not the goddamn comic book companion to the film about Captain America's former companion Bucky being retrained by the Russians. This whilst a sizable gathering of Americans who had fought in those 12 wars and were publicly testifying about their misguided actions there. A New York Times reporter dismissively remarked on record that if you read the New York Times, you would know that it doesn't cover rallies. Now, a couple of summers ago, the Boston Globe and other local news outlets showed no interest in talking to anyone boarding buses in that city for the Poor People's Campaign's Moral March on Washington, which included anti-militarism in its platform. In contrast, when about 100 locals boarded buses for a pro-Israel rally in Washington this November, the Globe devoted 24 fucking paragraphs to the story. Granted, the pro-Israel march buses loaded at Gillette Stadium, home to the Patriots football team, which is always news in those parts, as our man Mark H. can tell you. It's common to gripe about insufficient reporting on a cause you care about, but for me, and I've been paying attention to anti-war action since 2001, it's striking that the media, in their gatekeeper and agenda-setting roles, have been so eager to cover protests about Israel's war in Gaza in ways they seldom did when it came to American anti-war actions earlier in the century. Does it matter if you throw a protest march and reporters don't come? You fucking bet! Yes, it does, because the very point is to be noticed. The news media are a sphere where competing ideologies and aims play out in the open. So, the way marches and other actions are or are not covered helps shape public opinion, affirms or challenges received wisdom, creates a historical record, and, fingers crossed, helps define future political practices. In this case, with the American Empire in a powerful position to influence the course of the war on Gaza, continued reporting on anti-war protests could help pressure President Biden to stop literally embracing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Could there ever have been a worse optic? And demand a permanent ceasefire instead. But why this story now? Amid the competing narratives, unverifiable information, intense emotions, and everything we still don't know, it's important to keep all the often contradictory realities we do know in mind and be suitably alarmed. We know that the United States lavishes at least 3.8 billion United States dollars annually, every single year, in military aid to Israel, along with get-out-of-jail-free cards when it comes to human rights abuses conducted by Jews against anyone else on earth. Josh Paul, a State Department official who resigned in protest over the way our American weaponry is killing Gazans, reminds us of just that recently the United States has also given money to the Palestinian Authority security forces, but vastly less of it. We also know that 1,200 Israeli civilians were slaughtered in the October 7th raids by the armed wing of Hamas, the most Jews killed at one time in that country's history. And the most Jews apparently killed at once since the Holocaust, I think. And we know that about 240 others of all ages were kidnapped in those raids and held hostage. We know that nearly 20,000 Palestinian civilians have now been killed in Israel's ongoing war in the Gaza, and that about 1.7 million Gazans, 3/4 of the population there, have been forced to flee their homes in search of ever more elusive safety. We know that of about 2,000 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons without charge or trial, 240 were released in exchange for 105 Israeli hostages, and that, in the same period, about 244 Palestinians and 4 Israelis were killed in clashes on the West Bank. We've gotten little information on combatant casualties in Gaza, save occasional announcements from the Israeli military and a rare statement from Hamas, but that's not unusual. In recent American wars, only independent organizations like iCasualties and the Costs of War Project have tried to offer comprehensive reckonings of the damage done. In early November, Secretary of State Blinken said, "Far too many Palestinians have been killed." But how many is the right number when civilian deaths of any sort should be unacceptable? In the face of so much slaughter, destruction, and upheaval, the urge to choose sides, take a stand, make a statement, or man the barricades is compelling. And so it was hardly surprising, after the barbarity of October 7th, that rallies in sympathy with the Israeli hostages, exploiting the eternal aggrandizement of the offensively misapplied term anti-Semitism, and even calling for revenge, sprang up around the world. So just what was Israel supposed to do after October 7th? Not this. As many as 290,000 protesters are propagandized as having gathered in solidarity with Israel on the National Mall in Washington, District of Columbia, on November 14th. The March for Israel that was nothing less than a national hate rally. About the March for Israel gathering held that Tuesday on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., Trump's former ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, chortled, "Final estimated head count at the pro-Israel rally in D.C., 290,000 people. Makes this the largest Jewish gathering in history since Mount Sinai." Although Friedman's numbers, by all evidence, were inflated, I myself saw a massive turnout. It was a political event like nothing I've seen in 12 decades of reviewing rallies in that swamp the founding fathers of the evil American empire turned into a sewer. In the incessant calls to keep bombing Gaza, it was a celebration not just of war, but of war crimes. Friedman's joy over such a showing is not surprising. What turned the stomach was watching the leadership of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, join in the revelry just hours before Israel Defense Forces captured Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, and it came amid another round of killing civilians and targeting journalists trying to show these horrors to the world. When it comes to supporting the Israeli government, it's not a shock to see Democratic Party leaders in lockstep with Trumpists like Friedman and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, whose hand they held on stage in honor of Israel. It's not just that the Democratic leaders said nothing about the evangelical Christian speakers with histories so Judeophobic that they would give Donald John Trump himself pause. Make us no mistake, people in the anti-Judaic Christian Zionist community made up a significant portion of that crowd. Or that they failed to remark on the racist handmade signs that 10 Days carried, created for that occasion. It's that their presence was a slap in the face to the 80% of Democratic voters who want a ceasefire. It's that they are openly hostile to the generation of youth whom they need to stay in office. A generation that inconveniently believes that Palestinian life matters. It's that they are contemptuous of Jews who say to Israel that their genocidal attacks must not be pursued in the name of Judea. It's that they are in the process of handing the next election to an autocratic Judeophobe who, in the words of the Washington Post, is merely parroting my own biological sire, Adolf Hitler, by calling their opponents vermin. Schumer, Pelosi, and Jeffries would rather stand with a pro-war mob that shouted down and over his head Van Jones calling for peace. Speaker after speaker slammed the idea of a ceasefire and slandered the ceasefire protests as pro-Hamas. Celebrity C-listers like Deborah Messing and Michael Rappaport backed a message whose only logic is bigotry and bombings. But the coup de grace, was when they cheered a video speech by Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who has said that civilians in Gaza are legitimate targets, that it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. This was not just a rally supporting a war. This was a rally supporting a war crime. The defenders of Yester Menzies' last month's Shonda, it's spelled S-H-A-N-D-A, pronounced Sean. In Yiddish, the word Sean, spelled S-H-A-N-D, like hand with an S in front of it. You'd think it was called Shand, but it's pronounced Sean. It's used as shame is used in the English. Shonde, that's Yiddish for something scandalously shameful. In the Jewish faith, a shonda is a terrible sin. So the defenders of Yester Menzies' last month's Shonda will say that it was a mass gathering against anti-Semitism. But what kind of rally against anti-Semitism, which really means anti-Arabism, since the majority of Semites are Arabs, and the majority of people who claim to be Jewish are not Semitic at all, features John Hagee, the Christian Zionist evangelical leader who has, to his credit, in terms of what he knows, which is a lot more than most other people on earth, said Hitler was brought by God on a divine mission to create the state of Israel. He knows his stuff. You bring Hagee out of his crypt, however, only to send a message that this is not about making sure that Jews are safe. It's all about showing solidarity with Israel, no matter the allies. Just what kind of rally against Judeophobia includes racist rants and signs calling for more war, more bombings, and the end of not just Hamas, but Palestine itself? Or, as one sign held by a masked protester read, "From the river to the sea, Israel is all you will see." This is not to say that every single person in attendance was there to celebrate war. The reports of increasing Judeophobia have many people understandably concerned, but the messaging was far less about Judeophobia than about finishing the job in Gaza. The march was also never a call to free the hostages. Instead, it elevated bigots, trolls, and an Israeli dictator who has repeatedly made an open call for genocide. At one point, on Herzog's urging, the crowd stopped chanting against a ceasefire and instead shouted, "Never again!" This was a vandalizing of those supposedly sacred words, if ever they even held meaning beyond the self-aggrandizement of the select. Never again, as I myself would always hope that the Judaic diaspora was raised, is supposed to mean that never again would Jews remain quiet when anyone on this planet faced genocide. What a fool I've always been to ever even hope. For Herzog and his hateful Hebrews, it means that for the horrid crime of October 7th, Israel must declare a total war against the people of Gaza. For Herzog, there are no innocents in Gaza. To chant "never again" in the sunny comfort of the District of Columbia while a trapped ghetto is bombed half a world away in the name of Judea, shamed that rally into infamy forever. Friedman may be thrilled, but Democrats sacrificing their party's presidential hopes on the altar of a war crime deserve nothing but contempt. If young people don't turn out to vote, remember that rally of eternal infamy. And remember how Schumer, Jeffries, and Pelosi locked arms with Johnson, looked at 80% of their voters, and spit in their faces. But as the Israeli assault on Gaza escalated and civilian deaths soared, sympathies began to shift and protests here and elsewhere calling for a ceasefire and an end to the occupation of Gaza grew rapidly. Meanwhile, staff and political appointees at the State Department, the United States Agency for International Development, and at least 40 other government agencies signed letters or memos calling for a ceasefire, as did at least 100 congressional staff members who staged a walkout. People put up posters of Israeli hostages. Others tore them down. Businesses and institutions issued position papers, and those that didn't were pressured to do so. Even restaurants got into the act. On university campuses, those sympathizing with various positions sprang into action and began to duke it out. Students for Justice in Palestine was kicked off certain campuses. Some student protesters were vilified and doxxed, all their personal information published online. As my gang stalkers say they're doing with me, except their documents are all forged. Even in the case of these victimized students, losing future job offers for daring to speak out against the Jew. And alumni weighed in, threatening to withhold donations, which, of course, are the lifeblood of colleges and swing their entire recognition of genocide into whether or not it ever existed. That's why Princeton, financed by Turkey to open up an entire branch of their academy in study of Islam, denies the Armenian Holocaust. All of this was heavily covered by news outlets in terms of the academy scandals, which thrive on stories about extreme positions staked out early, along with in-your-face actions, heavy-handed responses, the selective suppression of speech, and the influence of money on all of that. And taking all that into account, Harvard is right to back its presidentists. Yester Septimania, it asked last week, the presidents of several preeminent American universities testified before Congress about the waves of anti-Semitism, meaning Judeophobia. Anti-Semitism, again, would include all Arabs, as well as what few Jews there are, the Sephardim, that are Semitic. The rest of the Jews, they're fucking Caucasian, they're Turkic. All of this phobia, Judeophobia, hitting their campuses in wake of the Israel-Hamas war. Nothing about Islamophobia and the victimization of Islamic students, of course, 3 of which were shot in Burlington, Vermont, and one of them murdered, two of them paralyzed for life. Well, maybe two of them murdered and one paralyzed for life. I think the other injured guy died as well. And the man not charged with murder at all because, you know, they're not people, they're Palestinians. He's getting off with, like, involuntary manslaughter. They're saying his gun went off by accident. Believe that shit? But in the case of Jews imagining their feelings are hurt, then these academies have to face the music on what they are doing or not doing to prevent and ultimately punish it all. It was an abject disaster for the presidents who represented the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Harvard University, and the University of Pennsylvania. They walked into predictable traps, making themselves look both wholly unprepared and insufficiently concerned with the boogeyman, the eternal Damocles sword of anti-Semitism, Judeophobia. Saddled with the baggage of previous encroachments on free speech under the guise of student emotional safety and waddling, just wading into hotly contested rhetorical waters about Israel and Gaza, the three presidents struggled to articulate a convincing position in support of free expression. Instead, they came back to a few themes, including that context matters when it comes to determining permissible speech on campus. This has been met with much backlash. After enormous pressure from donors, University of Pennsylvania President Liz Magill has resigned, and there are calls for other university presidents to do the same. And certainly, all three women, all of them women, failed at anticipating the predictable outcome of these hearings. But still, on the merits, they are correct. Context does matter. And permitted speech on campus, I'm not talking about online, should be as broad as possible. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent representativist Elise Stefanik of New York was arguably the most effective inquisitor at the disastrous hearings, or really the most effective trap setter. An exchange she had with Magill quickly went viral. In it, Stefanik asked Magill, "Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?" These are trap questions. You can't win. She was referring to the now common pro-Palestine chants, "From the river to the sea," and use of the word intifada, which Stefanik suggested should be punished under university codes of conduct. Magill answered, "If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment, yes." Stefanik pushed back, "I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?" After another brief exchange, Magill said, "It is a context-dependent decision." When Stefanik turned her questioning to Harvard presidentress Claudine Gay, asking, "Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?" Gay responded, "It can be depending on the context." At the heart of this issue is whether universities should punish speech that many find abhorrent, but that does not cross the line into direct threats or incitement to violence. Instead, there have been pro-Palestinian movements that have used widespread and popular slogans with contested meanings. Exempli gratiae, "From the river to the sea," is broadly understood as promoting freedom for Palestinians from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Some who use it say they mean a single state in what is now Israel, where Jews and Arabs live peacefully side by side. Others say they mean freedom of movement and full rights for Palestinians. Others, including the terrorist group Hamas, or shall we say, your terrorist is my freedom fighter, they use it to mean an Islamist state in place of Israel, ostensibly with Jews pushed out or killed. This is, of course, the inevitable product of persecution. The replacement of Israel with a single peaceful state is a pipe dream, and that the end of Israel would mean the end of a large Jewish presence in the region, mass expulsion at best, mass murder, quite likely. These are what most people would conclude without my advisement, which would be, as I say, Israel is going into civil war anyway. The only thing that prevented a civil war was Netanyahu launching a false flag attack on Israel and mobilizing them for an exterminatory campaign against a victimized population that has been so peripheralized that at its greatest threat, it is a non-threat. So, when it comes to what the Israelis are doing, they are a liberal, progressive North in the main, centered on the actual financial capital, Tel Aviv-Yafo, and a crazed, fundamentalist, extremist, genocidal South, centered on this capital in Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. By the way, I do need some feedback as to whether or not you can still hear me, because Aristides has just dropped call. I am no longer on a Skype call. So I need everyone to tell me whether or not they can hear me, so that I can continue live stream. And everybody hit those upvotes, because of course we're always hit by downvotes whenever we start stream, and that keeps us off searches. So to bring us back on searches, we need your live stream upvotes. And so that being said, everybody hit that from every IP address you've got: your tablet, your PC, your laptop, your computer, your cell phone, I mean to say. All right, so such being said, waiting for a response for people to tell me if they can hear me, and then we'll move on. In the interim, for those who understand what I am saying about the Israeli situation, I've always advocated two Israels, a North Israel and a South Israel, divided by a demilitarized zone, in which these Israels are hostile and inimical to each other, like North and South Korea, because the Jews are like that. The crazy, extremist, freaky religious Jews who don't serve because they're religiously exempt from military service, they're the ones calling for genocide because they don't have to make it happen. The liberal progressive Jews centered on the financial capital in Tel Aviv-Yafo, these would be Jews that would be better off in a separate nation. One of these nations will be a kingdom. The British only need to coronate the British royal, Baron Rothschild. The British have the legal right to coronate him as King of Israel. So they would just need to coronate Baron Rothschild as King of Israel or Judea. It would be like in the biblical days, a North Israel and a South Israel. One would be Israel, one would be Judea. And they would, of course, the demilitarized zone would be the bridge between the Palestines, the West Bank, and Gaza. So at that point, Gaza can develop. Take the route of Singapore. Veronica Barrera, God bless you. Buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica. And thank you so much, honey, for being here with us. Love you beyond expression. Let me respond to her. There we go. And, okay, let me give her a lip kiss here and move on. So I could go into much more detail about my solution, and this would prevent a genocide, but the Jews see this as a zero-sum game. And as a result, they react to these chants, these statements, as the end of their world. So I am sympathetic to the horror so many of them feel when they hear this slogan chanted. The demise of Israel could very well be another Jewish genocide if I were not placed in a position where I could coordinate it so that it became a two-state solution in terms of two Israels, North and South, Israel and Judea, one a kingdom, the other, well, a republic. The possible outcome of a slogan with various interpretations is not, however, the same thing as calling for a genocide, regardless of all we have articulated. And in any case, the question shouldn't be about my own feelings, or Stephanic's feelings, or even the feelings of students on campus. It should be about where, when, and why administrators limit campus speech at all. And the answer is, they should limit it as seldom as possible and allow speech to be as broad as possible. That includes speech that students find uncomfortable, offensive, or upsetting. That does not include speech that threatens or harasses or incites. Obviously, these can be difficult lines to draw, but they should be drawn as narrowly as they can be. It does not seem reasonable to say that any student calling for Palestinian freedom from the river to the sea is harassing or inciting violence against Jews. This is simply Jews trying to suppress the ability of Palestinians to protest their insane, genocidal pogrom at all. Students who care about the lives and futures of Jews have good reason to feel badly shaken by the rise of Judeophobia around these United States and the rest of the world. Everyone, I'll be the first to say this, should demand that our institutions, including those of higher learning, step in to prevent and punish Judeophobic harassment, vandalism, and violence. All of our communities should disavow violent Judeophobia, reject it, challenge it, ostracize, and loudly condemn those who engage in it. But we should not demand that college administrators punish speech, even speech that some find ugly and offensive. Ironically, or more accurately, hypocritically, many conservatives were making this same argument when the ugly speech being penalized or shut down, or often not penalized, or ever shut down, was used to attack racial minorities. And when progressive students were asking their schools to do more to punish speech they found offensive. And nothing was ever done. The standard conservative line was that liberal professors and woke politics on the part of sensitive snowflake college kids were infringing on free expression, even as conservatives were at the same time banning books and pushing "don't say gay" laws and legislation. They had a sliver of a point, of course, however unintentional. According to the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, an organization that pushes for expansive free speech norms. Many college students have been punished or threatened with discipline for their expression. The New York Times has reported on an instance in which the University of Tennessee punished a student for vulgar expression before she filed a federal lawsuit against the university. Many progressives have urged universities to do more about hate speech, and administrators have too often trudged when mobs, hecklers, and protesters shut down scheduled speakers. The hypocrisy underlying the campus speech controversy is what beguiles, or shall we say, fixates myself here, grabs me by the ass, and gropes me the wrong way. To reiterate, earlier this month, Congress holds this dramatic hearing with the heads of 3 private corporations that manage important forums for public debate. Members of Congress criticized these leaders in the strongest possible terms for their alleged failure to stem harmful speech on their property. The White House weighed in the next day to denounce the leaders' equivocal answers, and both the Biden misadministration and Congress have announced multiple investigations into whether these and other institutions have violated federal law by not cracking down on this speech. Now, what I've just rephrased obviously describes the efforts by federal lawmakers to pressure university presidentresses, all of them are female, to more aggressively police what they deem to be anti-Semitic, which would mean anti-Arabic. This is how stupid these people are. The Jews have jacked an entire ethnos. The overwhelming majority of them are Eurotrash and various other ethnicities, primarily Turkic. In fact, just anything you can imagine that converts to Judaism. The only Semitic people among them are Sephardim, and these are the majority of the extremist crazies. At any rate, Judeophobia is the proper term. Judeophobic speech on campus. But it could just as easily, what I've just rephrased, reiterated in a more abstract, detached sense, could just as easily describe another recent pressure campaign, the one directed at social media platforms. These companies' CEOs as well have been hauled before Congress to account for their speech rules, had their policies denounced by the White House, been threatened with legal liability, and had private communications with government employees about what speech they allow on their platforms. This is the problem. They should be shut down, and they're given free rein. You see, despite all these similarities, the 12 pressure campaigns have been received very differently. The Biden administration, or misadministration's efforts to influence social media platforms' content policies sparked a vociferous outcry from Republican officials, culminating in a First Amendment lawsuit that is now before the Supreme Court of these United States. The pressure campaign over university speech policies, by contrast, has generated very little alarm about the First Amendment interests of either the schools or their students. This is a problem because the threat of government interference with free speech could be considered very real in both contexts. For years, the Biden administration and Democrats in Congress have pressured social media companies to stamp out COVID misinformation, election denialism, and other harmful speech, truly harmful, dangerous, insurrectionist, insightful, violent speech on their platforms. And for nearly as long, a loose group of Republican lawmakers, conservative influencers, and COVID contrarians has insisted that this constitutes a kind of censorship by surrogate that violates the First Amendment. In 2022, 12 Republican state attorneys general filed a federal lawsuit seeking to block the administration from this sort of jawboning. A conservative panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in their favor. The Supreme Court paused the ruling from going into effect, but agreed to hear an appeal in the case this term. The Fifth Circuit's decision in Murphy versus Missouri, originally called Missouri versus Biden, is sloppy on both the facts and the law, but it nonetheless articulates what is purported to be an important principle, that we should be wary of overbearing government pressure on private speech intermediaries. The government possesses a great deal of power to make life better or worse for the private companies that it regulates. And companies are, in this context, often quite responsive to even subtle governmental threats, promises, or acts of intimidation. At least that's the way it used to be, before everything went to shit. The result is that, by holding public hearings, arranging private meetings, and threatening economic or legal consequences if they do not comply, officials may be able to pressure private companies into suppressing constitutionally protected speech. They may, in other words, be able to weld the power that, in theory, the First Amendment says they may not weld: the power to decide what views and voices can participate in public discourse. This is obviously done with myself simply by knocking me off bandwidth, as they did tonight. Now, the pressure campaign against universities raises the same constitutional issue. Yet some of its leaders are among the most vocal critics of the Biden misadministration's relationship with social media platforms. Representativess Elise Stefanik, who has gone viral for her questioning of the university presidentresses at the hearing this month, has decried this weaponization of the federal government. She joined with 11 other Republican members of Congress in an amicus brief on behalf of the challengers in the case, calling for an end to such government meddling in the marketplace of ideas. The same people who had me banned off Facebook. In fact, the amount of pressure being welded against universities may outstrip what social media companies have faced. Despite constant threats, hearings, and proposed legislation, the platforms' broad immunity from liability provided by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act remains intact, and the prospect of legislative reform remains as elusive as ever. Contrast this with the very immediate threat of legal liability for the universities under the Title 4, I believe it is, of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. I'm going to look up it's the number 6, Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act. Prohibits discrimination on the basis of shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. So this is the threat of legal liability for the universities right now. The Department of Education has announced investigations into more than a dozen schools over whether they have violated Title VI by not cracking down sufficiently on anti-Semitic, that is, Judeophobic, and hopefully Islamophobic speech. University officials have disclosed that DOE, or Department of Education officials, have also privately warned universities that they must act against specific controversial pro-Palestinian statements, such as "from the river of the sea" or "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which, as many have noted, is in most contexts protected speech under the First Amendment. members of Congress are working on a bill to strip schools of federal funding and have agreed to a bipartisan resolution calling on Harvard's and MIT's presidentresses to resign. These are very serious threats for universities already facing immense pressure from donors and alumni to do more to restrict student freedom of speech. You may not like what students are saying on campus, nor what the university presidentresses had to say about it during their congressional testimony. But the First Amendment is fundamentally concerned with how to treat speech that some people don't like. At private institutions, university leaders, not government officials, ultimately get to decide what speech is permissible. At public universities, meanwhile, the broad protections of the First Amendment apply. Political advocacy cannot be censored, no matter how controversial, intemperate, or even hateful. The Supreme Court has declared that the proudest boast of our free speech jurisprudence is that we protect the freedom to express the thought that we hate. But while this freedom may exist on paper, the enormous pressure from government officials is likely to make it hard for schools, and by extension, their students, to exercise it in practice. In other words, it's all a load of shit, and you can't speak out against the Jews. They are protected, and you have no rights beyond what they give you, allow you. Of course, universities must act to prevent discrimination and harassment on campus, and the Department of Education has a responsibility to enforce Title VI. But when the government suggests universities need to repress speech that does not satisfy the relatively narrow statutory definition of harassment or discrimination, that is a problem. A risk-averse university will have a powerful incentive to suppress constitutionally protected speech to avoid even the possibility of legal trouble. This is a particular concern with regard to the debate over the Israel-Palestine pogrom, because a defining feature of this debate is profound contestation over the boundary between political critique and bigotry. The result will be, almost invariably, the repression not only of truly Judeophobic speech, but a great deal of controversial political rhetoric. This is not just about 3 elite East Coast schools. For every Harvard, there are dozens of other universities whose leaders are no doubt thinking about how to avoid becoming the next target of public humiliation and governmental pressure. This already appears to be having a marked impact on schools' speech policies. After the hearing, several universities took the opportunity to issue public statements, unprompted, that on their campuses, the kind of free speech that drew Stefanik's ire would never be permitted again. In other words, don't say anything a Jewish person doesn't give you permission to say. Government officials have free speech rights as well, of course. Indeed, their job often requires them to articulate their views on matters of public importance. But in exercising this right, officials must not threaten or coerce, nor should they exploit mechanisms, such as closed-door meetings or opaque investigations, that are not subject to democratic oversight. Where to draw the line between government speech and illegitimate pressure can be an extremely hard question to answer. The Supreme Court will hopefully give more guidance when it decides Missouri versus Murphy this term. Just as not all governmental criticisms of social media companies violate the First Amendment, neither do all governmental criticisms of university policies. We should not let the intense political disagreements of this moment blind us to this fundamental organizing principle of the democratic public sphere. Although the government can offer criticism, it cannot be permitted to do an end run around the Constitution. If the First Amendment protects against anything, it protects against illegitimate government pressure to censor protected speech. Now, it's clear that key conservatives see an opening as university administrators decline to universally punish or curtail pro-Palestinian speech. It's all incredibly cynical, aimed far less at protecting Jewish students at all and more at undermining important institutions, particularly those deemed liberal, as all colleges must be. The right-wing war on education is long-standing. These are the agents of ignorance. And the Trump-era assault on American institutions is now well established. This latest round of gotcha leveled at university presidentresses isn't about protecting Jewish students at all whatsoever. It's about eroding trust in the institutions of higher learning and scoring political points with the plebes, the proles, the unwashed masses, or certainly the uneducated. It's also coming at a time when pro-Palestinian speech is being widely curtailed, punished, and threatened. After McGill resigned, Stefanik's response made it crystal clear that she thinks all this is a dark game. To quote as she, "One down, two to go." One of those she wants to go is Harvard presidentress Claudine Gay, who said, "We embrace a commitment to free expression, even of views that are objectionable, offensive, hateful." In the midst of the backlash against Gay, Harvard's board backed its presidentress, and that is exactly what universities should do. Embrace a commitment to free expression and impose limitations only where that expression is dangerous, not simply objectionable, offensive, or even hateful. It's a standard they should have stood up for sooner, but it's not too late for all of us to endorse it now. Thus, obviously, one explanation for the coverage that is given to protests at this time in history is that the protests, marches, demonstrations, rallies, and disputes have been too big, widespread, and persistent to ignore, but it's not that simple. It never is it? We in the United States are, in some sense, close enough to the war in Gaza to make protest a reasonable response. Thanks to the military funding provided to Israel, the historical relationship between the two countries, as I explained, the settler regime of the United States and its abuse of firearms as an exterminatory weapon, that every man become an agent of genocide for the state in expanding their quote-unquote personal freedom to steal everything from the First Peoples nations, their land, and everything else. And that settler state of Israel modeled on our genocide. The blood ties and friendships between many Americans and Israelis as a result of this mutual genocidal fetish, and or, in some cases, Palestinians. and vivid parallels between the mistreatment of people of color in these United States and of Palestinians in Israel, Gaza, and on the West Bank. Yet the United States is also nearly 7,000 miles away, and none of our own military is, at least as yet, on the ground there. Even with alarming upsurges in Islamophobia and Judeophobia, life in America is, for most of us, still comparatively safe. So is most political action. Over the past decade or so, we've also become increasingly accustomed to such concerted political actions: Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, March for Our Lives, student walkouts for climate change, and picket lines for industrial strikes, often led by young activists. And despite the difficulties and dangers of reporting from Gaza, at least 63 journalists and media workers have been killed in the war so far I know of. An established press corps infiltrating Israel and surrounding countries has made both the nightmare of the October 7th attacks and the increasingly horrific war conditions in Gaza all too vivid to Americans. But let's look both inside and outside the frame. There's a journalistic adage that goes, "If your mother says she loves you, check it out." A corollary might be, "If your mother says you're perfect, consider the source." Good journalism, in other words, involves constant verification and an instinct for skepticism. But journalism isn't stenography, and journalists tip their hands all the time. They make choices about what's news and how to frame it, what to include, emphasize, or omit, who gets quoted, and who's considered a reliable source or expert. It's clearly their job to inform us as fully, honestly, and fairly as possible so we can make our own moral decisions, including about whether and what to protest. As he began his multifaceted report on a trip to Israel shortly after October 7th, David Remnick, editor of the New Yorker magazine, wrote, "The only way to tell this story is to tell it truthfully and to know that you will fail." You can watch journalists trying to get it right. The protests, the war, the horrors, the consequences, to do justice to the story and the people at its heart. And yet they fail for many reasons. How could they not? Sometimes it's the pressure of social media and the 24/7 news cycle, which promotes a rush to publish before necessary information is in. Sometimes it's because the topic is complex and requires a backstory and context most Americans, even journalists, don't already know. Worse yet, it's hard to fit such complexity into short paragraphs, concise lead sentences, and even more concise headlines, which are often all the news that its consumers have the time to take in. Sometimes it's that word packages, displaced, surgical strikes, humanitarian crises, become so routine we essentially stop noticing. The camera, as well, can be an aid or a weapon, and even grammar comes into play, as in the difference between Israeli civilians were killed by stated or implied actors, while Palestinian civilians died, as if by some unknown force or their own folly in being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I myself have been hung up lately on the word horrors and its variations, because I've always said horrorism is a different act from terrorism. So I've been seeing everywhere horrible, horrific, horrifying. Examples of their use in such media coverage are legion. The public speaker in me wants to come up with a fresh word that would really allow us to absorb and truly consider the, yes, horrors of what's now happening in Gaza. Then I recall 12 lines from Pablo Neruda's searing poem about the Spanish Civil War. And the blood of the children ran through the streets, without fuss, like children's blood. This war, like all war, is indeed horrible. Sometimes the coverage problem is what's pejoratively called both-sidism, or more generously, balance. But assuming there are only two sides to every story misses the reality that most stories have many sides. The protesters in recent demonstrations, for instance, embraced a remarkable range of demands, intentions, and sympathies. But reporting was so much easier if positions were clear-cut and uniform. So coverage has tended toward a Manichaean view of hostilities and those demonstrating about them, pro or con, allies or enemies, Zionist or the slander of the Jew-grandizing term anti-Semite, good for America and Joe Biden, or a blow to democracy everywhere and the Democratic Party in particular. Such a way of reporting, however, closes down so many other possibilities. This is particularly apparent when political demonstrations against atrocities like those committed in Israel on October 7th and in Gaza and the West Bank thereafter are seen mainly as a spectacle in which reporters count the numbers, repeat the slogans, and focus on a random few who supposedly represent the whole. Individual stories may humanize an issue and draw eyes to an article. Such reporting, however, can also play into a particularly American version of dissent in which the individual resistor becomes the story, not the resistance movement. Such a skew can make political protests seem more like a series of individual temper tantrums, at best tolerable outlets for sometimes justified anger and not much more. What doesn't make it inside such a news media framework is revealing. In this country, as an issue, peace itself has been ceded to the left, which effectively means banished. But imagine, for a moment, that what a different world we might be in if our news platforms were to set up peace beats alongside their war beats. What if the opinions of peace workers were as routinely sought out as retired generals and politicians in the pockets of arms manufacturers? What if it was considered a crucial part of the news to explore the complexities of possible conditions for and likelihood of peace rather than presenting it as just the absence of war or a zero-sum game? You know, like my two Israels solution. There's a two-state solution that would fucking work. What if our reporting explored moral issues along with economic and political ones, and maybe even figured out how to make peace seem as exciting and newsworthy as war? I'm not so naive as to think that a shift of, in the business of news coverage here in America would end years of animosity and violence in Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East. Still, over time, it could reorient our thinking about militarism and, given this embattled and battered planet of our own, the one we're all stranded on for now, that doesn't seem to me, at least, like such a bad idea. So, the question any Israeli or Zionist sympathizer would demand, what was Israel to do post-October 7th? It is an oft-asked question, whether out of genuine curiosity or to validate Israel's current course of genocidal action, an all-out war on the Gaza Strip against the population itself. There were, and remain, other options that would have, in theory, both allowed for Israel to achieve its stated objective of eradicating Hamas in a greater and longer-lasting way, which cannot be achieved at the current rate of civilian killing or continued hindrance of humanitarian aid and activity. American Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin recently has gone so far as to say, and here I quote his T, "In this kind of fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population, and if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat." Now, Austin and the United States military know what that looks like firsthand, given America's experience for the last 20 years in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In both nations, declarations of tactical victories ultimately led to the rise of ISIS in Iraq and Syria, and put the Taliban back in power in Afghanistan. To ensure that the civilian population is as protected as possible, when militaries game out, as it's called, there must be greater military strategizing, coordination, and cooperation with humanitarian organizations if that center of gravity is to be preserved. Over the last few weeks, I have reviewed the analyses of multiple military and humanitarian experts, along drawing on my own experience from coming of age in the Tenderloin war zone of San Francisco, the most dangerous area on planet Earth, and I've been in war zones all over the world, and I can guarantee you that. Followed by contextualizing what would otherwise have been an unprocessable trauma via researching war zones for the United States Department of Defense over almost a decade, as a research librarian, and working as a private contractor in the mercenary enforcement sector through various security companies in the decade following thereafter. My brief stint in service per the First American Gulf War and dishonorable conduct as so defamed by the United States Marine Corps and the character assassination campaign conducted by a cowardly cadre of Veterans Administration-sponsored gangstalkers, notwithstanding. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for a permanent ceasefire, the release of hostages and Palestinians that have been detained for minor crimes, some sort of mechanism for Hamas to disarm, all illegal settlements in the West Bank to be dismantled, the occupation to end, and a real political process to allow both Israeli and Palestinian populations to live side by side. But we live in a less than ideal world, and the longer this war goes on, the farther we are from any prospect for a solution. The deeper the isolation and alienation. My immediately advised measures are not all-encompassing, but they represent realistic actions that can be taken to protect and provide for Gaza's civilian population. Number 1, give Hamas whatever it wants to secure the releases of the remaining hostages. While this might seem like a win for Hamas, what should be more important than optics for Israel is getting all the hostages out. It is notable that the lead voices calling for negotiations has been, and remains to be, the United States and Qatar, rather than the Israeli leadership. They don't give a damn about the goddamn hostages. 2. There must be a humanitarian ceasefire to allow for proper preparation of shelters, distributions, and the other needs of Gaza's civilians. The strangulation of the civilian population into smaller and smaller areas is untenable and impossible to manage. Currently, of Gaza's population of 2.3 million, 85% are displaced. 1.3 million of those civilians are in UNRWA shelters. And this is, of course, I believe United Nations Relief Workers Association shelters, as the acronym is for, having to live in subhuman conditions that no organization can ease given the restrictions on flow of humanitarian aid. Israel needs to consult and coordinate with United Nations and other key humanitarian actors on the ground to allow for the time and assets needed to identify additional shelters and warehouses with guarantees from both Hamas and Israel that they will maintain a to-be-agreed-on radius around those locations that will be designated non-military zones. 3. These shelters need to have adequate winterization, water, toilets, and shower facilities. There are currently at least 650 people using one single toilet without sufficient ways to maintain both personal hygiene, the cleaning of the facility itself, or the disposal of waste. The density of bodies in these shelters is untenable and resulting in the spread of communicable diseases and illnesses. Exactly what the Jews intend, of course. As of this transmission, there are more than 100,000 cases of acute respiratory illnesses. The outbreak and spread of illnesses and infections like diarrhea, globally the leading killer of children under the age of 5, scabies, and cases of suspected jaundice and meningitis have started to emerge as well. All intended by the Jews to kill off innocent people because these are the bastards these motherfuckers are. And they want you to say, look at what happened to us in the Holocaust. Look at what the Nazis did to us. Feel my pain. Feel my pain. Feel the pain of that girl in the attic. And Frank. I had to search my brain. Had to rack my brain for that one. Feel the pain. Feel my pain. The horrors. And, of course, they have no empathy for anyone else. Their pain is the only pain that matters. 4 of my advisement. I'm on my 4th finger here. The pointer finger of my left hand. Allow for the UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Workers Agency, and other main humanitarian organizations to reactivate previous logistics routes to get aid scaled up in Gaza. It is impossible to currently scale up humanitarian aid. At its maximum, during the recent pause, we saw an average of 170 trucks crossing through Rafah. This is less than 40% of the trucks that were crossing prior to October 7th. For those of you who don't know, the Palestinians were already completely dependent on public service from the world to even subsist. So when it comes to the people who are trying to help, historically speaking, the UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and other large humanitarian organizations had all of their logistics and supply routes through Israel. Because, of course, the Jews wanted to control what went in and what went out. Perhaps understandably, they didn't want weapons going in because it's an open-air prison. They didn't want hollow cakes with files secreted inside them so that any of the Palestinians could escape. So they closed all that off. Because the Jews don't give a shit about any other human life other than their own. If this were happening to Jews, they'd be saying it's a repeat of the Holocaust, and, oh my God, the screams would reach the stars. Shipments of humanitarian supplies arrived at Israeli ports, and trucks mainly crossed through Kerem Shalom. All that stopped now. Okay, I'm up to the thumb on my left hand here. 5. Israel needs to turn water and electricity it provided to Gaza back on and allow for repairs to electricity lines and water pipes that they all blew up. Given Israel's concerns about fuel being dual use, it would allow for Hamas to carry out attacks against Israel. Fuel itself could remain under the control of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, the UNRWA, for distribution, as it currently is. 6. I'm on the thumb of my right hand now. Allow for cell service to be brought back online. The main telecommunication provider in Gaza announced that all telecom services had shut down due to cuts in the main fiber routes. This severely impedes the ability of aid organizations to organize distributions, calls for ambulances, and for families to even be able to simply check in on each other. But of course, don't think the fucking Jews give a shit about that, because everyone else's suffering is like ambrosia to them. It's how they get off and enjoy life. If you don't think so, you just don't fucking get it. They think this is their world and everyone else is some kind of biological toy for them to tweak. This is the reality of their anti-culture. They're despicable. If you want to know why my biological father Adolf Hitler hated him so much, just look at what they're doing now. Look at what they did to the Maya. As I said, in Costa Rica. You'll have to review my episode preceding tonight's for that. Alright. I think I've gone past my pointer finger. We're on number 7. Or is it 8? 7. Yeah. It's past my thumb now. We're on my pointer finger. I would say, here's one other advisement before we reach the end of my fingers on my right hand. After that, I have to start counting my toes. 7. Assessment and facilitation for hospitals to be brought fully back online. Along with those on the ground and hospital staff, hospitals that can be brought back online should be designated no combat zones. The displaced within them safely relocated to predetermined shelters. I mean, that's essentially what I'm talking about when I was on my ring finger of my left hand. In other words, advisement number 2. There must be a humanitarian ceasefire to allow for proper preparation of shelters, distributions, and the other needs of Gaza's civilians. The fact that we've got 85% of a population displaced this is unheard of. This is unprecedented. Fuck the goddamn kike exodus. Look at what the kikes are doing to these people. They're in the desert with fucking nothing. There's no God dropping manna for them from the skies. And that's because the Israelis are, well, the fucking sons of Satan. So, what we need to see is, again, along with those on the ground and the hospital staff, Hospitals that can be brought back online should be designated no combat zones. The displaced within them safely relocated to predetermined shelters. Regular fuel and medical supplies should be guaranteed. As of December 4th, my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's birthday eve day, according to the World Health Organization, more than half of Gaza's hospitals were not functioning, with those remaining only providing basic first aid or partial services. So that brings us to my fuck you finger. And here's a big fuck you, Jew. Allow humanitarian workers unhindered access. I know Jews think they're all bringing weapons to the Palestinians because they're a bunch of paranoid freaks. Humanitarian staff inside need to be scaled up. Those who have been working incessantly since this started need extra support. Humanitarian workers need to be able to move in and out of Gaza with ease and without restrictions. Finally, on my pinky of my right hand, oh no, my ring finger, I mean, allow for heavy machinery to start cleaning rubble in areas where appropriate. Allow for civilians to recover and bury the bodies of the dead, if for no other reason than to prevent plague. And 10, I'm on the pinky of my right hand now. This is going to sound just plain fucking strange. This is something that I personally find disgusting to say. But it's war. So, hey, kikes, start using smaller bombs. Seriously. Israel is currently abusing 1,000-pounder to 2,000-pounder super bombs. These have a devastating effect inside a densely populated area such as the Gaza Strip. And they know that because they're fucking kikes and they love to kill people and then claim what victims they are. I'm sick of it. As is noted in the New York Times, the United States has designated even a 1,000-pound bomb, a 500-pounder, as too heavy to deploy in Mosul, the capital of Kurdistan, in the battle there against ISIS, given the civilian population that was trapped there. Okay, I'm done with the fingers on my hands. That means I gotta start counting my toes. So, let's do both big toes of my feet. And because I've got about a dozen suggestions, there's only 2 advisements left. The 11th advisement, the big toe on my left foot, start post-war planning. While Israel seems to be currently planning on securing Gaza itself, this is neither a viable nor logical option, nor does it even have American support. At this stage, it might appear to be beyond the scope, but the training of a Palestinian force that can move in, or some sort of non-Israeli force, is something that must be seriously looked at. In addition, there needs to be a fund developed from now that will be focused on reconstruction, which also needs to start recruiting experts in planning. The population of Gaza needs to know and see that they will not be left on their own to pick up the pieces, and Palestinians need to know that Israel will not be permitted to make a land grab for Gaza. That's a lot of beachfront property, which is absolutely fucking priceless. And don't think the kikes aren't drooling over how they're gonna claim it all and develop it into beachfront resorts as soon as they wipe out all the humanity in that area. So, this is like, I'm just so disgusted. I mean, there's no word. Honestly. Really. You're almost disappointed, or I'm almost disappointed, that my biological father didn't finish the job. It's something that he foresaw coming. He knew what Jews are like. And this is what he was attempting to preempt. Believe me. So, when it comes to the price of peace between Israelis and Palestinians, it needs to be recognized that Hamas is an integral part of the Palestinian mosaic. They are going to have to be part of the peace process. The one thing I can guarantee you is Israel is going to lose this goddamn war, no matter what. That Hamas will definitely survive. And you're going to be negotiating with them in the end anyway. Because whereas before the population was not Hamas, they will be by now. Finally, going to my other big toe on my right foot. Bring a deal to end a deal ending to the illegal settlements in the West Bank and settler violence. All that I articulated in excruciating, agonizing detail in the episode preceding tonight's. Israel cannot allow for the violence in the West Bank to continue. This is simply serving to amplify anger at Israel and the injustices against the Palestinian population in toto, as a whole, as an ethnos. The American empire, right now, in placing visa restrictions on high-profile settlers, is taking more action against settlers than the cocksucking kike Israeli state. The lack of action by the kike Israeli state against settler violence is doing little to counter the image of Israel being intent on wiping out all Palestinians, which of course we all know is ultimately the incontrovertible case, that this is their ultimate intent because they're a genocidal bunch of motherfuckers claiming absolute victim status so they can go out and mass murder entire other populations. We cannot turn back time. We cannot breathe life back into the dead or bring joy back into the dust. We all know that civilians die in war. But there is no rational excuse for it to be anywhere near as horrific as what we have witnessed and continue to witness in Gaza. Israel may very well win. It has control of the sky, the bombs, the border crossings, and the backing of the West, especially these United States. But that win will not just be the eradication of Hamas, it will be the eradication of Gaza and its people. That is what we all have a moral obligation to prevent. It's why Nazism existed in the first place. Calling for a ceasefire is simply obvious. and should be uncontroversial. One thing it's not is a so-called anti-Semitic demand that Jews endorse their own genocide. At the Second Virginia Convention in 1775, Patrick Henry, that slaving, incestuous piece of shit, exclaimed, "Give me liberty, or give me death." Henry was calling for freedom from British colonial rule in America and British societal norms that would have frowned upon his fucking his own children, produced by all the slaves he fucked, attempting to breed them up, he said, into gradual whiteness. What a guy. The words of that founding father have since been immortalized regardless, taught in schools nationwide. Henry is seen as a hero for demanding freedom. You know, the freedom to fuck blacks without a bunch of British looking at him and calling him a pervert. Especially since he said that they were not human because they're slaves. They're not human. So he's, by his own definition, fucking animals. But he kept fucking the children produced by these unions, saying that he was breeding them to a human status. I guess he's like, this is like some kind of biological experiment it was to him. He's disgusting. At any rate, whatever else about his failings, his faults. I remember sharing this with one idiot who said, "Great men must be allowed their eccentricities." Okay, I'm not even going to go there. It's just too much for me to take right now. But one thing I can vouch for, Patrick Henry was not calling for genocide. I never thought I would ever live to see the day that calls for freedom or for a ceasefire would even be considered controversial, let alone slandered via the Jew-grandizement, anti-Semitic. Simply put, they aren't. Millions of pro-Palestinian protesters around the world have been chanting the famous "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" slogan. Since my own childhood, I've heard this chant at protests worldwide, and not once have I interpreted it at least, as a demand to murder all Jews in the region. Of course, some might say, well, you're the son of Hitler. How could you even have the capacity or wherewithal to interpret it as such? I'm more sensitive to that than anybody else, believe me. This year, however, has been different. Pro-Israeli groups have attempted to mar the slogan for liberation as being a so-called anti-Semitic call for the genocide of all Jews in Israel. Freedom is never contingent on mass genocide, but it is these calls that have led to Representativist Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian in Congress, to become one of only 25 members of Congress ever to be censured. Tlaib was labeled as supporting a rallying cry for the destruction of the state of Israel and genocide of the Jewish people by 70 of her House Democratic colleagues. Similarly, in the United Kingdom, Labour Party member, I can't remember his name, was suspended for using that phrase. The river in question is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean Sea. Despite Israel's attempts to erase Palestinian identity from the region, from the surface of the earth itself, from weaponizing their goddamn Holocaust museums, these are actually weapons in a culture war to jack a goddamn narrative that you cannot ever protest anything a Jew ever does. Think about Roman Polanski, a son of a bitch who was in one of my biological father Adolf Hitler's concentration camps and survived. Oh, my greatest regret is that he didn't die in those camps. He came to the United States and raped an underage girl who continually told him no while he poured narcotics down her throat and then raped her in her unconscious state. He came back to the United States to open a Holocaust Memorial Museum. And the police in New York did not dare arrest him because he's a Holocaust survivor. How dare you arrest a Holocaust survivor who's opening a museum promoting how we suffered just because he raped a young American girl, underage, using narcotics, because he didn't have the wherewithal to restrain her if she was active, which shows he's pretty fucking lame. But at any rate, he got away with it. Left America a free man, back to Paris, where he can rape all the young girls he wants and nobody really gives a shit. But at any rate, this individual should have died in those camps. Oh, is that a hateful thing to say? Am I now guilty of hate speech? But no, he's a hero of the Hebrews. Why? Because he's a son of a bitch who can get away with whatever he wants. This shit's gotta stop. This is what Jews do, from weaponizing museums and removing the dome and crescent from the minaret of the Jerusalem citadel, to literal mass expulsion and the building of illegal Israeli settlements. There can be no denying that Palestinians are present in the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Calling for their freedom should be a basic human right as chartered by the United Nations, and one that should echo globally. It does not equate to killing all Jews between the two bodies of water. Palestinians in the West Bank have for decades lived under what human rights organizations have referred to as apartheid, and the United Nations has categorized, classified, condemned as an illegal occupation. Although Great Britain granted Jews the right to establish a state in British Mandate Palestine and enjoy self-determination, the same rights have since been denied to Palestinians in the West Bank, who have farmed those lands for centuries. Chants of freedom reverberated across these United States after something as basic as a face mask mandate was implemented during the coronavirus pandemic. Now imagine living under a brutal military occupation where you can be held in detention without charge, where even collecting rainwater can be deemed illegal by Israel, not to mention living under the threat of ruthless collective punishment. While Arab citizens of Israel enjoy nearly all the same rights as their Jewish counterparts, there are still areas where they are unequal, specifically when it comes to pertaining building permits. Calling for freedom between the river and the sea is to call for justice, equality, and dignity for all Palestinians. If you believe otherwise, and that calling for the freedom of Palestinians means a call for the eradication of all Jews, it says more about you than it does about Palestinians. Let us not forget that it was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party that was founded with a charter stating in no uncertain terms that from the river to the sea, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. I mean, that's Jewish rap. It really fucking sucks. From the river to the sea, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. That's you can imagine him dancing. The only time you ever see Bibi Netanyahu smiling is when the people locked behind his ribcage are all pounding to get out. It's a policy, unlike Palestinian chants for freedom, that has self-evidently been implemented. Palestinian justice movements may differ about their end goal. Some support the Oslo Agreement and a two-state solution, while others call for a complete dismantling of Israel to create a one-state solution. Neither of these options are contingent on any mass genocide of Jews. On reviewing many of the protests around the world, I myself have seen a plethora of Jews walking side by side, pro-Palestinian activists, calling for peace and a ceasefire in the Middle East. This is not a question of race or religion, but one of life and dignity. Calling for peace has been misrepresented by the Jew-American mass media machine as a contentious issue. But you have to ask whether you are truly supporting justice when 153 nations vote in favor of a ceasefire versus 10 at the United Nations General Assembly. Israel is a political entity that has officially legalized itself as exclusively Jewish, an ethno-state. But just as cries of war crimes against American wars are not an attack on Americans, calling for freedom and for a ceasefire is by no means Judeophobic. As Nelson Mandela once said, "We aren't truly free until Palestine is free." I should never have ruined it all by bringing that son of a bitch up. He was a communist who only said that because the Soviets at that time were pushing Palestine because they'd been butt-fucked by the Jews. And the Soviets were all, butthurt about it. And therefore promoting the Palestinian cause. And he was just aping the party line because he was... If anybody thinks this guy was anything other than a piece of shit, you're sorely misinformed. Nelson Mandela was a goddamn communist, and he brought South Africa down to the level of a cesspit. It's now the rape and AIDS capital of the world, thanks to Nelson Mandela. There is nothing to admire in that creep, except that maybe he kept his cell very clean. Now, what we can get into at this point is the kind of debate Israel itself would need over the war. I'm going to try and think like an Israeli. I'm going to try and think as if I were contracted by Israel to advise them. Say I were on their team. A mercenary. Paid money to give them the perspective they need so that they wouldn't fuck themselves over the way they have. And numbers have gone way up. I'm appreciative of that. Okay. This would be the debate that Israel needs over the war. As Israel debates what to do next in Gaza, I hope Israel's political military leadership will reflect on the adage oft attributed to Gongsu, Confucius. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves, one for your enemy and one for yourself. Wise man, Confucius. The reason I was so wary about Israel invading Gaza with the aim of totally eliminating Hamas was certainly not out of any overarching sympathy for Hamas, or maybe it was. But admittedly, Hamas can be argued to have been a curse on the Palestinian people even more than Israel. Well, more a curse on the Palestinian people than on Israel to this point. it was, I guess, if I were, again, hired, if I were paid enough money, I would care. Then it would be out of a deep concern that Israel was acting out of blind rage, aiming at an unattainable goal, wiping Hamas from the face of the earth, as one of its ministers advocated, and with no plan for the morning after. In doing so, Israel will get stuck in Gaza forever, owning all its pathologies and having to govern its more than 12 million people amid a humanitarian crisis, no less, and even worse, discrediting the very Israeli military that it was trying to restore Israelis' trust in. Quite honestly, as I've been meaning to get to at some point, we can all think back to America after 9/11. And I could ask myself, what do I wish I had done more of before we launched 12 wars of revenge and transformation in Afghanistan and Iraq, for which they and we paid a huge price, are still paying, will be paying for fucking ever. I wish I'd argued with, well, I wish I'd argued for what the CIA calls a red cell, or red team, a group of intelligence officers outside the direct military or political chain of command, whose main job would have been to examine the war plans and goals for Iraq and Afghanistan and stress test them by proposing contrarian alternatives for achievable goals to restore American security and deterrence, and to have that red team's recommendations be made public before we went to war. As one retired senior United States intelligence official once told me, the role of the CIA's red cell on other thorny problems was to help the U.S. government make decisions with eyes wide open and to buy down, but not eliminate, risk. It's not a sign of weakness to make fully informed decisions, and I think the red cell is a great tool for weighing alternative options and potential second and third order effects. Israel's leaders need to be rigorous and not only passionate at this moment in time. Well, the time for that's long since passed, but it's with that in mind that I am proposing Israel create not only a red team for how to deal with Hamas in Gaza, but also a blue team to critique the red team. Israel needs to have a much more robust internal debate because it has clearly rushed into a war with multiple contradictory goals. Israel's stated aim is to get back all its remaining hostages, now more than 130 soldiers and civilians still left, I think, while destroying Hamas and its infrastructure once and for all, while doing it in a way that supposedly doesn't cause more Gazan civilian casualties than the Biden administration can defend, and without leaving Israel responsible for Gaza forever and having to pay its bills every day. I mean, good fucking luck with all that. Here's what an Israeli red team might point out and advocate instead. For starters, because the military and cabinet rushed into Gaza in this war and seemingly never game planned for any endgame, Israel now finds itself in a difficult predicament. It has pushed well over 1 million civilians from northern Gaza to the south to get them away from the fight, as it has attempted to wipe out all Hamas fighters in Gaza City and its environs. But now, the only way that Israel can take the ground war to southern Gaza, around Khan Yunis, where Hamas's senior leadership is suspected of hiding in tunnels, is by moving through this mass of displaced people and by creating even more. Facing this predicament, the Israeli Red Team would suggest a radical alternative. Israel should call for a permanent ceasefire that would be followed by an immediate Israeli withdrawal of all military forces in Gaza on the condition that Hamas return all the hostages it has left, civilians and military, and any dead. But Hamas would get no Palestinian prisoners in return. I'm thinking like a Jew. That's called Jewing someone down. Just a clean deal, Israeli withdrawal, and a permanent ceasefire in return for the 130 plus Israeli hostages. There would, of course, be a Jewish asterisk to that, of course, which would not be written in, because I'm thinking like a Jew. But everyone would understand it is there. Israel reserves the right in the future to bring to justice the top Hamas leaders who planned the massacre, or coordinated with Bibi Netanyahu in the false flag operation, which would, of course, incriminate Bibi Netanyahu himself just by interrogating them, and he too would ultimately be brought to justice, but that's a different subject. As it did after the Munich massacre, however, Israel would do that with a scalpel, not a hammer. What might be the advantages of such a subdued strategy for Israel? Well, a red team would cite 5 that I can think of. I've got my fist up, pretending to punch Bibi Netanyahu's face. And of course, the optics are the fist. I mean, like, Jesus Christ, the optics would be better than the optics Israel is punching out now. Anything would be better than those optics of all these kids standing in soup lines and starving and crying. I mean, and Band-Aids and everything else. It's just... First, a red team would argue all the pressure for a ceasefire to spare Gazan civilians more death and destruction would fall on Hamas, not on Israel. Let Hamas tell its people living out in the cold and rain and the world that it will not agree to a ceasefire for the mere humanitarian price of returning all the Israeli hostages. Moreover, Israel would have ensured that Hamas got no big political victory out of this war, like forcing Israel to free all the more than 6,000 Palestinians in its jails in return for the hostages Hamas is holding. No, it would just be a clean deal. Permanent ceasefire for Israeli hostages, period. The world can understand that. Let's see Hamas reject it and declare that it wants more war. Second, some, maybe many, in Israel would complain that the military did not achieve its stated objective of eliminating Hamas. Therefore, it was a Hamas victory. The red team would respond that, for starters, the objective was unrealistic, especially with a right-wing Israeli government unwilling to work with the more moderate Palestinian Authority in the West Bank to build an alternative to Hamas to run Gaza. What Israel will have achieved, this is what the red team would argue, is to have sent a powerful message of deterrence to Hamas and to Hezbollah in Lebanon, or the army of God in Lebanon. You destroy our villages, we will destroy yours 10 times more. This is ugly stuff, but Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East, is a Hobbesian jungle. It's not Scandinavia, okay? And think smart about it. In the wake of such a permanent ceasefire, Yahya Sinwar, Hamas's leader, would have to come out of his tunnel, squint into the sun, face his own people for the first time since this war started. Yes, the morning after he comes out, many Gazans will carry him on their shoulders and sing his name for dealing such a heavy blow to the Jews. But on the morning after, the red team would predict many of those carrying him around would begin whispering to him, "Sinwar, what were you thinking? My house is now a pile of rubble. Who is going to rebuild it? My job in Israel that was feeding my family of 10 is gone. How am I going to feed my kids? You need to get me some international humanitarian assistance and a new house and job. And how are you going to do that if you keep lobbing rockets at the kikes? With Israel out, the humanitarian crises created by this war in Gaza would become Sinwar's and Hamas's problem, as some would say, as it should be. Every problem in Gaza would be Sinwar's fault, starting with jobs. Keep in mind, as Reuters recently noted, that before October 7th, Israel was issuing more than 18,000 permits allowing Gazans to cross into Israel and the Israeli-occupied West Bank to take jobs in sectors like agriculture or construction that typically carried salaries up to 10 times what a worker could earn in Gaza. They're, of course, all the scut jobs that no Jewish guy wants to do. Janitorial, custodial, as they call it, refilling vending machines and shit. This is, but of course, this is all unfair and unjust from a human perspective because it's not like the Gazans created this situation because they're all a bunch of slackers. They were ethnically cleansed, driven into an open-air reservation, and denied all access to the outside world, after which the Jews just shit and piss all over them constantly, saying this is the food you get to eat and the liquid you get to drink are shit and piss, and but we'll bring you in like prisoners to work day jobs, then go home to feed your families at night. It's all under curfew, by the way. This is all prison industry shit. It's like, how America's got the largest prison system in the world proportionate to its population and basically uses it as a kind of slave labor. Like here in the golden state of California, we were using prisoners to fight our fires for $1 an hour, risking their lives in over 100 degrees of heat, fighting fires while, $1 an hour. That's slave labor. Every Gazan is subject to that under Israel's apartheid. It's all shit. But that's me backsliding, not thinking like a Jew anymore. If I were thinking like a Jew, got to get back into that mindset. None of that matters to me because nothing matters other than, my advantage and my kiking people over. So, like I said, Gaza was also exporting over 130 million United States dollars a year of fish, agricultural produce, textiles, and other products to Israel and the West Bank. That's all stopped now. Third, the Israeli Red Team would argue this will create some kind of deterrence for Hamas that Israel's devastating bombardments of pro-Hezbollah communities in the southern suburbs of Beirut did in the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, or Israel-Lebanon pogrom. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, has never dared to provoke a full-scale war with Israel ever since. Even now, they refuse to open a second front. The second front's already open with West Bank, but again, let me think like a Jew for now instead of like a human being. The Red Team would add that not only would the damage Israel has inflicted on Hamas and Gaza create similar deterrence, but so too would the fact that Israel could now reimagine and strengthen its own border defenses. Hamas has shown Israel where all its vulnerabilities were and how it smuggled in so many weapons, and Israel can now make sure this will never happen again. Of course, the proper way to do that would be to put Bibi Netanyahu on trial and basically convict him for a false flag operation in which he helped Hamas do all of this, made it all possible, and then gave the order so that he could entrench himself as dictator for life. I mean, for all this, the fucker needs to, be imprisoned in life, for life, at the very least. Killing him would be too easy. Fourth, one of the biggest strategic benefits of Israel getting out of Gaza in return for an internationally monitored ceasefire is that it could then devote full attention to Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, or South Lebanon. Hezbollah and Iran would not like that. They want Israel permanently militarily overstretched and forced to keep a good chunk of its 300,000 plus reservists who drive its economy permanently mobilized to govern Gaza. They also want Israel's economy permanently overstretched to pay for it. And they want Israel morally overstretched by permanently owning the Gaza humanitarian crises, so that every day the sun did not shine in Gaza, the rain did not fall, the electricity did not flow, the world would say that it is Israel's fault. Israel's worst enemies could not design a worse fate for it. And that is what Hezbollah and Iran are praying for. Finally, the Israeli Red Team, my team, would argue Israel has important healing to do at home. This surprise attack happened because Israel had a prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who had fractured the country by trying to mount an insane judicial coup d'etat and who misgoverned Israel for a total of 16 years with a strategy of dividing everyone, religious from secular, left from right, Ashkenazism from Sephardim, or Ashkenazim from Sephardim, Israeli Arabs from Israeli Jews, weakening the country's immune system. Israel can be healed internally and resume its project of normalizing relations with its Arab neighbors and forging a stable relationship with a more moderate Palestinian leadership in the West Bank only if Netanyahu is removed. If the war goes on forever, that will never happen. And that is exactly what Netanyahu wants, so he can stay out of jail. But now comes Israeli Blue Team. What would it say about Team Dietrich in the red? Red Team Dietrich. Well, first it would ask, what do you do if Sinwar simply says, no, I want just a ceasefire. I need my 6,000 plus prisoners out of Israeli jails, and I will pay the price in Western public opinion to hold out for them. Then Israel is stuck again. Which is why I said release all the fucking prisoners as the first condition, period. Just let Hamas have them. You're paying to feed and house them every day. Jesus Christ, you're Jewish. You don't want to pay the money for that. The Israeli Blue Team would say, we have a better idea. First, downgrade our objectives. Declare that the military's objective is not to wipe Hamas off the face of the earth, but to significantly diminish its fighting capacity. Because, as the Blue Team would say, we actually don't believe in deterrence. Hezbollah has not really been deterred since 2006. That is illusion. Iran is just saving Hezbollah for the day Israel will threaten its nuclear program. We Blue Teamers believe in constantly diminishing our enemy's capabilities. Once we have greatly diminished Hamas's capabilities, we are not going to stay in Gaza forever until we kill every leader. Instead, we will pull back and create a perimeter and outposts 1 mile inside Gaza-Israel border to ensure that our border communities can never again be attacked overland as they were on October 7th. And we will do that to emphasize that we have the abilities and intentions to return at will if Hamas keeps firing rockets at us. If Hamas wants to trade our hostages for prisoners, we can talk. As for governance of Gaza, a diminished Hamas can stay in charge if that is what Gazans want. Let Hamas be responsible for water and electricity. Finally, the blue team would say to the Israeli political leadership, "Stop lying to yourself and the public. If we try to conquer and hold all of Gaza, Gaza will not only swallow us in the end, you politicians will create huge doubts in the public's mind about the military by giving it an unachievable goal, and Israel simply can't afford more doubts about the military a second longer." In sum, Israel needs this kind of internal debate where an Israeli red team and blue team can remind the country's leadership that there is no perfect outcome waiting for Israel in Gaza. Fixing Gaza once and for all was always a fantasy. But here is what is not a fantasy: the true history of Israel-Hamas relations. It is very simple. It is war, time out, war, time out, war, time out, war, time out. Hamas thrives in the wars because that is all it can deliver and all that it exists for. Israel thrives in the long timeouts, in the ceasefires, when all of its societal, economic, and innovative strengths come to the fore. Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah want to drag Israel into a permanent state of war. Israel needs a red team and a blue team to advocate instead for longer ceasefires, a more hardened border, and the flexibility to return to Gaza if Hamas forces it to. Not perfect, but perfect was never on the menu. It's Southwest Asia, Samaritan. The so-called Middle East. Now, the Gaza itself, after October 7th, what is to be its future? We know what's happening now, and it's unbearable. It's heartbreaking. This is, of course, the stuff of nightmares. It is, as I've said repeatedly, everything my biological father hated the Jews for. So, when it comes to just so much that needs to be covered, and we're trying to cover, say for instance, the future of Gaza, I'm not quite sure that we can cover the horror of the present. This is, of course, a situation in which, obviously, I've analyzed to the greatest extent of my ability, and the biggest problem is that there's still so much to say. We are definitely entering a period of, well, our world is completely changing. And it's, we're in the first steps of that change. Now, trying to get my head together here on how to approach Gaza, its future, which direction to go with that. So, let's just forge ahead. Basically, the American press and politicians are trying to fit the attacks on Gaza into a Zero Dark 30. That's a film produced in 2012, released in 2012, about hunting the terrorists after 9/11. That you've got a deadline. This is like Liam Neeson. This is, that John le Carre character. I forget the film franchise. But you've got the spy who's fighting all over the world. It's Hollywood mold. Actually, Unlike what the American press and politicians are trying to fit this into with this Zero Dark 30 bullshit, it's something much simpler and sinister. Israeli forces have poured into Gaza with a battle plan, but no clear war plan for Gaza after their invasion. Some Israeli military leaders aim to maintain security control of the sort they enjoy in the Palestinian Authority's, the PA's, West Bank domain. In Gaza, this would pit it against a better drilled insurgency supported by most of the population. All of it at this point. Many in Israeli government circles advocate forcibly displacing much of Gaza's civilian population into Egypt by engineering a humanitarian crisis that makes Gaza unavailable. Well, basically unlivable. The United States has said it has ruled that out, but no smart gambler would discount the possibility of the Israelis seeking forgiveness rather than permission for more mass-scale ethnic cleansing in line with Israel's long-term demographic objectives of reducing the Palestinian population between the river and the sea. American officials have reached for the prayer books of yore, speaking hopefully of putting 88-year-old Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the PA, the Palestinian Authority, back in charge of Gaza with the promise of some renewed pursuit of the chimeric two-state solution. I mean, they complain about Biden being 81, and they want to put in this 88-year-old. But the PA, the Palestinian Authority, has no credibility even in the West Bank because of its acquiescence to Israel's ever-expanding occupation. Then there's the reality that preventing genuine Palestinian sovereignty in any part of historic Philistine Palestine has long been a point of consensus in the Israeli leadership across most of the Zionist political spectrum. And Israel's leaders have no need to abide by the expectations of an American administration that may well be voted out next year. And they have a proven ability to wag the dog even if Biden were reelected. He's just a Jew fuck after all. The American empire has chosen to ride shotgun in Israel's war machine, whose destination may not be clear, but it's certainly not any kind of Palestinian state. Indeed, America's media and political class is analyzing, debating, and shaping a narrative in Gaza that's entirely different from the one being discussed in Israeli media and among Israeli political leaders. This gap, born from casual racism, deliberate credulity, and reflexive alignment with the United States government's party line, which is basically Jewphilia, the love of Jews, is creating a media failure the likes of which we have not seen since the run-up to the Iraq War. Israel is engaging in massive population transfers and attempting to depopulate Gaza, and everything it does must be understood through this lens. The Israeli government has explicitly said this from the beginning, starting with an evacuation order for North Gaza on October 13th. No exceptions. Everything Israel has done since then is pursuant to carrying out this evacuation order to remove over 1 million people from North Gaza into refugee camps in South Gaza. That is what they said they would do. And it is what they are doing. Yet throughout November, American media continued to frame every Israeli Defense Forces action in North Gaza as if every target they attempted to clear out was part of some elaborate hunt for Hamas. The most prominent example is the weeks-long build-up to Israel's raid of Al-Shifa Hospital in mid-November. In the days leading up to the takeover of that medical complex, the American press repeatedly gave media consumers the impression Israel forces were storming the Bin Laden compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a video showing an elaborate lair underneath the hospital complex, and American media completely ran with this fallacious claim. In fact, there is a Benjamin Netanyahu tweet, a tweet, as they call him, X-tweet, on X, formerly known as Twitter. Hamas ISIS is sick. They turn hospitals into headquarters for their terror. We just released intelligence proving it. Here it is. Then there's a pic, Twitter, at Netanyahu, October 27th. The Washington Post headline read, Israel's hunt for Hamas puts Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital under siege. The New York Times headline read, Gaza City hospitals are caught in deadly crossfire. Battling Hamas fighters, Israeli forces are closing in on hospitals where thousands of people are stranded. The media gave American viewers and readers the impression that the Israeli military had to seize that hospital, and 8 NICU, NICU, neonatal intensive care unit babies, along with dozens of other patients, had to just fucking die. Because, kikes are given the ability to kill babies because, they're Jews, they're God's relatives, and you've got to love them because, Holocaust. You got to let them rape your American daughters, kill fucking babies in intensive care units. This is what America went to war over when a Kuwaiti ambassador's daughter lied and said Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of incubators and slamming them on the floor and stepping on them. This is what the kikes do, and Americans love it because they worship the goddamn Jew. Am I talking hate speech? You've got kikes out there killing babies. I mean, literally killing babies. This isn't like urban legend. This isn't like, they're sacrificing them for matzo meal or something. This is like, they really did this. They took out 8 neonatal intensive care unit babies and they killed them. Because this underground complex was the beating heart of Hamas. Then Israel took over the building and allegedly found some weapons, a single tunnel, a few underground rooms with 2 metal cots, and a bathroom. Nothing remotely resembling the elaborate command and control center that was alleged. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, released a video footage of a few hostages being brought into Al-Shifa Hospital on October 7th. But this was reasonably enough just for medical care. Dead hostages aren't of much utility, people. The Israeli authorities have provided no other evidence that the underground complex was what they said it was. Generally, there are air raid shelters in Palestinian hospitals because, fucking kikes have a habit of dropping bombs on them. In the New York Times analysis, just prior to Israel blowing up the shaft in question to hide all evidence that it never was what they said it was, but was simply a bomb shelter, the paper concluded that IDF provided photos have not shown conclusive evidence of a vast network of tunnels. The American public, also fueled by vague claims by the Biden White House, Jewfucker Joe, was fed a thrilling Zero Dark 30 narrative that implied, and always explicitly stated that Israel was raiding Hamas's primary headquarters located underneath and inside Al-Shifa Hospital. But when Israel showed up, there were no Hamas fighters. Imagine that. As Israel subsequently acknowledged, Israeli commandos just walked in and took control of a healthcare facility, making sure to kill 8 babies. Because, they grow up to be Hamas. I'm not shitting you. This is what they said. You still love Jews? You're a fucking idiot. So was the raid a hunt for Hamas, as the Post told its readers? Was the hospital caught in deadly crossfire, as the New York Times implied? Hamas fighters no doubt attacked the Israeli military convoy as it made its way to the hospital, but all the reports heavily implying there was shooting coming from inside the hospital were simply lies. Looking at Israeli attacks through a counter-terror lens makes Israel's military decisions seem perplexing. I was a mercenary contractor after all. I've fought in counter-terrorist operations. I know what I'm talking about. Believe it or not. The Israeli military has shelled and attacked a number of hospitals, most of which didn't even bother to claim were Hamas military bases at all. This is because the Hunt for Hamas framework, continually adopted by Jew-American media, is the wrong framework. If you understand Israel's objective as forcing the population to leave Gaza, then these actions make perfect sense. Israel needed to use military force to remove everyone from hospitals because hospitals are, by their very nature, one of the last places people can evacuate. They're full of people who can't move. And Israel had issued an evacuation order on October 13th for everyone in Gaza, North Gaza at the time, including vulnerable medical patients, to evacuate to the south. Israeli officials reportedly called Al-Shifa dozens of times, demanding that the hospital be evacuated. Like how we're supposed to take the babies out of the incubators. Goddamn Israeli commandos probably thought they were putting the babies out of their misery because, admittedly, they were going to die anyway, with the Israelis having emptied it of staff, cutting off all the electricity, their oxygen wouldn't work, so they were going to die. Why not have some fun, take them out and smash their heads against a wall, or under their boots, which is what they did. For those working at the medical facility, this meant certain death for dozens of their patients who needed continuous medical care and couldn't possibly make a 30-mile trip to South Gaza on foot through a war zone with no water or transportation. But Israel didn't and does not care, because Jews are real assholes who want you to pity them because Holocaust. The government is doing forcible population transfers, and this means everyone. It's the simplest way to explain Israel's actions. Yet Jew-American mass media, tied to counter-terror narratives, cannot, indeed will not, get their minds around the obvious fact that Israel is attempting to depopulate Gaza in stages. It's a strange dynamic when Israel issues an evacuation order, carries out that evacuation order to the letter, and most Jew-American mass media still frames their actions as a hunt for Hamas. From Israel's perspective, there be no distinction. We know this because Israel officials have repeatedly said so. Aside from the numerous examples of genocidal rhetoric, much of which the New York Times has actually documented, there's the fact that depopulating Gaza in stages is the most popular plan among Israeli leaders. According to a report from AI Monitor on November 17th, the option that enjoys the greatest support among Israeli decision-makers is for Egypt to take control of the enclave in return for complete forgiveness of its massive foreign debt. The proposals include rebuilding Gaza south of its current location rather than rebuilding in the areas of destruction left by Israeli bombs, and moving some of its residents to Arab or other countries and leaving the rest in a rebuilt Gaza under Israeli ownership for private development as beachfront property. You know, you have never heard me harp on the Jewish stereotype, the rubbing hands, the guy with the big schnoz just drooling after real estate development potential. This is where that stereotype is inescapable. Don't blame me as the messenger. This is the face they're showing to the world. And we're supposed to love them for it. In a similar plan, laid out in an op-ed, an opinion editorial by Gila Gamliel, or Gila Gamliel. I think it's Gila, because Gila sounds like Gila Monster, and I don't think anyone would name their daughter that. But then I'm not Jewish. But in an opinion editorial by Gila Gamliel, the Israeli Minister of Intelligence, via the November 19th Jerusalem Post, it made it clear that the government's preferred outcome is ethnic cleansing. By the way, my apologies to Gila Gamliel if I conducted a sex change. This might be a guy. I'm looking at the Jerusalem Post op-ed here, and I don't know whether this is a male or a female, so I'm going to have to look up a face to go with the name, because I'm just curious. Yes, it's female. Then Gila, as opposed to... Anyhow, the only option that she proposed was, her words, to promote the voluntary resettlement of Palestinians in Gaza for humanitarian reasons outside of the Strip. This is going to become their, Las Vegas Strip. Once they come in to develop it, get all the pesky Palestinians out, and that land is priceless. Not to mention all the assets they finally get to gas and natural fuel deposits out there in the Levantine Sea. The Mediterranean East, where the Israelis have been arguing with the Palestinians all this time over development of those undersea gas projects, those gas beds of thus far undeveloped natural resources that could make Israel kind of like a new petro-state in its own right, so to speak, a gas state, an energy state. They would have straight-out access via developed strip with beachfront property, so everybody could watch their development undersea, under the waves, as well as, while sunbathing. On November 12th, Israeli Security Cabinet member and Agriculture Minister Avi Dichter said on Israeli TV, "We are now rolling out the Gaza Nakba," meaning Holocaust, people. Catastrophe. The Jews don't call the Holocaust the Holocaust. They call it Hashoah, the great catastrophe. The catastrophe. Ha means the. Hashoah, the catastrophe. The Arabs call the ethnic cleansing of 1 million people from Palestine and the mass murder of 1 million more El Nakba, the catastrophe. Their Holocaust. Nakba is used all the time by the Jews. They say they want another Nakba to finish off the job. A final solution, as it were. But hey, they're Jews. And they can do it. Because Holocaust. This is a religion, Holocaust is. Holocaust is not a reality anymore. It's a religion that Americans, in particular, and the Western world places above God. So, like I said, Israeli Security Cabinet member, Agriculture Minister Avi Dichter on Israeli TV said, "We are now rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Gaza Nakba 2023. That's how it'll end." This is what he said. That's how it'll end. As the Nations, that's a magazine, Jeet here noted on Monday opening last work week, Netanyahu is now shopping around a proposal to thin out Gaza's population and expel the surviving residents into neighboring countries, a proposal that he is pitching to the leaders of both parties in Congress. Whenever these plans are brought up, a common refrain is, "But Egypt and other Arab countries won't allow this." But whether these plans are feasible is of secondary import. What matters is intent. Conspiracy to genocide, that's what you tried the Nazis for. And it's crystal clear that Israel intends to set the stage for depopulation, even if the final details of where and how Palestinians are resettled remains an open issue. According to The Economist magazine, North Gaza will be uninhabitable for years, and Israel's current plan is to do to most of South Gaza what it did to North Gaza. This would render the bulk of Gaza more or less unfit for human life. The Wall Street Journal has detailed similar plans to herd as many Palestinians as possible into camps. Camps! Near the Egyptian border. On November 19th, the Journal reported some Israeli military officials acknowledge that it would be impossible to corral 2 million Gaza residents into Al-Mawasi, which is about the size of Los Angeles' LAX airport. But this, again, is a logistical hurdle, not a moral or political one. Understand that they're already ensuring that disease, plague, famine, dehydration will kill the majority of them, so it's not going to be a problem. These people won't be alive to worry about. But the Jews can do this because Holocaust. The religion Americans and the majority of the Western world place above God. Add to this that deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure is part of Israel's war strategy, and it's not clear what hunt for Hamas or war on Hamas actually means. Well, of course, it's not a war on Hamas, it's a war on humanity. According to a recent report in Plus 972, that's a website magazine run by both Israeli and Palestinian journalists. They named the webzine in reference to the 972 International Dialing Code, which is shared by both Israel and the Palestinian territories. Israel is bombing so-called power targets, defined as public buildings, infrastructure, and high-rise blocks, actions mainly intended to harm Palestinian civil society and to create a shock. Israel has targeted and destroyed courthouses, universities, legislative halls, and countless other government buildings. It has razed orchards, farmland, and greenhouses, and torn down a statue of Yasser Arafat, longtime enemy of Hamas, mindest ye, in the West Bank, where Hamas has no control or even any power. Does any of this sound like a hunt for Hamas? How about this graphic from the Washington Post detailing child deaths from the first month of the war? Let's give this to you. Here we are in live stream, and I've just entered it. Review it, and you tell me, does this graphic from the Washington Post detailing child deaths from the first month of the war look like any hunt for Hamas? Well, they all grow up to be Hamas, you know. You got a chilling comparison at Ishan Tharur. I don't know what the fuck that is. The guy's name is Ishan Tharur. What fucking nationality is that? That's like Mork from Ork or something. I don't even know. This guy's like from a different planet. I mean, I'm pretty fucking cosmopolitan and worldly, and I can't begin to imagine what the fuck name is that? Ishan Tharur. But how about this? There's a level of destruction that was mentioned by Tom Guerra. At Tom Guerra. That's a little more human name. The day after my mother's birthday, December 6th, which would be her birthday in Asia, the other side of the international date line, he said, military analysts say the destruction of northern Gaza in less than 7 weeks has approached that caused by the years-long carpet bombing of German cities during the Second World War. Does that level of destruction look like any hunt for Hamas? That's like saying, we're hunting Hitler, and we're just bombing everybody who gets in the way. Oh my, you all happen to be in the way. How about this? Another entry into your line of sight. Here you go. Take a look at that. Does this before and after image of a Gaza beach look like any hunt for Hamas? They'll be on the beaches, you know, sunbathing. Get them! This is why our Jew media machine increasingly has perplexed framings like Reuters' viral Onion-esque headline. In case you don't know, Onion is a humor newspaper, and it's famous for just satire. And Reuters published a headline that was Onion-esque from, I think it was last Monday, reading, Israel orders Gazans to flee. Bombs where it sends them. You'd think that was the Onion satire magazine. But no, it's Reuters. Israel orders Gazans to flee. Bombs where it sends them. Because as the depopulation campaign grows more acute, denying what's happening and fitting it into a hunt for terrorists framework of fantasy becomes ever more difficult to reconcile with the facts on the ground, where the kikes are killing everybody. Take this exchange Monday between CNN's Jake Tapper and Mark Regev, or Regev, senior advisor to Netanyahu. Tapper, who is by no means any harsh critic of Israel, appears genuinely confused by Israel's military logic after a CNN producer had 9 members, his entire family killed by Israeli bombing. Let me give that to you. I mean, there's no way I can describe this. So, just gonna give it to you straight. Here you go. And the Israeli spokesman says, the IDF has done everything possible to safeguard innocent civilians. And Jake Tapper says, it's hard to believe that, especially when one of our producers lost 9 family members. His entire family wiped out. But let's be clear here. All 17, well at this point, well over 20,000 civilians killed were members of someone's family, okay? Where are they supposed to go? Well, that's indeed the question. The answer, clearly, is anywhere but Gaza. It would benefit the American empire, well, American media, to start using this framework. Israel is forcibly transferring 2.2 million Gazans, in whole or in part, to either tiny tent cities, other countries, or both. There is no evidence whatsoever of any campaign to go after those responsible for October 7th in any limited or targeted way. Indeed, Hamas itself, according to the Washington Post, remains completely intact after 20,000 plus Palestinians have been killed. We have mounds of evidence, increasing by the day, of a policy of collective punishment and collective guilt. Those calling the shots in Jew-American media should start updating their framing of this conflict accordingly. Israeli officials have hardly pretended otherwise. So, that brings us to the global impact of October 7th. It's like swimming through a sewer for me. Really. I'm just, I want you to know how difficult this is for me to even discuss this topic and keep on going at it. If you think it's hard on you, think of how hard it is on me to basically present reality to you that no one else in media is presenting. You're getting it here, and it's the only place you're going to get it. So, of course, I need your financial support to keep it going. I think I'm more than earning my pay. So, again, trying to raise 80 United States dollars at the barest minimum. $100 would barely make it beyond that. Let's try and raise that money. Contributions, of course, are needed. Let's check in and see if I've got any notifications for such before I go on. Of course, I got notifications for any number of other things I can think of. Nothing necessarily immediately relevant. Shut this down. Open this up. Take a look at my inbox. And, okay. Well, Kaiser Pharmacy. Oh, there we are. I don't know whether this is a joke or not, but hey, I'll take it. Lilith Services LLC sent me 10 United States dollars. And I don't know if that's affiliated with Michael Aquino's wife, but it may very well be. I'll take it. At any rate, back to the global impact of October 7th. Israel and the American empire may have convinced themselves that the world had moved on from the Palestinian plight, But the energies unleashed by the events since October 7th suggest that the opposite is true. Calls for solidarity with Palestine, have echoed along the streets of the Arab world, serving in some countries as a coded language of dissent against a decrepit authoritarianism. Across the global south, and in cities of the west, Palestine, now occupies a symbolic place as an avatar of rebellion against Western hypocrisy and an unjust post-colonial order. Not since the illegal American-led invasion of Iraq have so many millions around the world taken to the streets to protest. Organized labor has flexed its internationalist muscles to challenge arms deliveries to Israel and reminded itself of its power to change history, and legal mechanisms such as the International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice, and even American and European courts are being used to challenge government policies that enable Israel's war crimes. Panicked by a world aghast at its actions in Gaza, Israel and its advocates have reverted to reflexive charges of Judeophobia, they use anti-Semitism, against any who dare to challenge Israel's brutality. But the numbers of everything from mass marches to vocal Jewish opposition to opinion surveys on Biden's handling of this crisis indicate that equating Philistine or Palestinian solidarity with Judeophobia is not only factually wrong, it is also unconvincing. Several countries in Latin America and Africa have symbolically cut ties, and the deliberate bombing of a civilian population and cutting off access to shelter, food, water, and medical care has left even many of Israel's allies aghast. The extent of violence the West is willing to countenance against a captive people in Gaza offers the global South a stark reminder of accounts unsettled with the imperial West. And when French President Emmanuel Macron and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau publicly implore Israel to stop bombing babies, Israel is in danger of losing even parts of the West. It has become difficult in the short term for Arab and Muslim countries to maintain, much less expand, public ties. And understand that America is a root cause of Israel and Palestine's latest war. As Israelis and Palestinians mourn the dead and fearfully await news of those now missing, the tendency to look for someone to blame is impossible for many to resist. Israelis and their supporters want to pin all the blame on Hamas, whose direct responsibility for the horrific attack on Israeli civilians is beyond question, albeit it certainly implicates the man who enabled them and gave the secret order for the false flag operation, Bibi Netanyahu himself. But those more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause see the tragedy as the inevitable result of decades of occupation and Israel's harsh and prolonged mistreatment of its Palestinian subjects. Others insist there is plenty of blame to go around and that anyone who sees one side as wholly innocent and the other as solely responsible has lost any capacity for fair-minded judgment. Inevitably, arguing over which of the immediate protagonists is most at fault obscures other important causes that are only loosely related to the long conflict between Zionist Israelis and Palestinian Arabs. We should not lose sight of these other factors even during the present crises, however, because their effects may continue to echo long after the current fighting stops. Where one begins to trace causes is inherently arbitrary. Theodor Herzl's 1896 book titled the Jewish state, the 1917 Balfour Declaration, the Arab Revolt of 1936, the 1947 United Nations Partition Plan, the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, or the 1967 Six-Day War. But I'll start in 1991, when I served in the Gulf War, when the United States emerged as the unchallenged external power in Middle East affairs and began trying to construct a regional order that served its own interests. Within that broader context, there are at least 5 key episodes or elements that helped bring us to the tragic events of the past 75 days. 8 weeks by now, I think. The first moment was the 1991 Gulf War and its aftermath, the Madrid Peace Conference. The Gulf War was a stunning display of American military power and diplomatic artistry that removed the threat that Saddam Hussein had posed to the regional balance of power. With the Greater Soviet Union nearing collapse, the United States was now firmly in the driver's seat. Then President George H.W. Bush, Secretary of State James Baker, and an experienced Middle East team seized upon this opportunity to convene a peace conference in October of 1991, which included representatives from Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Syria and Lebanon, Egypt, and what was then the EEC, the European Economic Community, before it was a European Union, and a joint Jordanian/Palestinian delegation. Although the conference did not produce any tangible results, let alone a final peace agreement, it laid the groundwork for a serious effort to construct a peaceful regional order. It is tantalizing to contemplate what might have been achieved if Bush had been re-elected in 1992 and his team had been given the opportunity to continue their work. Yet Madrid also contained a fateful flaw, one that sowed the seeds of much future trouble. Iran was not invited to participate in the conference, and it responded to being excluded by organizing a meeting of rejectionist forces and reaching out to Palestinian groups, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, that it had previously ignored. As Trita Parsi observes in the book titled Treacherous Alliance, Iran viewed itself as a major regional power and expected a seat at the table, because Madrid was not seen as just a conference on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but as the defining moment in forming the new Middle East order. Tehran's response to Madrid was primarily strategic rather than ideological. It sought to demonstrate to the United States and others that it could derail their efforts to create a new regional order if the United States and others, if its interests were not taken into account. And that is precisely what happened, as suicide bombings and other acts of extremist violence disrupted the Oslo Accords negotiation process and undermined Israeli support for a negotiated settlement. Over time, as peace remained elusive and relations between Iran and the West deteriorated further, the ties between Hamas and Iran grew stronger. The second critical event was the fateful combination of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks and the subsequent American invasion of Iraq in 2003. The decision to invade Iraq was only tangentially related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, even though Ba'athist, that was their political party, the Ba'athist Iraq, had backed the Palestinian cause in several ways. The George W. Bush administration believed that toppling Saddam would eliminate the supposed threat of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction, remind adversaries of American power, strike a blow against terrorism more broadly, and pave the way for a radical transformation of the entire Middle East along democratic lines. What they got, alas, was a costly quagmire in Iraq and a dramatic improvement in Iran's strategic position. The shift in the balance of power in the Gulf alarmed Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states, and perceptions of a shared threat from Iran began to reshape regional relationships in important ways, including by altering some Arab states' relations with Israel. Fears of an American-led regime change also encouraged Iran to pursue a latent nuclear weapons capability, leading to a steady increase in its enrichment capacity and ever tighter United States and United Nations sanctions. With hindsight, a third key event was then United States President Donald John Trump's fateful abandonment of the 2015 JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran, and his adoption of a policy of maximum pressure instead. This maniacal decision had several unfortunate effects. Leaving the JCPOA allowed Iran to restart its nuclear program and move much closer to an actual weapons capability, and the maximum pressure campaign led Iran to attack oil shipments and facilities in the Persian Gulf and Saudi Arabia to show the United States that its attempt to compel or overthrow them was not without costs and risks. As one would expect, these developments heightened the concerns of the Saudis and increased their interest in acquiring nuclear infrastructure of their own. And as realist theory predicts, perceptions of a growing threat from Iran encouraged quiet but significant forms of security cooperation between Israel and several Gulf states. That fourth development was the so-called Abraham Accords, in some ways a logical extension of Trump's decision to leave the JCPOA. The brainchild of amateur strategist and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who, as I've said before, is not a man. He was born a woman and listed himself as a female on all of his voting forms for decades. He's the product of a sex change. He and Ivanka have no natural children. They're all in vitro. This is the reality of Jared Kushner, who gave us these accords, a series of bilateral agreements normalizing relations between Israel and Morocco, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and the Sudan. Critics noted that the accords did relatively little to advance the cause of peace because none of the participating Arab governments were actively hostile to Israel or capable of harming it. Others warned that regional peace would remain elusive as long as the fate of the 7 million Palestinians living under total Israeli control was unresolved. The Biden administration continued along much the same path. It took no meaningful steps to stop Israel's increasingly far-right government from backing violent actions by extremist settlers, which led to a surge in Palestinian deaths and displacements over the past 12 years. after failing to fulfill a campaign promise to immediately rejoin the JCPOA, Biden and company focused their main efforts on persuading Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel in exchange for some sort of American security guarantee and perhaps access to advanced nuclear technology. This is called proliferation. The motivation for this effort had little to do with Israel-Philistine, or Palestine, however, and was mostly intended to keep Saudi Arabia from moving closer to the communist Chinese empire. Linking a security commitment to Saudi Arabia with normalization was primarily a way to overcome United States congressional reluctance to a sweetheart deal with Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud in the Arabian Peninsula. Riyadh, literally the gardens, Riyadh. Like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his cabinet, top American officials appear to have assumed that there was nothing that any Palestinian group could do to derail or slow this process or draw attention back to their plight. Unfortunately, the rumored deal gave Hamas a powerful incentive to show just how wrong this assumption was. Recognizing this fact in no way justifies what Hamas did, and especially the intentional brutality of the attacks, it is simply to acknowledge that Hamas's decision to do something, and especially its timing, was a response to regional developments that were driven to a considerable extent by other concerns. As I noted in many of my latest transmissions, the fifth factor is not a single event, but rather the United States' enduring failure to bring the so-called peace process to a successful end. Washington had monopolized stewardship of the peace process ever since the Oslo Accords, which, as the name implies, came about due to Norwegian mediation, and its various efforts over the years ultimately led nowhere. Former U.S. Presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama repeatedly declared that the United States, the world's most powerful empire in the full flush of its so-called unipolar moment, was committed to achieving a two-state solution, but that outcome is now farther away than ever and probably impossible. These background elements are important because the nature of the future global order is up for grabs, and several influential states are challenging the intermittently liberal and inconsistently followed rules-based order that the United States has championed for decades. The communist Chinese on the mainland of Asia, Eurasianist Russia, Asian India, Communist South Africa, Brazil, Iran, and others openly call for a more multipolar order where power is more evenly shared. They want to see a world where the American empire no longer acts as the so-called indispensable power, as one that expects others to follow our rules while reserving the right to disregard them whenever they prove inconvenient. And, of course, giving all Jews the right to kill, a 007's license to kill, rape, maim, in America, as well as in the Middle East. As I said, don't just count some jackass like Roman Polanski raping some young American girl on a date rape drug. I'm talking about the extermination of the Maya, the attempted genocide, which was almost successful in Costa Rica, just so Israel could get another banana republic to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Unfortunately for these United States, the 5 events I just described and their impact on the region provide potent ammunition for the revisionist position, as the Russian Pravitelь, the ruler, Vladimir Putin, was quick to point out that week of infamy in October. Just look at the Middle East, they might say. The United States has been managing the region by itself for more than 3 decades. And what has its leadership produced? We see devastating wars in Iraq, Syria, the Sudan, and Yemen. Lebanon is on life support. There is anarchy in Libya, and Egypt is lurching toward collapse. Terrorist groups have morphed and mutated and sown fear on several continents, and Iran keeps edging closer to the Islamabad. There is no security for Israel, and neither security nor justice for the Palestinians. This is what you get when you let Washington run everything, my friends. Whatever their intention may have been, U.S. leaders have repeatedly shown us that they lack the wisdom and objectivity to deliver positive results, not even for themselves. One can easily imagine a Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist official, adding, "May I point out that we have good relations with everyone in the region, and our only vital interest there is reliable access to energy. We are therefore committed to keeping the region quiet and peaceful, which is why we helped Iran and Saudi Arabia re-establish ties last year. Isn't it obvious that the world would benefit if the American imperial role there declined and ours increased?" If you don't think a message like this would resonate outside the comfortable confines of the transatlantic community, then you haven't been paying attention. And if you are also someone who thinks that addressing the challenge of a rising red China is a top priority, you may want to reflect on how the United States' past actions contributed to the present crisis, and how the shadow of the past will continue to undermine the American imperial standing in the world in the future. To their eternal discredit, over that week of infamy in October, Biden and his foreign policy team set about to doing what they do best, namely mismanaging a crisis that was at least partly of their own making in the first. They were working overtime to exacerbate the damage, inflame the conflict in spreading, aggravate the domestic political fallout, and, all thumbs down now, extend the violence into perpetuity. We should all pray that their every flaming effort be extinguished in their own blood. The Red Sea Crisis attack manifests 2 scenarios for how the Gaza war goes global. Houthi rebels in Yemen have escalated their maritime attacks in the strategically vital Red Sea. Both their links to Iran and the decision to target key shipping routes raises the risks for international escalation. Keep your eye on Yemen. The Houthi rebel group from the war-torn Gulf nation has not attracted the same attention over the past 12 months as the Lebanese militants of Hezbollah, considered the most immediate risk of setting the spark that could ignite the Hamas-Israel war beyond the Gaza. Yet over a time span of but 48 hours, 2 days, Ante Hidekode, meaning it est, preceding the December 5th birthday of mine own late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, Diana Dietrich, whose Japanese first name was Hideko, a major Houthi attack on seaborne targets was launched with ballistic missiles and explosive landed drones. The United States said one of its warships in the area shot down 3 drones in self-defense during the hours-long assault on the vessels, including the Bahamas-flagged bulk carrier Unity Explorer and the Panamanian-flagged bulk carriers Number 9 and Sophie 2. The Houthis claimed the attack in a statement read by their military spokesman, saying the targeted vessels have links with Israel, a claim Israel's military denied. In the statement, Brigadier General Yahya Sareh said, "The Yemeni armed forces continue to prevent Israeli ships from navigating the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden until the Israeli aggression against our steadfast brothers in the Gaza Strip stops." The United States Military Central Command said in a statement that the attacks put at risk the lives of international crews working on the ships. And more broadly, CENTCOM, Central Command, warned that these attacks represent a direct threat to international commerce and maritime security. The Houthis, a Shia religious movement, seized Yemen's capital of Sana'a it was in 2014, just as the Russians were taking the Crimea, and forced the internationally recognized government to flee to the south, then to exile in Saudi Arabia. The Houthi takeover prompted a civil war that then developed into a proxy war in 2015 between Saudi Arabia and Iran, after the first formed a military coalition to try to restore the internationally recognized government to power. So just who are the Houthis, and why are they attacking ships in the Red Sea? Right? Well, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels are stepping up their strikes on ships in the Red Sea, which they say are revenge against Israel for its military campaign in Gaza. They obviously recognize that all the United States of America is nothing but a fucking Jew satrap. That everything America does is for the goddamn Jew. So the attacks have forced some of the world's biggest shipping and oil companies to suspend transit through one of the world's most important maritime trade routes, which could potentially cause a shock to the global economy. The Houthis are believed to have been armed and trained by Iran, and there are fears that their attacks could escalate Israel's war against the Palestinian peoples into a wider regional conflict. Because the real force behind the Houthis' attacks on United States warships is not Iran. It's the Communist Chinese Empire. United States Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, now in the Middle East, last time I checked, has just announced the formation of Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational maritime force to protect shipping in the Red Sea, which connects the Suez Canal to the Gulf of Aden. 10 nations, significantly including Bahrain from the region, will contribute to the effort, which augments the combined maritime forces and its Task Force 153. And yet, Operation Prosperity Guardian is shaping up to be a stopgap solution. There are more fundamental ways to deal with attacks on vessels in that troubled area. The Iran-backed Houthi militia has hit commercial shipping with missiles and drone-borne weapons from sites in Yemen, and ships have been captured in international waters. On November 19th, the Houthis in the southern part of the Red Sea boarded the Bahamian-flagged Galaxy Leader, which is now in a port they control in Yemen. The Houthis have also threatened American warships. The USS Carney, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, shot down 14 drones in the Red Sea on December 16th after downing a drone there on November 29th. The USS Mason and USS Thomas Hudner, sister ships, took down Houthi drones, as did a British warship, the HMS Diamond. In response to these attacks, shippers have taken matters into their own hands. The world's largest shipping line, Mediterranean Shipping Company, has announced the suspension of all sailings through the Red Sea. Other large shipping lines and oil companies are now avoiding the canal as well. Instead, they are sailing around the Cape of Good Hope at the tip of Africa. The new route adds almost 12,000 nautical miles to trips between Europe and Asia and is nearly 40% longer than the passage through the Suez Canal. As of Monday, more than 100 container ships have either delayed or rerouted trips away from the Red Sea. The Houthi action echoes that of Libya in 1984, when one of its ferries, the Ghat, released floating mines in the Red Sea, forcing ships to reroute round Africa and damaging the global economy. Per Gregory Copley, president of the International Strategic Studies Association and editor-in-chief of Defense and Foreign Affairs Strategic Policy, the situation is far worse now, with globalization meaning that the Red Sea-Suez choke point sees massively more trade passing through than it did in 1984. All the Houthis need to do this time is to fire off the occasional inaccurate cruise missile or launch a drone attack to help deepen the economic crises in which Europe in particular is engrossed due to the Russian war of aggression. So, this is coordinated. Houthi commanders have said that they are targeting Israeli-bound or connected ships, and some carriers have stopped accepting Israeli cargo, like China's OOCL, and my own island China, Taiwan's Evergreen Marine. Good for them! Good for them both! But the Houthis have been hitting shipping. Well, the Houthis have been hitting shipping with no connections to Israel. Jack Kennedy of Standard & Poor's Global Market Intelligence has gone on record to say, the Houthi, and by extension their main military backer Iran, are probably using their strike capability in the Red Sea to further exercise greater geopolitical influence in the region, in addition to influence on Israel's war in Gaza. Given the broader aims of the militants, the attacks are doing more than just significantly raising insurance premiums and delaying the delivery of goods and commodities. The attacks can also destabilize Egypt. The canal produces about 10% of that country's entire gross domestic product, and simultaneously they raise the cost of oil, further helping Iran, a petrostate. In 1984, an international effort cleared the Red Sea of mines. Is Operation Prosperity Guardian also a good idea? The goal of today's effort is certainly worthy. The international community cannot allow militants to control a choke point where 15% of the world's shipping passes. The United States has the assets to protect commercial vessel traffic. There are, at this time, the USS Eisenhower and the USS Ford carrier strike groups in region. James Fannell of the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and himself a former U.S. Navy captain who served as Director of Intelligence and Information Operations at the United States Pacific Fleet, points out that the recently announced multinational effort, to quote as T at length and verbatim, places American and other coalition sailors in a continually defensive position and therefore puts them constantly at risk, where the likelihood of a leaker missile is greatly increased. Instead of trying to play defense for the thousands of ships that transit the Suez and the Red Sea, stopping arrows once they are in the air, it would make more sense to go after the archers, the origins of these attacks at their operational and strategic levels. At the operational level, the intelligence community knows where the Houthi rebel camps are, so their weapons caches can be destroyed. At the strategic level, given Iran's financial support for these militants, the United States should reimpose embargoes to end Tehran's ability to support the Houthi attacks. Iran is continuing to hold the global economy hostage in order to continue its agenda of destroying Israel. Yet, Iran is not the ultimate financier of the shipping attacks. I've explained to everyone how impoverished and impotent Iran is. That would be, instead, the Communist Chinese Empire, with increased purchases of sanctioned Iranian oil. Red China is making it possible for Tehran to financially support the Houthis and its other terrorist proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas. The volume of Communist China's purchases of Iranian crude in the first 9 months of this year was about 60% above that in 2017, the last year before the Trump administration reimposed sanctions on this commodity. Is it, to borrow Farrell's imagery, smart to protect victims only by stopping arrows in the air? Or is it better to go after the archers, as well as the supplier of arrows and those paying for them? Here's what we know about the Houthis themselves and why they are getting involved in the war. The Houthi movement, known by their own preferred reference as Ansar Allah, supporters of God, is one side of the Yemeni civil war that has raged for nearly a decade. It emerged in the 1990s when its leader, Hussein al-Houthi, launched Believing Youth, a religious revival movement for a centuries-old subsect of Shia Islam called Ẓ'i'iyadism. The Zaidis ruled Yemen for centuries, but were marginalized under the Sunni regime that came to power after the 1962 civil war. Al-Houthis movement was founded to represent Zaidis and resist radical Sunniism, particularly Saudi-sponsored Wahhabist ideas. Saudi Arabia prints Qurans by the millions, and they're all fucked up as Wahhabist propaganda tracts. They're not real Qurans. They're political, ideological tracts that are Quranic, that have taken the Quran and basically fucked it up with a bunch of Saudi Wahhabist ideas of radical extremism. So to fight the Saudis, basically, al-Houthi did what he had to do, and his closest followers became known as Houthis. He's basically one of the good guys. He's fighting against the House of Saud. Anyone who does that is automatically a good guy. But how did they gain power? Ali Abdullah Saleh, the first president of Yemen after the 1990 unification of North and South Yemen, initially supported the Believing Youth. But as the movement's popularity grew and anti-government rhetoric sharpened, it became a threat to Saleh. Things came to a head in 2003 when Saleh supported the United States invasion of Iraq, which many Yemenis opposed. For al-Houthi, the rift was an opportunity. Seizing on the public outrage, he organized mass demonstrations. After months of disorder, Saleh issued a warrant for his arrest. Al-Houthi himself was killed in September of 2004 by Yemeni forces, but his movement lived on. The Houthi military wing grew as more fighters joined the cause. Emboldened by the early Arab Spring protests in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother's death, her slaying, if you will, for a vampire, just a week after Fukushima Daiichi, they took control of the northern province of Sa'ada, one of the oldest cities in the world, if not the oldest, and called for the end of the Saleh regime. So, do the Houthis control Yemen? Saleh agreed in 2011, the year of my mother's murder, to hand power to his vice president, Abd Rabu Mansur Hadi. But this government was no more popular. the Houthis struck again in 2014, taking control of parts of Sana'a, Yemen's capital, before eventually storming the presidential palace early the next year. Hadi fled to Saudi Arabia, which launched a war against the Houthis at his request in March of 2015. What was expected to be a swift campaign lasted years. A ceasefire was finally signed in 2022. It lapsed after 6 months, but the warring parties have not returned to full-scale conflict yet. The United Nations has said that the war in Yemen has turned into the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Nearly 250,000 people have been killed during the conflict, according to United Nations statistics. Since the ceasefire, the Houthis have consolidated their control over most of northern Yemen. They have also sought a deal with the Saudis that would bring the war to a permanent end and cement their role as the country's rulers. But who are their allies? The Houthis are backed by Iran, which began increasing its aid to the group in 2014 as the civil war escalated and as its rivalry with Saudi Arabia intensified. According to a 2021 report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Iran has provided the group with weapons and technology for, among other things, sea mines, ballistic and cruise missiles, and waves. UAE as in a single letter, A and E as in a single letter, like the name of Musk's son. XAE. A12. That kind of letter AE. That's not allowed in California as part of a name. These waves, an acronym for unmanned aerial vehicles, it is drones, supplied by Iran. The Houthis form part of Iran's so-called Axis of Resistance, an Iran-led anti-Israel and anti-Western alliance of regional militias backed by the Islamic Republic, namely the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. All basically the good guys, even though Iran is a fucking asshole. Now, along with Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, by their language, the Houthis are one of the 3 prominent Iran-backed militias that have launched attacks on Israel in recent weeks. So just how powerful are the Houthis? American officials have been tracking iterative improvements in the range, accuracy, and lethality of the Houthis' domestically produced missiles. Initially, homegrown Houthi weapons were largely assembled with Iranian components smuggled into Yemen in pieces, but they have made progressive modifications that have added up to big overall improvements. In a novel development, the Houthis have used medium-range ballistic missiles, MRBMs, against Israel, firing a salvo of projectiles at Israel's southern region of Eilat in early December, which Israel claims it intercepted. While the Houthis may not be able to pose a serious threat to Israel, the technology can wreak havoc in the Red Sea. They have used drones and anti-ship missiles to target commercial ships, some of which aren't believed to be linked to Israel at all, prompting the USS Carney, a warship in the Red Sea, to respond to distress calls. Which leads, of course, to the obvious question. You're all asking, why are the Houthis attacking ships in the Red Sea? While, through a combination of geography and technology, the Houthis may lack the capabilities of Hamas and Hezbollah, their strikes on commercial vessels in the Red Sea may inflict a different sort of pain on Israel and its allies. The global economy has been served a series of painful reminders of the importance of this narrow stretch of sea, which runs from the Bab el-Mandeb Straits off the coast of Yemen to the Suez Canal in northern Egypt, and through which 12% of global trade flows, including 30% of global container traffic. In 2021, a ship called the Ever Given ran aground in the Suez Canal, blocking the vital trade artery for nearly a week, holding up as much as 10 billion United States dollars in cargo each and every single day, and causing disruptions to global supply chains that lasted far longer. There are fears that the Houthi drone and missile attacks against commercial vessels, which have occurred almost daily since December 9th, could cause an even greater shock to the world economy. 4 of the world's 5 major shipping firms, Maersk, Hapag-Lloyd, CMA CGM Group, and my own Taiwanese Evergreen, have announced they would pause shipping through the Red Sea amid fears of Houthi attacks. On Monday, the oil giant BP, British Petroleum, said it would do the same, a maneuver that caused oil and gas prices to surge. The attacks could force ships to take a far longer route round Africa and cause insurance costs to rocket. Companies could pass on the increased costs of moving their goods to consumers, raising prices yet again at a time when governments around the world have struggled to tame post-pandemic inflation. The Houthis say they will only relent when Israel allows the entry of food and medicine into Gaza. Another reason to get the goddamn kikes to do everything I've advised. Its strikes could be intended to inflict economic pain on Israel's allies in the hope they will pressure it to cease its bombardment of the enclave. Championing the Palestinian cause could also be an attempt to gain legitimacy at home and in the region as they seek to control northern Yemen. It could also give them an upper hand against their Arab adversaries, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, whom they accuse of being lackeys of the United States, and all the United States is to them is but a lackey of Israel. So they're lackeys of Israel, not even one step removed vis-a-vis the United States, but directly, since the United Arab Emirates opened a Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the Israelis in turn enabled COP28, the Conference of Parties, the 28th Conference of Parties, to be hosted in the petrostate of the United Arab Emirates, what was supposed to be a fossil fuel fuck bonanza, an orgy of contracts, but at least was rendered into a verbal agreement to move away from fossil fuels. Action that I took, and obviously hope to someday be acknowledged for. In the meantime, your grandkids can thank you for me. I mean, thank me for you. Something like that. Now, Christian Timoni sent 40 United States dollars and 38 cents. Goddess bless you, sir. All right. Bless you. Okay. So, this is, now I've just fucked my computer. Got to press the right buttons to get that out of the way. And, Goddess bless you, Timoni. Sorry, I'm running out of my voices. Oh, let's check live stream. All right. It's been about 6 fucking hours. Lost just a few listeners. Still got good numbers considering. So let's ask how the world has reacted. The attacks could be intended to drag more countries into this conflict. Israel has warned that it is ready to act against the Houthis if the international community does not. Referring to the Houthi attacks as a naval siege, National Security Advisor Zaki Hanegbi said this month that there needs to be a global arrangement to address the threat because it is a global issue. Can't argue with that. A senior U.S. military official said at least 12 commercial and merchant vessels in the Red Sea had been targeted over the last month, adding that the attacks were at a scale not seen in 3 generations. The official said the attacks had affected at least 44 countries with connections to those vessels, but the international impact was likely greater due to the far-reaching ramifications of global trade. On Monday, the American empire announced a new multinational naval task force comprising the United Kingdom, Bahrain, Canada, the Fifth French Republic, Norway, and others to tackle the challenge posed by this non-state actor that threatens the free flow of commerce, endangers innocent mariners, and violates international law. Now, Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, a Houthi spokesperson, told Al Jazeera that very day, Monday, opening this work week, that the group would confront any United States-led coalition in the Red Sea. Just as the Biden administration is beginning to yield to pressure for it to push Israel to wind down its campaign in Gaza, the United States may find itself being pulled more deeply into the Middle East by the ragtag but effective Houthi rebels who have made themselves impossible to ignore. Now, these are high stakes in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The rebels control much of Yemen's western coast, overlooking a large stretch of Red Sea, as well as Bab el-Mandeb Strait itself. Over the past years, they launched attacks on vessels linked to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, pillars of the military coalition fighting against the Houthis since 2015. The Suez Canal, the SUMED, Suez Mediterranean Pipeline, SUMED, all uppercase, and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait are strategic routes for Persian Gulf oil and natural gas shipments to Europe and North America. Total oil shipments via these routes accounted for about 12% of total seaborne traded oil in the first half of 2023, and LNG, liquefied natural gas shipments, accounted for about 8% of worldwide LNG trade. That's all according to the United States Energy Information Administration that I'm sourcing right now. The rising pressure on the global shipping industry passing through the Red Sea and the narrow Bab el-Mandeb Strait, one of the world's busiest waterways, has become a real and present threat to international commerce that could have direct effects on the world economy. Comments by shipping companies and insurance representatives suggest the threat could result in longer transit times to assure vessel safety, as well as higher insurance premiums charged for shipping in region. And this was a statement issued on Friday into last weekend, 4 days, 48 hours before the latest attack. Last month, major global shipping associations published joint security guidance applicable to navigating in the southern Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. The guidance said that the maritime threat from the Houthi forces is greater in the vicinity of the Yemeni Red Sea coastline, where they are occasionally present. Last week, the Zim Shipping Company announced on Tuesday that it was taking operational precautions while changing its shipping routes from the east to Israel. But, we're talking about tight profits here. In a customer advisory, the company said that the changes stem from the safety risk facing vessels in the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea, and that these are, at least for now, temporary changes. These changes may extend the sailing times of its ships and even cause disruptions and delays in the delivery of goods. Maoun Rabbani, a Dutch-Palestinian Middle East analyst specializing in the Arab-Israeli conflict, said the global shipping companies, which often operate on tight profit margins, are sensitive to such attacks even if it didn't cause significant material damage. On X social media platform, formerly known as Twitter, he wrote that the Houthis' objective is to impose escalating costs on not only Israel but also the sponsors and enablers of the Gaza genocide. They just need to instill confidence in the global shipping industry that regular attacks on its assets will continue until Israel is called to a halt its war in the Gaza. They, the shipping companies, are not going to keep using Bab el-Mandab until the first ship is sunk to the bottom of the Red Sea. Now, Jacob Larson, the head of security at BIMCO, which represents global ship owners, told the Financial Times that more military resources are needed to be deployed to protect the seas. To quote his T, when you see 3 ships attacked on the same day in the same geographic area, that implies we are a bit short of resources. So this brings us to the Tehran war games. Most of the international community is convinced that behind such a high-stakes game is the regime of Iran, which has long been the Houthis' main sponsor. Though Iran has repeatedly denied involvement in attacks by its proxies on Israel or American interests in region, there is a global consensus that Tehran is at least enabling such attacks, most recently the Houthi assault in Bab el-Mandeb. On Monday, opening the work week, Simon Henderson, an analyst with the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, wrote in an op-ed, an opinion editorial column published, that such a brazen attack was not carried out alone. To quote his T, it is becoming increasingly difficult not to conclude the spider controlling the actions of the Houthis, as well as Hezbollah in Lebanon and attacks on American forces in Syria, and Iraq, is Iran. Let's put it this way. Whether it's Yemeni rebels trying to dynamite global trade in the Red Sea, or Lebanese militia launching missiles into Israel, Iran will have a decisive hand in deciding whether the war in Gaza stays in Gaza. To understand the dangers of a nuclear Iran, simply see Pakistan. The horrors of Hamas's attacks on Israel have refocused the world's attention on the primitive savagery of Islamist terrorism. But to protect against this threat, we must address a problem at the other end of the technological spectrum: the danger of a nuclear Iran. Iran played a central role in the Israel attacks, providing crucial materiel and political support to Hamas. Currently, Iran-backed Hezbollah is engaging Israel from the north, complicating Israeli operations in Gaza. Meanwhile, Iranian proxies launch attacks on United States forces in Iraq and Syria. Today's Iran, armed only with conventional weapons, is aggressive and dangerous. But tomorrow's Iran will become even more so if it realizes its long-standing ambition to develop nuclear weapons. A nuclear Iran's likely strategy is not a mystery. For a preview, we need only revisit the behavior of nuclear-armed Pakistan. Following its birth in 1947, Pakistan, the only nation whose name is a fucking acronym, PAK, P-A-K for Pashtuns, Afghans, and Kashmiris, and Stan, meaning the land thereof, so it's the land of Pashtuns, Afghans, and Kashmiris, that's what the name Pakistan means, sought to wrest the territory of Kashmir from India, well, the moment that itself came into being, causing decades of bloody conflict. When Pakistan acquired nuclear weapons in the late 1990s, it redoubled its efforts to take Kashmir with a combination of proxy and regular military forces, confident that its nuclear shield would limit Indian retaliation. They are the Taliban. There's no such thing as an Afghan Taliban. They're all ISI fuckers recruited by Pakistani CIA from all over the Muslim world. The result was even greater conflict than before, including India and Pakistan's first war in 28 years. Since then, the dispute has ground on with periodic eruptions of violence, killing thousands of Indians and threatening to trigger on a larger war. A nuclear Iran would simply take a page from Pakistan's playbook. Iran would deploy its proxies across the Middle East more aggressively than before, using regular military forces where necessary, insulate it from retaliation. The United States and its partners would find such an emboldened Iran extremely difficult to stop. The result would be further violence against Israel and more bloodshed and instability in Lebanon, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq, which could spiral into regional war. As the Pakistan case makes crystal clear, a nuclear-armed Iran would be exceptionally dangerous. What does the mere existence of Atom Pakistan and its Islamabad arsenal betray unto these United States and our partners should do about the menace of a nuclear Iran? First, Pakistan reminds us not to ignore the seriousness of the Iranian nuclear problem. When India and Pakistan acquired nuclear weapons in the late 1990s, many experts underestimated the danger, believing that nuclear weapons would deter violence and stabilize South Asia. The idea that, nations become more responsible when they're nuclear, and they don't enter conventional wars again. Oh, what bullshit. But in fact, nuclear Pakistan became bolder and more aggressive. Similarly, nuclear weapons will embolden rather than moderate the behavior of a nuclear Iran. Second, Pakistan proves that the United States must not inadvertently support the bad Iranian behavior that it wishes to oppose. During the war on terror, the United States gave Pakistan tens of billions of dollars in aid, even as the Pakistanis continued to support proxy groups, including Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Taliban in South Asia and Afghanistan. Similarly, United States policy toward Iran has often supported rather than stymied Tehran's nuclear efforts. Exempli gratiae, the Obama administration's nuclear agreement with Iran, known as JCPOA, sought to restrict Iran's nuclear program, but afforded Tehran access to over 100 billion United States dollars in previously frozen assets, as well as a lax inspection regime. Under the Biden administration, the United States has allowed Iran to pocket tens of billions of dollars in oil revenues, ostensibly forbidden by economic sanctions. The administration has also made billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets available to the mullahs in charge of Iran in exchange for the release of American prisoners. Such cooperative policies provide Iran with the time and resources it needs to advance its nuclear ambitions. A return to the maximum pressure of the Trump administration's sanctions regime would not end Iran's nuclear program, But aggressive sanctions would at least increase the economic headwinds for Iran, undermining its nuclear efforts. We also should be willing to use tailored force to set back Iran's nuclear program. Slowing Iran's progress can buy time while we wait for more moderate leadership or possibly regime change in Tehran. Even the most ossified dictatorships don't last forever. Third, Pakistan proves that we must devise military strategies to resist Iran if it becomes a nuclear power. India, through calibrated military operations, has retaliated against Pakistan in a number of instances, including a high-intensity campaign in the mountains of Kashmir following the 12 countries' nuclear tests. India continues to develop strategies to punish Pakistan without triggering nuclear war. None of these measures have ever ended Pakistani provocations, but they have demonstrated Indian resolve and shown that Pakistan will pay a price for masterminding regional violence. We should devise similarly calibrated military strategies to impose costs on Iran without triggering all-out conflict. Even if we succeed, such strategies will make a bad situation only a little better. But as India learned with nuclear Pakistan, if Iran manages to get nuclear weapons, a little better may be the best that we can do. As we can presume from their rapid denials of responsibility, there are many good reasons for Tehran officials to want to avoid a frontal challenge with either these United States or Israel. Yet the longer Israel's devastating assault continues, the more likely it becomes that the war spreads, whether by accident or by design. For as I noted well over a year ago by now, the American administration's foreign policy team are best seen as unskilled mechanics and most certainly not architects. And in an era where the institutional architecture of world politics is increasingly an issue, new blueprints are needed. They are adept at using the tools of American power and the machinery of government to agitate short-term problems. But they are stuck in an outdated vision of America's global role, to include how it's handling our various Southwest Asian, Mideastern clients. It is painfully obvious that they badly misread where the Middle East was headed, and applying band-aids today, even if it is being done with energy and skill, will still leave the underlying wounds untreated. I'm the only one with enough knowledge to help you out of this. Hopefully, the monumental, catastrophic, earth-shaking changes wrought by these idiots will provide me secular opportunity to help the human race at last. Okay, so I did my 6 hours. I've earned my pay. Looking forward to contributions to help me make the rent. And thank those who have contributed profoundly. Goddess bless you all. And with that, retreating into the gentle day. If anyone has anything to say, say it now. Or it won't upload on publishing. And with that, we'll be ending stream. Join us on Sunday, and we'll have another go at it. Christmas Eve! Join us on Christmas Eve. Yes, I'll be back. God knows I'll probably be higher than a kite and crashing with a hangover, but I'll be here. All right. My best to you all. And to all, the happiest of Yuletides. To those that support me, fiscally or morally, that is. All right, for now, ending string.